Earlier today, the Russians have launched the largest missile attack in Kiev in days. Some of the incoming missiles fell on the historic neighborhood of Padil.
The strike coincided with the visit of African leaders in the Ukrainian capital. Hello, I'm Anna Jabłońska.
And I'm Maciej Mikos. You're watching World News Tonight. Now let's take a look at the latest headlines.
South African peace mission travels to Kiev and President Ramaphosa meets with Volodymyr Zelensky.
Greek police make first arrest in the case of the migrant boat that capsized off the coast of Greece.
And a Warsaw exhibition explores the face of China as seen through the eyes of a controversial Chinese artist.
Ukraine's highly anticipated counter-offensive is making modest gains in several eastern parts of the country.
As Ukrainian troops continue pushing the Russians to their limit, efforts to provide humanitarian aid in the wake of the Kakhovka Dam's destruction are now fully underway.
The Ukrainian counter-offensive is approaching full swing. Already there are towns and villages in eastern Ukraine over which the yellow and blue flag flies once again. Ukraine claims that to date it has retaken 100 square kilometers of its territory. The liberation efforts have so far focused on the East Donetsk and southeastern Zaporizhia regions. And Russia, it seems, has decided to fight back against civilian targets instead of fighting back on the battlefield. Earlier today, Kiev was hit by one of the largest missile attacks in weeks. Despite the presence of African leaders, despite South African President Cyril Ramaphosa walking the streets of the Ukrainian capital, despite him being a fellow BRICS member and supposed Russian partner. But the fight for Ukraine extends beyond the battlefield. There are still many lives to be saved in the wake of the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, which was most likely brought down by Russia. Hundreds of volunteers from Ukraine itself and from abroad are working together to save who and what they can. All of them determined to see this humanitarian effort to the very end.
How long my plan is to stay in Ukraine, don't ask me, ask Putin.
What the Ukrainians and their allies are showing is that the battle for Ukraine will be won with two things, with heart and with steel.
The African peace mission led by South Africa's President Ramaphosa arrived in Kiev today. The delegation was greeted by air raid sirens and later a barrage of missiles.
Our correspondent, Konrad Gorliński, is in Kiev and has the details. So hello, Konrad. Please tell us what happened there exactly today.
Yes, hello to both of you. The African peace mission arrived here this morning from Poland, and they were instantly greeted by air raid sirens. They were ushered off they were ushered off, and after a while, they did manage to get out and meet with Mr. Zelensky. I think it's also very important to note that it's not just Cyril Ramaphosa from South Africa that was in the delegation. There were a lot of other representatives. There were representatives from the Union of Comoros, from Zambia, Senegal. The Prime Minister of Egypt is also there, and representatives from Uganda and the Congo. Now, this peace mission that they're making here to Ukraine is also part of a larger trip that they're taking tomorrow. They're going to be in Russia as part of the second Russia-Africa summit. So that's something to keep in mind. Well, during the day, they did manage to go up to the town of Bucha. Bucha, as you will remember, is the town where the Russians unfortunately committed some serious crimes. They murdered hundreds of people, and a lot of these people were found in mass graves, also found on the streets, dead on the streets when the town was liberated last year. So they visited the memorial there in downtown Bucha. While they were there, the Russians sent six cruise missiles, 6 ballistic missiles, as well as 2 drones. All of them were shot down by the Ukrainians. So it's certainly a very eventful day here in Kiev.
And very dangerous. Konrad, thank you very much for your live report. We will talk to you soon, and of course, stay safe.
Thank you, Konrad. And to learn more about the African peace mission and the future of grain deals, so with us for an interview with Alexander Hrebet, international desk editor at zn.ua. Sweden's prospects of joining NATO were one of the main topics at the North Atlantic Council.
The Swedish armed forces have much to offer to the alliance.
Step by step, Sweden is moving towards NATO. The Swedish defense minister was invited to attend the NATO meeting in Brussels.
They are integrating into NATO's military and civilian structures, and that makes them much safer. And then with Finland as a member, of course, it's absolutely inconceivable that there will be any threat or attack against Sweden without NATO reacting.
Sweden is making progress fulfilling its agreement with Turkey. But so far, Ankara says no to welcoming the Swedes into the alliance.
You mentioned my interaction with my Turkish colleague. Sees every opportunity to encourage him to move forward and approve the accession of Sweden.
Why does NATO want Sweden's accession? While Sweden's location on the Baltic Sea is geographically strategic, it's not the only thing the country brings to the table. The Swedish armed forces have almost 25,000 well-trained soldiers. After the invasion of Ukraine, Stockholm decided to raise military spending to 2% of the country's GDP.
Sweden is a strong, capable defense partner that shares NATO's values and will strengthen the alliance and contribute to the European security.
During the Cold War, Swedish military spending reached as high as 4%. Stockholm's neutrality policy helped the country develop a robust domestic arms industry. Even today, Swedish fighter jets are considered to be among the best in their class. The Swedish Gripens are operated by the Czech, South African and Brazilian air forces. Sweden has 70 of these aircraft in service and 60 more on order. NATO hopes that all of them will bolster the alliance's air power sooner rather than later.
A US nuclear-powered submarine has arrived in the South Korean port of Busan. This is the first time in nearly 6 years that a cruise missile-armed US Navy submarine has made a stopover in South Korea.
The visit comes on the heels of North Korea firing 2 short-range missiles off its east coast on Thursday.
In April, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and US President Joe Biden agreed in Washington to further enhance the regular visibility of strategic assets on the Korean peninsula. The leaders also agreed that a US Navy nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine, or SSBN, will visit South Korea for the first time since the 1980s to help demonstrate Washington's resolve to protect the country from a North Korean attack. US President Joe Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan recently visited Tokyo for talks with his Japanese and South Korean counterparts. In response, North Korea launched 2 short-range missiles which fell into Japanese waters on June 15.
The latest missile launch was a violation of UN resolutions and was an outrageous act that escalates the provocation to the entire international community.
In late May, North Korea attempted to send its first spy satellite into space, but the mission was unsuccessful, and the rocket fell into the sea along with its payload. Now, the Joint Chiefs of Staff of South Korea have shared photographs showing a portion of the rocket used by North Korea during its failed launch. In turn, the United States targeted North Korea's missile development efforts in a fresh round of sanctions.
The United States imposed sanctions on 2 DPRK individuals for supporting the DPRK's unlawful weapons of mass destruction and missile programs. So we will continue to take action to hold people accountable for such activities.
As these developments have been taking place, several thousand South Korean and US troops took part in joint live-fire exercises meant as a show of force. North Korea previously responded with similar acts of defiance following the most recent drills conducted by the Allies. The United States currently maintains a force of approximately 28,500 troops in South Korea.
And this is not all. We have more news coming up. Germany promises additional compensation for Holocaust survivors.
And the powerful cyclone Biparjoy makes landfall on the coast of India. The first arrests have been made in connection with the tragic migrant boat incident of the Greek coast.
9 people have been detained on suspicion of people smuggling. All of the suspects are of Egyptian descent.
Today is the third and final day of the search for survivors. So far, only 104 people have been rescued. The boat is said to have carried anywhere between 400 and 750 migrants.
These men are suspected of trying to smuggle at least 400 people on a boat which capsized off the coast of Greece on Wednesday. The Greek police arrested 9 of the survivors, all of them Egyptians.
What happened on Wednesday underscores the need to investigate people smugglers and human traffickers and ensure they are brought to justice.
People smugglers are often responsible for the tragic incidents of the European coasts. They tend to take too many people aboard their vessels and disregard safety procedures. The incident has been dubbed one of the deadliest migrant shipwrecks in years.
People are still in shock. They are trying to give some details now about their relatives, their friends that were in the boat, and they cannot find them. They are still in shock. They are trying to talk with their family in their countries. It's very difficult because almost no one speaks English.
It is indeed a tragic situation, a very difficult situation, with a very large number of shipwrecked people, a number that I think we have not faced in the past to such an extent and volume.
The boat set off on its journey from Libya and was heading towards Italy. It capsized 50 miles southwest of Pyrgos. So far, only a little more than 100 people have been rescued from the cold waters of the Mediterranean Sea. There are reports of more than 100 children among the missing migrants. The number of the missing people might have been much smaller, but the migrants initially refused the Coast Guard's help.
That in the beginning of the rescuing operation, when the Greek Coast Guard proceeded to throw a rope to the people on the boat, in the beginning they refused to catch it because they thought that they are closer to their final destination, which is Italy, and this led to very critical delay in the search and rescue operation.
The Greek authorities have declared at least 79 people dead. Several hundred people are still marked as missing, but there is little hope for their survival at this point.
Germany will increase redress payments for Holocaust survivors. Next year, Berlin will pay out €1.3 billion in compensation.
This upcoming increase is the result of annual negotiations between the German Finance Ministry and the Conference on Jewish Material Claims against Germany. Support for Holocaust survivors includes direct payments as well as home care. Throughout World War II, Germans murdered some 6 million Jews. The Nazis' Dutch examination policy left Holocaust survivors traumatized and scarred. Back in 2022, the Polish government submitted an official request for World War II reparations to Berlin, but so far the German response has been negative. Polish claims calls for €1.3 trillion in redress for damages suffered between 1939 and 1945.
Finnish Conservatives have finally struck a coalition deal allowing them to form a government.
The negotiations took the election winners a whopping 2 months.
A broad four-party coalition will be taking the reins in Finland. Fiscal conservative Petteri Orpo will be the next prime minister of the country.
And as more time was spent at this stage, I believe that this is a reflection of how much time you have to spend working in governments to get things done. Finland needs change. Finns need change.
Apart from Orpo's Conservative National Coalition, the incoming government will include representatives from the Nationalist Finns Party, as well as minority-language Swedish People's Party and the Christian Democrats.
All these four parties are determined to promote their objectives. The parties are strong, and when we defend our goals, we look for ways to achieve them. We have been looking for so long that we will find them.
The right-wing coalition has already announced that cracking down on immigration will be one of its priorities. This approach stands in stark contrast to the policies of the previous left-wing government of Prime Minister Sanna Marin.
The president of Venezuela's National Electoral Council has resigned, along with at least 7 other members ahead of next year's presidential election.
It doesn't work.
The move comes after years of accusations from the opposition that the council is biased towards the president Nicolas Maduro.
Надо drastic. Oh, okay.
The opposition in Venezuela has been out of power for decades. After being completely split for many years, they have decided to hold primary presidential elections in the American style and select one nominee representing all their different parties.
In the American style?
In October, the legislators will need to choose a single candidate to challenge President Nicolas Maduro. Or at least that's what they hope. They asked the Electoral Council to oversee the process, but the government has opposed the move. Now, 7 members of the council, along with its president, are out of a job.
Those of us who signed the declaration to resign have put our posts at the disposition of the National Assembly so that they can at once designate the National Electoral Council that represents the aspirations of the Venezuelan people.
The opposition speculate that this mass resignation is related to their request. Now, questions are being raised on whether Maduro will appoint a loyalist who would in turn block the primary. Aside from enjoying warm relations with Russia, the Maduro government is also cozying up to other authoritarian rulers. Iranian leader Ebrahim Raisi traveled to Caracas earlier this week to discuss the idea of a new global order with his Venezuelan counterpart.
Achieving this new international order has some requirements. One of the main ones is to modify the mechanisms and laws and rules of international organisms, including the United Nations, especially the Security Council of the United Nations.
Last year, there was a thaw in relations between Caracas and Washington following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as the US needed new sources of oil. The United States and the European Union will be watching carefully to see whether a united opposition effort can be mustered in the country.
Poland is yet again proving its worth and competitiveness on the international market.
A new multi-dollar investment by a major tech corporation will not only bring more money to the country, but also jobs in IT and hardware production.
Tech giant Intel has a large presence in Poland, which is set to expand even more. A new semiconductor manufacturing and a testing center will be the largest greenfield investment in Poland.
Intel is in a unique position to help anticipate and prepare for this continuous increase in long-term semiconductor demand. And we are leading the way to help build sustainable, resilient, secure supply chains.
No, look, I'm sure that they're allies in Russia.
And most importantly, for our
I'm more than happy
The company will invest over $4.5 billion in a new testing facility near Wrocław in Miękkinia. Over 2,000 new jobs will be created here, but the investments already began 1 year ago.
These are the most advanced techniques and production technologies that will attract other investors and cooperators, just like a magnet would. New ideas are generated in cooperation.
Many factors were considered when choosing the best location for this investment, but it was Wrocław that proved to be the right fit. Poland's impressive talent base in information technology was just another factor that ultimately allowed for this green light to go off.
180,000 people had to leave their homes in extensive evacuation efforts on India's west coast, where cyclone Biparjoy has made landfall. The state of Gujarat has been devastated by torrential rains and high-speed winds.
2 people died before the storm struck the Indian coast. No other casualties have been reported.
Cyclone Biparjoy has left countless towns destroyed and flooded since Friday morning. The speed of the wind has dropped significantly since the cyclone made landfall on India's west coast. Biparjoy has since been demoted from a severe cyclonic storm to just a cyclonic storm. But that doesn't mean that the gale isn't deadly, as it was still capable of blowing roofs of buildings, uprooting trees and electric poles. But heavy winds are not the only threat. The cyclone has also caused extensive flooding in Gujarat. The torrential downpour had begun before the cyclone's arrival, resulting in casualties prior to Biparjoy's landfall.
2 people died before the landfall, which is sad news. However, the preparations for the cyclone proved helpful, as there were no casualties after the landfall.
The deadly cyclone is expected to move further inland. However, its strength will significantly decrease over time.
Moving northeastward, the cyclone will center over South Rajasthan and North Gujarat in the evening on June 16th, and it will then weaken and turn into a depression.
Gujarat had previously suffered a terrible cyclone back in 1988, when over 1,000 people lost their lives. But this time around, India was much better prepared. Over the past week, authorities evacuated more than 180,000 people ahead of Biparjoy's landfall.
Bro.
And we have breaking news from France. A magnitude 4.9 earthquake has struck the Charente-Maritime region in the western part of the country.
So far, no casualties have been reported. We will be updating on the aftermath of the story develops.
UFC superstar Conor McGregor is facing sexual assault allegations yet again.
This time, McGregor was accused of sexually assaulting a woman in a restroom at the NBA Finals in Miami.
Video footage from the stadium shows McGregor grabbing the alleged victim by the hand and taking her into the men's restroom, surrounded by security guards. We cannot confirm the authenticity of the footage at the time.
This phone recording, released on Twitter by TMZ Sports, allegedly shows the moment Conor McGregor took the victim into the men's restroom at the Miami Heat Stadium. The woman has accused the UFC star of sexually assaulting her and then taking her out of the stadium against her will. McGregor denies the accusations and says he will not be intimidated. The famous UFC fighter is well known for his short temper and run-ins with the law.
Apparently he wants some.
During the very same NBA game, he knocked out the Miami Heat mascot as a publicity stunt. The man in the costume had to be taken to the hospital with severe injuries.
Grain deal. Russia claims it's not working, and it's considering withdrawing from the deal, not for the first time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. It's not the first time Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, is saying that Russia will withdraw from the grain deal. So when today at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, he repeated this again, saying the grain deal anyways doesn't work. So Russia's accusation against Ukraine in this matter means that Russia claims that Ukrainian missiles attacking the Russian Black Sea fleet in the Black Sea is using the same route as these cargo ships transferring the grain from Ukrainian Black Sea port of Odessa towards the Istanbul, Turkey, and then further. So, and also they are playing one more time on the pushing the international community to ease the sanctions regarding their banking sector, because the Russian authorities say they are cannot transfer the money for the fertilizers which are not being affected by the sanctions. And even though the Russian authorities, they said they want to the ammonia pipeline coming to Odessa exactly through Ukraine from Russia, CROATIA Odessa ammonia pipeline to reoperate again. It was stopped on February 24th last year, and recently, a couple weeks ago, the section of this pipeline in Kharkiv Oblast, northeastern region of Ukraine, was damaged by the Russian missile attacks. So it's always, Russia on the saying one thing and doing another. So they wanted this pipeline reoperating, but they shell it and strike it with the missiles.
Well, to your point exactly, would you say that Russia is using this deal as a leverage in the already dire situation in the world?
Oh, absolutely. Russia is expecting tomorrow or in the several next days the African leaders who has been and probably are now still in Kiev here, but they claim that they want to feed the whole world. They will give the grain to the African countries for free, but still they try to hinder every Ukrainian step to sell this grain to the other countries, so Ukraine can have less money into its budget, which is quite affected by the war so far, with the spending on the army and on the reconstruction efforts.
Right, but the grain deal was originally designed to help the impoverished countries in Africa with the food shortages problems, but So has the deal helped them anyhow, or not as much as they wanted to?
Of course, they wanted to all the routes being opened. So far, Russia is blocking several Ukrainian Black Sea ports, and also it occupies the seaports on the Sea of Azov, like Mariupol and Berdyansk, for example, where the Ukrainian
I don't even know what I'm
counteroffensive
doing
is
at this
now
point.
moving
I'm
towards.
like being annoyed by the questions,
But
and that's the only thing on my mind. I'm like, these are some pussy questions. And I don't feel like listening to them. I'm doing well. I had my first day at work yesterday, actually. So I survived that. I lived through it. Going back to work today afternoon, so that's gonna be good. So today I'm on day 2 out of 600. 598 left to go. So I'm doing okay-ish. I'm doing okay-ish so far. Everything has been all right. I was kind of just chilling. We're having amazing weather, which is just rain and thunderstorms and then windstorms. So that's good. That's good. No one was coming around, so I was chilling. I'm working. My mother has a shop. Shop? Yeah, shop, technically. Not has, but she's like the main person for a shop. I don't know what's the English word. Condolences. Thank you. Thank you. What's the word for that? Manager. Oh, headman? Overman? Headman is a word in English. Cute. But she's a manager of a place, and it happened recently. It's already hard to find workers, so she had panic because she needed to find one worker to replace people who were going on their vacations, and it was really, really hard to find that one. And then what happened is another one of her workers stayed pregnant, so now someone needs to replace the pregnant one. So then I was like, hey, I could do this. Like, it's not going to be too long. It's like less than 2 years of working. I could do this. I could also use some extra cash. So I volunteered as a tribute. And now I'm starting. So yeah, haha. Counting down the days until I'm gone. The boss was there yesterday again. And she again asked me if I plan to work that long term. And again, I was like, not really. The new Dylan Burns video, I actually saved it. Where do I have it? Is it this one? It is this one. I saved it to watch it on the stream. I saw it on Top Sense, but I saw part of it because then I went to sleep. So I don't know how long I saw. I don't really know when Top Sense stopped watching it. He had a whole debate. It was... I think he seemed really willing to deny that the dude in the video is far right. So I'm kind of wondering what happens, especially during the later segments, because I've heard he gets more far right later. But also I have to do a phone call in like 10 minutes, so I'm letting you know about that, okay? Because the car broke down. Car is broken down, and I have to do a little phone call. Let me just also refresh the bot. Have to do a little phone call to get it back to work. So I'll basically call the mechanic and then just kind of chill here until he comes, and then go downstairs to give him the keys, and that's it. So the plan is to let you see the start of Dylan Burns while I'm down there with the mechanic, because I've seen this part. It's good, it's interesting, nothing too breakthrough. I don't really know what happens here. I've heard the LGBT part is very spicy. I have not seen it, but I've heard it's spicy, I've heard it's strong. So I'm interested in that. Also, I saved this. Time to get pregnant for the joke. Hey, I would, but the problem is you're left with a kid. You're left with a kid, and I'm not too happy of being left with a kid. But I would be happy to not have to work. Man, I don't feel like it. It's already been weird. It's like most of it was normal, but then there's this one dude who for some reason keeps on coming and asking for my name every single time, and it's like he's trying to get mushy, and I don't like it. Why are you trying to get mushy? It's always men in their like 30s, 40s. They should be legal. Hey, your dad, so that doesn't seem too healthy. Maybe you need to go inside. Maybe that would be a healthier option. Car breaking down is not a bug, it's a feature. Yeah, that too, that too. Look, they would probably have like one of those old rusty bikes or whatever, a tractor to go to work instead. I don't really, so I'm kind of fucked. Far-right sector after the war. I hope nothing too good. If it's I usually complain to our situation, but here what happened is they kind of remained popular, but not really. So that was it. Kind of remained known by Croatia, but also it becomes rather obvious when someone is trying to push for political changes based on, how would we call it, old glory, based on stuff they did previously. So whenever the right-wingers try to get some sort of political power, the main argument against them is always like, oh, they're just trying to get political power because they fought in the war. So they think they have the right to rule over the country. What did I write? I wrote that Croatian company will help repair Ukraine tanks. This is a new thing. This is a new thing, okay? So there was NATO defense sector meeting at Brussels, and this is our company. It's called Đuro Đaković. Đuro Đaković. Don't have to translate Croatian. Holy shit. It's a good company. Okay, it's a good little thing. It works rather well. And kind of famous in Croatia. Very, very well known, and it has been working with a lot of other firms so far. So this is them working with the Finnish Patria vehicles. I actually saved links to all of these, so I know what they are, okay? Patria armored vehicles here. So they are good at maintaining them. These are the Patria armored vehicles. If you remember, we saw some of these. We talked about some of these. These are the ones which have these triangles. Those are Patria armored vehicles. And then they also worked on, they will also be working with Bradleys. So these are Bradleys. You know what a Bradley is. This one with a small gun that goes rata. We also do know what to work on these. And then we will also be working with the Frenchies because we have a contract with them to procure these Mistral air defense missile systems. So these ones. So we're doing okay-ish. And then also Black Hawk helicopters. These two. These with that American firm, Lockheed Martin. Yes. These two. So we are in a good company, okay? Đuro right now is in good company with like some very strong players on the field. I'm quite proud of this, to be completely honest. Like we're doing so well. I don't know why, but we're doing so well. Bravo, Đuro. And also Croatian Minister of Defense. His name is over here. I always forget it. Mario Banožić. This is Mario Banožić. This is our Minister of Defense. He has expressed regret that Croatia is not training Ukrainian soldiers because our president has vetoed this decision. As if you remember, he was a little bitch and crying about poking the Russian bear and bullshit like that. So because of his position as the, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, he can do stuff like this. Because we picked the president, you know. We were like, it's time of peace. We can pick a clown to dance for us. And it has turned out that it was not actually the time of peace. And now having a clown to dance for us isn't really what we need. But it's a bit too late. It's a bit too late and we're a bit fucked. But we're going to be helping repair tanks. So, yeah. I'm very, very happy for this deal. I'm very happy for Croatia to be able to flex its military industry. It feels like we were ignored previously. It feels like we were ignored and no one was paying attention to us. And I mean, not that no one was paying attention to us, but we were kind of giving gold scraps and that's it. I'm just checking if I can call my mechanic. But you know, Degman tank? What is that? Really? Đuro? Wait. Whoa! Đuro. Hey, 84. I've seen these. I've seen these mentioned. I haven't seen these mentioned. You go, Juro. And Juro Djakovic. Look at Juro Djakovic. It was named after this dude who was someone. I don't know. I went through his life story yesterday, and it was just. I don't know. I guess the main reason why he's known is because he was a revolutionary for Yugoslavs, but I don't know. Also, he was born here and kind of looks Russian. So, but yeah. What are the Degmans? Are Degmans good? Thermal imaging, numerous smaller changes in fire control, communications, equipment, track. Autoloader is 15% faster. Oh, it has not entered serial production. 2 prototypes were ordered by the Croatian government. M95 model and the other M84D sample for export. And that's it. That's it. Well, look, Croatian tank history, Croatian tank abilities may not seem too impressive, but we're trying, okay? We're a tiny little country. We're trying our best. Hey, by the way, let me... Hey, also, I saved this. Oh, I have to show you what I saved, okay? I have to show you what I saved. I saved a bunch of videos, and then also I made a thing. Good morning, Russophobe, he goes. A thing on Twitter with the sources, so you can just, like, kind of go through them regularly. There was something in Vuledar, by the way, apparently. There was something in Belgorod, but I would have to find what it is. Also, 670 more Russians lost, if the numbers are correct. And let's hope that the numbers are proper. Hey, yo, Bambarmia, how are you doing? And also, here's the good morning, Russophobes, just to remind you that the morning is indeed good. No, I wanted to find where the explosion was. Hey, here it is, Belgorod. This is what I mentioned. Belgorod. High-rise apartment building in Belgorod is on fire. So, big thing, on fire. I don't know if we know why. Last time I checked, we didn't. Yeah. I guess we don't. I don't know. They don't mention it was a military target or whatever, so I assume it's just like a random building. Unless it got bombed by Russia or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know what happened with it. Also, let me play you... Wait, we went through this one. I'm gonna close this one. I have more clips of these, but also what I have... Pause it. There's a new 1420 video. But there's also a new DV video. A Deutsche Welle. Where is it? Is it this one? Here it is. Here it is. And it's on Voices Inside Russia. Pro-war, anti-war. So save this one because I want to look into how they made a report on this. We will see how much we agree with them. In the same way, I'll say this one, which is a video on the history of Ukraine made by living, ironically, in Europe, who is in Balkans, if I'm not mistaken. So, in Serbia. So I'm kind of interested. In how they're going to be overviewing this, and I also want to do it for analysis mostly. Saved 1420 of thousands of people who had died because of the war, so we will go through that one. Basically, I've said a bunch of stuff. But let me play you one of these and quickly call my mechanic so he can try and fix the car. It's a sad documentary. I'm interested in whether it's good because the thumbnail was something like anti-war, pro-war. And it got me scared that they're going to do the Russian opposition thing. So I basically saved it to be like, let me see how realistic they are. I'm hoping it doesn't get weird, but also I haven't really seen a lot of fresh documentaries on the topic. So I do wonder how they went through it. I do wonder how good it is, basically. So we will have to watch that one. But first, I'm calling my mechanic right now. So leaving you with Solovyov. Uh-oh.
Hello and welcome to TVP World. You're watching another edition of Break the Fake, where we debunk fake news and combat false narratives. I'm your host, Benjamin Lee, and let's get rolling. Russia's defense ministry has recently published some footage on its official website that allegedly showed a destroyed Ukrainian tank. The reporter in the video was beaming with pride as he showed off the burnt-out hulk of a tank, singing praises of Russian arms and their superiority over NATO and Ukrainian junk.
Практически полностью уничтоженный украинский танк. Таким образом, ВСУ пытались прорвать оборону на одном из самых горячих участков спецоперации, но встретили вот такой отпор.
On closer inspection, however, it becomes apparent that the tank is a T-80BV and Russian. The BV variant of the T-80 first grew notorious back in the First Chechen War when they were knocked out by the Caucasus insurgents with RPGs like fish in a barrel. Until recently, the Russian army boasted as many as 4,000 of T-80BV and T-80Us, 3,000 of which were warehoused. Vladimir Rodolfovich Solovyev, the honorary president of the Kremlin Jester Society and proud order of the Red Clown Nose Holder, has recently been saying left and right that Ukrainians allegedly put a price on his head.
Я мишень номер один для укронацистов, ну, естественно, в своей среде, в своей категории. За мной охотятся. Не удивлюсь, если за мою голову обещана награда. О чем это свидетельствует? О том, что то, что я говорю, истина, которую они боятся. Не в конечной инстанции, я не Господь Бог. Но то, что я говорю, это правда. Поэтому люди мне верят, а враги ненавидят. Мы должны победить. А для этой цели мы не должны бояться делать крайне жесткие шаги. А главное, мы должны внутри собраться. И помнить о том, что все смертны.
Hey. Call the
Но есть
mechanic, he's
много,
gonna
ради
be
чего
here.
стоит умереть. И есть нечто гораздо больше, чем личное, и чем жизнь одного человека. Это Родина и ее судьба.
I'm actually on the other one. I need to do the...
Родина и ее судьба.
But the thing is, that's just self-aggrandizing on Solovyev's part.
Nice.
The man hasn't been taken seriously for a while now, not even by his fellow Russians. For about a year now, the guy has been calling
Isn't
almost
the other
daily
dude
for
the
nuclear
stripy
strikes
suit
on the
dude?
West and making angry faces at the camera during hour-long monologues to no one. Also, you can't put a price on
thought it was the other
Solovyev's
one.
head. For that to happen, he would have to have at least half a brain. Unlike Broadway, the Kremlin's clown theater is narrowly specialized and admits only certified fools. So meet the latest addition to the roster, political analyst Sergei Karaganov, who has been
Wait, do they
calling on the
have-
Kremlin to launch a nuclear strike at Poland. The Russian independent news website Meduza has recently posted an explainer, which laid out why such calls from Karaganov are actually much more dangerous than empty threats from more high-profile figures like Dmitry Medvedev. Most importantly, Karaganov sits on the Scientific Council under the Security Council of Russia, which has become a key link in the national security chain in the wake of Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Meduza's two sources, both close to the presidential administration, has described Karaganov as someone capable of shaping the opinions of Security Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev, who in turn is considered
that,
a
it's
member
a
of
striped
Putin's
suit.
inner circle. A Russian propagandist
Priorities,
extraordinaire Dmitry
priorities.
Kiselyov has threatened to turn the U.S. into radioactive ash even before Crimea was annexed. His nuclear annihilation beat has
This one.
recently been taken over by none other than Dmitry
This one, is it
Medvedev.
this one?
So why does the threat carry more weight when it comes from Karaganov? Given the proximity of Karaganov to the Kremlin's most powerful figures, his words
Yeah,
might
that's the
reflect the
other
general
dude. That's
sentiments
the
in
other
the
dude.
more hardline radical circles in Russia's upper echelons of power. Plus, the goal of these threats is twofold. First off, they're supposed to tell the average Russian, whose only source of pride is the empire they are a subject of.
To be fair,
that they're-
until I think until yesterday stream, I thought these two were the same person. And then I noticed this one doesn't have the hair because people were mocking his hair. And it was like, which? And then this one pops up in the same news on the same day, but he has more like ruffled hair. And I was like, When did he change his hair? I thought I would keep it, similar in the studio the same day. Why would he change his hair in the middle of the day? And then I went to check and I was like, wait, that is not the same fucking man.
They're not alone in their radical desires. Second, these
They do
threats
look
are
very
designed
similar
to
for some reason.
point Comrade Sara as a sole person capable of taking proper control of the situation. Putin wants to be seen as the last man standing between the world and nuclear annihilation. This approach is tailored for Western leaders who still might decide to pick up the phone and try to reason with the Kremlin autocrat. The 2023 St. Petersburg International Economic Forum opened its doors with great pomp on June 14th. The theme for this year's forum is Sovereign Development as the basis of a just world, joining forces for future generations. Curiously enough, the organizers refused to accredit journalists from unfriendly countries, and the leaders of friendly states that have been invited to attend failed to materialize. Well, maybe Russia actually doesn't have any friends. Anyone think of a reason why? But let's get serious now. At the forum, Russia has decided to show off its neural network. Well, no matter how difficult it is for us to admit, Russia seems to be keeping pace with technological development around the world. We're not joking. Don't believe us? Take a look.
Украина – политическое болото. Полное предателей и русофобов. Нужно прекратить кормить эту страну, закрыть границы и забыть про нее. Россия должна заботиться о своих гражданах, а не тратить ресурсы на непредсказуемую Украину.
Yeah, we forgot to mention that the neural network is called Zhirinovsky. That's right, a Russian far-right party decided to bring their dead leader back to life as an AI chatbot to predict the Ukraine war. Sadly, even in the afterlife, Zhirinovsky still can't seem to gain the upper hand. Plus, the Russians seem to be having a hard time as of late. And now, even the Earth itself seems to be bent on being mean to the Muscovites. Sochi has recently seen so much rainfall that the local river overflowed its bank and flooded the city.
Hey, yo. Like, I keep on waiting for this stupid dog to bark when the mechanic comes, but she barks forever. She just barks all the time because she's an annoying little fucker. And then I don't know if the mechanic is here or not. Dude.
Посмотри, как кидала машины, ты посмотри.
Это просто праздник. We don't want to suggest anything, but it sure looks like karma for the Russians blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, doesn't it? The funny thing is that some people in Russia have suggested that the flooding has been caused by shamans or psychics from Ukraine working the supernatural angle to exact their revenge. Naturally, it's easier to just blame the Ukrainians rather than think maybe even the Almighty or nature itself has had enough of the Russians. A video has surfaced in the Russian media showing security personnel disinfecting the floor at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum.
Did you know?
It seems that dear old bunker grandpa is still deadly afraid of catching COVID. Who would have thought that such a man of the people would prove to be turned off by the prospect of uncontrolled encounters with the masses?
People go through quarantine before meeting with
I don't know, maybe they should also disinfect the place after he leaves? No? Just a thought, nothing more. And with that, we conclude this edition of Break the Fake. But for more news, update, and commentary,
like mainstream media,
please stay
which
tuned.
I'm used to always being
to
neutral,
TVP
but then
World.
he said such beautiful Russophobia. Yeah. That's why I like watching them. It's like, you turn it on and it's the news, and you're like, these are the news, it's gonna be boring. And then he's like, should they disinfect the place after Putin leaves? Like, yeah, my dude. It made me love Polish news. Fucking dude in this stripy suit. While he's disinfect him, just shh. It's weird that they're doing this whole disaffected thing, and then he makes people stay in quarantine for a week before meeting him and shit like that. And then at the same time, we're supposed to be like, yeah, you know what Putin is definitely doing? Going to the front line to meet soldiers. Like, I'm not usually too much into the Putin double myth, but I don't know. This whole thing's making me think that he actually has doubles. A man this cowardly would not go to meet with his soldiers. How? They come close, he screams. Yeah, it's on drones. Talking about drones. You remember this game? Death from Above, which is a tiny little game made to basically crowdfund sources for Ukrainian drone operators. I found the dude. Okay, so basically there's the original game soundtrack released 3 weeks ago, but I didn't hear it. Okay, so for me it's like new. It's like it was released 5 minutes ago. So it's the OG game soundtrack, and it was made by the same band which did Bakhmut Fortress video, which you probably know. It was like very, very famous. It's kind of loud for you. It shows to me to be in the reds. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. You bought it. I want to buy it for my paycheck. I'm waiting for the paycheck to be able to get it. And the man who is singing in the band, he actually did another interview with TVP World, so I've said also that because I'm kind of interested. I saw the role of music in wartime, and like it reminds me of Thompson and how important Thompson was in Croatia, right? Because Thompson, well, he was a soldier too. Marko Petrovic. He was a soldier, right? You know this dude. It's this one. So while he was a soldier here, he was way more useful as, I would say, a propagandist. I think that's how I would describe his job. So he was there to be singing songs about how great Croatians are, how amazing we are and strong, and our genes are strong, and our nation is strong, our tradition is strong, bullshit like that. So he was kind of making Croatians want to fight for their own country, you know. So I thought it was really, really important. He still is loved because of that. So you know, I'm kind of interested in what they're going to say in this one, because I think it's going to be something very similar to the way I see Thompson.
I am Alexandra Marhevich, and these
also,
are
I'm gonna
world
play it for a
tops
second, and I'm just gonna
culture,
go
matters.
run out for a
And
sec to
today
see
we
if
delve
the
into the remarkable story on how the fight for
Anik
arts and
is
culture
here or
rages
not,
on in
even though I
Ukraine,
didn't even know when
despite
he
the
wakes up in the
challenges
morning. I know
brought
he's
by
up,
the
but
ongoing
don't know when
conflict.
he's ready to
From
get up.
balancing music and military
Bit of a-
service to the role of Ukrainian artists on international stages, Taras Topolia, the lead singer of the renowned band Antitila, will share his experiences and insights on how the power in art continues to inspire and unite communities. Hello, welcome.
Hello, everybody.
So first and foremost, as a musician in Ukraine, how did the onset of war impact really your artistic pursuits and the overall cultural landscape in Ukraine, in your country?
First of all, I want to say that a lot of Ukrainian musicians and artists became a warrior from the first day of the war. And Antila also swept musical instruments and started to serve as a paramedic squad. So we absolutely changed our lives in one moment. And of course, war cased
back. Was the
situation
tutorial
that a lot
good
of
for the
Ukrainian
game?
artists started to sing
Because the
Ukrainian,
soundtrack seems really, really good
started
for me.
to think Ukrainian and create something to support Ukraine
But I've
in
only
our
seen the
resistance
you
in
know, the
front
Steam
of Russian
videos.
aggression.
Could you share any personal experiences or challenges that you faced when balancing your music career and serving at the front lines of the conflict?
My own experience.
Oh, it's like supporter bundle. Oh, okay.
Only what I can say that we had no time to sing on the front line. It was so difficult to find the way how to realize like our creativity on the front line, because we were working like like a combatants. We were working like a paramedical squad, and our main mission was to give first aid to wounded and injured soldiers and to save their lives. So sometimes we got an opportunity to play music, but it was not so often. So my experience is for now I know how to stop to play music for a long time, and for now I know how to come back on the stage after the front line. And a lot of artists did the same, and unfortunately a lot of Ukrainian artists will never come back to the stage because they were killed by Russians. So that's also the main thing that I want you to know.
And this news the message that you're passing right now also
I
has
wanna do
been put
125.
to your music. After your service as a paramedic, you were also you wrote a song about Bakhmut, for instance, which was a tribute. Could you tell a bit more about the reasons and inspiration behind writing that song, and what is the impact that you wanted to
What
put
do you
in
mean?
that
What
song?
were the inspirations for
Yeah,
the
the
song?
song was written when our chief and commander Valery Zaluzhny extracted antitela from the front
Women's
line.
like, hey,
So after
hey,
that,
you guys
we
are on the
came
front
back to the
lines,
stage,
yeah, and also
we
then
understood that
you wrote a song about
something
Bakhmut.
powerful
Can you tell
to
us what
uplift the
inspired you
spirit
to write a
of
song
our
about Bakhmut?
brothers in
I very
arms,
much
to give
wonder.
them
I
their
can't
power
imagine.
to fight. And of course, what we can do the best, we can play music, we can create music, and definitely what we have done, we created a song Fortress Bakhmut with only one purpose: to uplift the spirit of that soldiers that were fighting in the Bakhmut, and not only in the Bakhmut in that time. So we created this song and created this video, and I believe that it
What a
helped.
silly
It helped
little
to
question.
fight, it helped to be strong.
Right, right now we have part of right now the music video that you have created along with your band Antitila. So when you're looking at the possible impact that it has also on the international community, so what was your also message through the music to international community through that song?
My message was and still being only one: that Ukrainians are fighting bravery, that we will continue to do this, and we will get this victory in this war. Why? Because we are fighting for the same values, because we are fighting and we have the same principles. So this is the main message, that our country, our nation is the part of like Western world, is a part of freedom world, and we will fight our freedom. We will definitely fix the problem names calls Russia. This is my own message and message of Antitila band for whole world times.
And right now, music that you create is part of the cultural identity also for Ukrainian nation. So my question is, like, having that in mind, how do you think that the war affected the sense of normalcy and perhaps creative inspiration within the artistic community in Ukraine, especially, for instance, like in places like Odessa Opera House, where the shows are still being held for Ukrainians in order to preserve the nature of culture?
Oh, sorry, repeat please question, because it was a bad connection.
Absolutely, absolutely. So how did the war affect the sense of normalcy, feeling normal and creative inspiration within the artistic community in Ukraine, especially, for instance, in places like Odessa Opera House and where the shows are still being held?
Okay, of normalcy, yeah, war changed absolutely. It's like we are living in new normality. For now, like, I'm sitting in my tour bus because we are on the way to give to a new concert next event in Western Ukraine. But what is happening in Kiev for now? Kiev is under shelling, under Russian shellings, and rockets are launched, and they are moving on the way to the capital. So everything that Ukrainian creativity people doing, they doing under the fire. Like, and we adapted. Yes, we adapted, and we learn how to live in this situation. And yeah, main senses in Ukrainian music for now, it's about the war. Of course, it's about how to be strong, how to resist, how to find the power to fight. So of course, the landscape has changed because of the war. The
Do they
landscape
have
on the
someone who's
battlefield,
like
and also a landscape in the human hearts and human
basically
brains
their
and human
version
minds,
of
and
Thompson?
creative people like moving through this landscape, and singing and
It seems the
creating,
music is
describing
much
this
more,
new landscape, the world
I want to say
landscape in our
diverse than
hearts
ours
and
is.
in our melodies.
Because
of
we had
course.
like one
But
dude and
I
that was
think
it,
that
you know?
it is not normal. It is not normal being in the war. And
But when I think
when
of
people
Ukrainian
dies,
war
it is not
music, they
normal.
have a
When
lot
Russian
of
kills our
creators making a
children
lot of
and
stuff.
rape our women and wives, it is not normal. So we need to finish this. And I believe that after
So they
that,
don't really have
everything
one who is going to
will
be a
normal.
representation,
Everything
right?
will
Like
change.
how
But
Russians
we
have,
need to do the
what's
one
his
main
name?
thing. To
Yaruski
win this
dude.
war and to fix the problem of Russia. And after
What's
that,
his fucking
I
name?
believe, I know that a lot of Ukrainian artists
I
will
don't know what
take a
his name
part
is.
in different
But that
festivals
one.
all
He's
over the
a
world.
representation of it,
Ukrainian
right?
creative
Who
community
does Ukraine
will
have to be a
became a
representation
part
of theirs? Or
world
do they
creative
have just
community.
a lot of
And
them?
we will think about love. We will think about support. We'll think
Aw.
about those like peaceful things that we used to think before the war. But for now, our main messages, our main context, it is about the war. And I think you understand why. I believe that you understand why.
Absolutely, as I was also a war correspondent in Ukraine, I saw how the situation looks like. So that I feel like it's safe for me to say that I see that the band Antitila also knows how to translate Ukrainian soul also to their music in order to also share this common feeling and share how this has to be combated. Thank you so much for joining us today. Taras Topolia from band Antitila was our guest today. Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
And that will be all for now.
Nice, that was cute. Wait, let me see what I have saved. Let me see what I have saved. Let me see what I wanna play. I kinda do want to go through the DV one, but it's also kinda longish. Let me do click through it. Let me do some clicks through. Most replayed and it's just the start. That's it. How's that fair? How's that fair? Do people start watching and then stop? That was unfair. I want to see.
Around 2,000 people have gathered in the center of St. Petersburg.
Oh. How many?
Gathered in
2,000, okay.
493 demonstrators are taken
Bro, I
into custody.
hallucinated a much higher
This
number.
figure has been published by an independent NGO fighting against political persecution in Russia. If my film is to show the full picture of the situation in this country, I have to leave the big cities and go to rural Russia.
Oh.
I decided to leave St. Petersburg and go to my hometown to meet my friends on camera and see how they are coping with the war. It's an ordinary small town, typical of the post-Soviet era, on the outskirts of Tver, northwest of Moscow. Here, poverty and depression are so pervasive that residents don't even notice it anymore. Young people leave to study in Moscow or St. Petersburg at the first opportunity, while others survive with odd jobs.
Oh. But that's some shit. That's some ridiculous town maintenance. Look at these roads.
Young
Holy
people
shit!
leave
This
to
is
study
this
in
is
Moscow or
this would
St.
be illegal
Petersburg
here.
at the first opportunity.
Like
while
this all
others
GG.
survive with odd
Well
jobs.
cleaned, well cleaned. Why is there ice here? I waited to see more clips to see if there actually is ice. But this also seems icy. Is this also icy? What sort of a town? Holy shit. Do you just kind of get used to it? Bro, we have regulations here. You have to start seeping salt on like all the roads where people walk. You have to start doing it in like November when there's no snow. No, we never have ice around. You're not allowed to like keep it this way. Bro, people would fucking get pissed off. We would throw out the mayor if this was allowed. No, it never looks like this. Does it snow so often that they get used to it? Because they do be having gear. No. No, in November they have to start with preparing salt and everything. We have nightly patrols of the snow, not snow, but like the road upkeep crews. They have to do patrols regularly because it happened like, I think 4 years ago. They got surprised by snow and they didn't clean it until like the next morning. So it was falling on the evening and then all overnight, and then next morning they still didn't clean it, and people were pissed off and demanded that we kick out the politicians here nearby, because it's like a local firm doing this. So we demanded we kick them out, and then they got scared, and now they have implemented the mandatory salting of the roads regularly, plus they have to do like nightly checkups. So no, it never looks like this. This is just fucking weird. Do we not get a lot of snow here? Is that why? I guess people just like buy ice trekking
Many join the
gear.
army because the pay is better. The first thing I do is contact my childhood friend, Valentina. We lost touch when we studied in different cities.
Oh.
Valentina tells me she's married to a soldier. Alexei.
Carthage on the salting of the roads. Bro, we are wild here on that, yeah.
In March, they agreed to meet.
It was never.
It
was never, because when it's that icy, like it was that. When it's that icy, that means that like people have walked on it, to stomp on it. You know what I mean? So like it was snow, and then people walked on the snow many times, and now it's very, very icy. It's why the grandmother had those like sticks. It's because it's very, very slippery. But this, dude, like if that were to happen here in the town, I'm pretty sure we would just take the mayor out and chunk him into the river or something. You never allow it to get that bad, never. But it could be that we're just having like way less snow, so when it does snow, we fight against it because we're like, hey, what is that? While in Russia, I assume they get a lot more snowy days, right? So they're just gonna prepare for it, I guess. Could be that. It's weird to see. It's weird to see because, like, oh my man, it brings me flashbacks of that one year when our crews were like, we got surprised by the snow, and everyone was memeing on them because, like, how you were surprised by snow in the middle of the winter. How dare you?
But only on the condition they remain anonymous.
Yeah, could be that it's warm here.
Speaking to me could put them in danger.
So we get less of it, so then we have to fight it because people are not prepared.
Alexei has served in the army for several years. He's often sent on missions, but never to a war zone.
Is it mandatory in other countries to like give you salt during winter? Now that I think about it, do people do that? Because we had it here. There was a thing where they would come here from the maintenance, and they ask you if you need salt, and you go, yes, I need salt, and they give you a bag of salt, and then you can salt your driveway, because, like, you're a house. We have a yard, and there's a house, and the parts around the house and everything that is like ours to upkeep, and then the parts outside are the villages to upkeep. The counties. County is the word. Optional county. Oblast. But they give you some salt, so you could be like maintaining parts of it yourself until the county people come in to fix it. But I don't know how you people do that there. You just get rain? Wait, you don't get snow? That's kind of sad, but also, I think we're moving towards that too, because we used to have a lot of it previously, and then every single year recently has been worse than the last one. Was it last year's Christmas, which was like just all muddy and disgusting, and there was that. There was no snow, there was no nothing. It was just a little rainy day in the middle of autumn or whatever. You use salt and then your cars rust. That is actually true. They do, yeah. I don't know how to deal with that problem. You don't use salt and then we get fucked. So we use those. What's your word for grtalca? Grtalica. And then you move the snow around. Grtalica. And then you have these big ones. Not really on tractors. What the fuck is that? It's a version. So we use these to chunk it away. But I don't know, man. We would never allow it to get icy. That's just weird. Zagreb gets 29 days. It snows a year. Moscow gets 116. Shit. I makes sense. They just gonna leave it because it would make no sense to constantly keep salting it, right? Would it have an effect on the roads? Maybe it would have an effect on the roads too. I don't know how that works. Hey, how do you check how many snowy days? Hey, by the way, I think the mechanic is here, so I'm gonna play you the gonna play you the video and be right back. I have to give him the keys if he is here. If he's not here, I'm gonna be back in a second.
A few weeks before the invasion began, he was transferred to Belarus for military training. He didn't know then that immediately afterwards, his regiment would invade Ukraine.
And there is another important point. He also said this himself, and it would be good if he could also say it in front of the camera now, but well, I will do it for him. He joined the army to defend his homeland, not to attack other countries. That's the point, and that's what's bothering him. In the first few days, he told me, I'm ashamed to be here.
But it's not him, it's the neighbor.
Every time I visit Valentina, she's glued to the war coverage.
Salt
The
doesn't
media keeps it on a
work?
continuous loop.
This is really crazy.
She can't help but follow all the fake news propaganda, which tells a completely different story from what Alexei reports back from the front lines in Ukraine.
We never had problems here with
It is really
so
crazy that
I've
the
never
Russians are
really paid
reporting a
attention,
war
to
while
be
not
honest.
showing a single piece of military equipment in the city or in the village. There is not a single indication that fighting took place there. And there is no evidence whatsoever that this is a village near Kyiv. Not even the name of the village was mentioned. They would have to show something concrete. They want to prove that Ukrainians approve of this? Basically, they're saying, these soldiers came, took the water, left and did not loot. Nobody
we
in
do have
Ukraine
proper
appreciates this.
winter.
Nobody says to the Russians, thank you for the liberation.
Very good. Haters.
No, in any
Haters. Etremes, how are you doing? Do you think you have real winter in your country? Croatian winter, Croatian winter, Croatian winter. Now I wanna see our weather for the winter. Okay, here it is. Croatia climate. Okay, see. Average winter stuff. Continental climate, which is the based one. Istra, Pula, worthless parts. Worthless parts. Dalmatia, worthless. Split, worthless. Dubrovnik, worthless. Alps, Gospic, worthless. Zavižan, also. Zagreb, also. Bro, they just went to the tourist spots. They didn't even go through my spot. Oh, wait, Osijek. Extreme east. Okay. Annual precipitation. Winter is cold. Cold drizzle or snow often falls. Days can be dull and foggy, but sometimes cold air masses from Russia can lower the temperature to about minus 20 degrees Celsius. Fair. Rock salt? Worthless. It is. What's the point of Dubrovnik existing? It's just for tourists, so tourists give us money. Hey, yo, tourists! Where are you? What are you talking about? We're talking about, we were watching this one documentary on Russia, and in part of the documentary, they show you this one city. Wait, I'm gonna show it to you. There's this one city, and people are walking on the city, and the roads are like this. It's like very icy. And it reminded me of how a few years back we had a situation where our road cleaning groups they didn't clean the road, and in the morning, because they didn't clean it and people were already using it, it looked kind of similar to this, like when it comes to places where people walk, right? And everyone got really, really angry, and we wanted to kick out the local government. So it was like a huge, huge problem. It's a huge scandal. It's still a meme. So it was weird to me that like it's allowed to look like this, because like you have this old granny like having to use these things. And she's just going through this. This is like ice, dudes. This is ice. This would not be allowed here. But then apparently what I've learned is that that's kind of normal in cold countries, and we're not really a cold country. So I guess over here we just have mild winters, which is why we can be precisely on the amount of ice we allow on our roads. It's because our winters are relatively mild. -6? How much is -6? How much is -6? About 15 or 20? What? 9.4 Celsius? What would be the point of using it at 9.4 Celsius? You don't need it at that temperature. They're being like how much salt you need, guys. We're not saving salt. We're using a lot of salt. I don't know how much they use, but if it's about effectiveness, we're GG. We're GG. -9. That could make sense. That could make sense. That could make sense. But like we're not. I very much doubt that we are calculating the effectiveness of salt. If we're talking about Croatia, we're corrupt as shit. Okay, I absolutely wouldn't be surprised if we were buying salt from some Dalmatian salt-making dude who was charging us 20 times higher than the usual price. You think about effectiveness? Don't. This could be no. Such as highway dicing, the ice melting speed of rock salt becomes impractically slow. What did they do then? 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 Wait, what did they do then? Oh, blending of the chlorate salt brine to make a pre-wetted dicer? I don't know what that is. I feel like I have to ask now what they do. I don't think they do this because it says temperatures below 20. If 15 is -9.4, that means that -20 is like way, way, way lower. I don't think we get to that temperature ever. I don't think we ever reach that cold. So I don't really think we need this combo, but also I don't know. I am maybe for like highways if you want to defreeze it extra quickly. But -9.4 does seem like the lowest I remember it being here was around -15. I don't think it ever reached less than -15. I don't think it was ever less than that. They do say in this one that sometimes like Russian cold air masses from Russia can lower the temperature to about -20. I don't know. Maybe? Maybe at some point. I know it's like -15 is like what you expect. I'm pretty sure it would be quite shocking for people if it went lower. Temperature. Let me see what was the lowest temperature. Can I see the lowest temperature last year? Why do I always have it in not normal measurement? Okay. June. Okay, these are about the averages. Okay. That makes sense. I wanted to see like the coldest it got last year because I doubt it would be less than like -13 or something. I very much doubt it would be less than that. -27? Oh yeah, -7. Oh, -20. It got -20 in 2018. Oh, nice. Okay, so last 2 years have been really, really warm. These 2 years have been really, really warm. Also, we had warm weather here, so that's okay. Minus 25, minus 27. Yeah, I don't know about these too much, to be completely honest. Notice how there's no counter here because of the war. Minus 10, minus 21. Yeah. Ah, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Minus 29. I don't know. I like mostly when people here talk about the temperatures, they talk about it getting to minus 15. That's it. Minus 15 Celsius, right? I don't know if you're using the same measurements. Minus 15 Celsius is what you would expect out of winter. You don't really expect it to get lower. Even when they say like it was minus 20 something in Osijek, minus 20.5 in 2018, like nice. No, wait, when was I working? 2013, 14, 13, 12. Not this one. No. I remember this year. I remember one of these 2 years. I don't know which one it was. Oh, I think it was 2015. It was 2015. Oh, that was bad. Okay, so I remember this one, minus 18. Oh, okay. Not bad, but there was a lot of snow, and then this was while we were still having interesting ways of maintaining the roads, because only like 2 to 3 years ago we actually forced the road cleaning services to start working properly. So this was when the road cleaning services were still worthless. And I remember going back home from work at like 2 in the morning. Me and my brother were going home. Like I was going from work and he was going from partying. So we're driving home and there's this huge snow everywhere. And there's one path cleared. So you drive on this path to get to the village, right? And you can't move out of the way. So if there's another car coming, you can just kind of go into the snow and that's it, because there's no place to hide. It was cool. So I remember that one. It's like minus something. I don't know how cold it was. I know the roads are very, very icy, but then the snow was constantly falling. So the ice was always covered by a fresh set of snow. So it was never too slippery. So that was cool.
In the beginning, they actually claimed that Kyiv would be taken within a few days.
Kyiv?
I remember my first calls with Alexei very well. He said that Zelensky had fled Kyiv. He said that the advance was successful on the first or second day. Obviously, none of them expected to stay there for long.
I film Valentina's everyday life until April. Everything revolves around Alexei's calls. It's constant waiting and fear.
I started keeping this diary at the end of 2021, about the situation up until February. After the 24th of February, I wrote only one entry. I'm waiting for Alexei. I can't say that it makes me feel better. I'm just not able to plan anything anymore. My whole life now consists only of waiting for calls. For a phone call telling me that everything was fine, or that Alexei was wounded or dead.
On the front lines, it becomes clear, without giving much detail, that Alexei's view of the conflict has become more radical.
What do you want people to know when they see this video one day?
War is hell. Never do anything like this. It's terrible.
I'm about to be discharged.
A friend introduces me to Ivan.
I think that's the one from Austria-Hungary.
Like many young men from the Tver region, he's in the army.
Either from a drone or from a missile. This is made of ceramic.
He's agreed to be filmed, although he knows that our political views differ. Intuitively, I think he's a good person. He just had a different life experience than me and grew up in a very conservative family. He's confident and talks openly. His only condition is that I don't show his face. Telling the truth about the war could land soldiers in prison, or worse.
Do you want to hear all the... We were told nothing would happen. Of course, it was just like always. It was sometime in February, probably between the 15th and the 20th, I don't remember exactly. They gave us stencils we were supposed to use to put our names on the uniforms. And then the deployment of troops began, 300 or 400 kilometers away at night. And from there we marched on. On the 23rd of February, they congratulated us on the Day of the Defender of the Fatherland. And then the work started straight away. The first orders were given. At first, you don't understand how it all works.
We're doing well, guys.
3 days and nights of uninterrupted action, changing posts. Gradually, you realize what's going on. But we weren't afraid. After all, we chose this job, and now we had to do it. If there's firing, at least you can hear it and see it. And you still have time to react. You only hear drones at the last moment. They're very small, and you can't see them when they're still far away. And you don't see the unmanned aerial vehicles because they're flying high up in the air.
What is it?
TOS?
It doesn't matter what you call it. Some call it war, others call it a special operation, but that doesn't change anything. It's one and the same, no matter what it's called. It's just a different name, nothing else.
Fair.
Most people in the region support Putin and his special operation.
He's chilling. He's chilling. Bro! I felt bad for a second and now this.
I can't express my opinion if I want to continue filming without trouble from the authorities. Propaganda is everywhere in the media and is also spread by the local authorities.
Today, the city of Vyshny Valachuk is putting on an impressive demonstration to support our president and also our boys who are in Ukraine now. We came to show everyone that we stand together and that we will never give up our national values.
Fucking Minecraft.
Maria is Ivan's mother. She was born in Ukraine when it was still part of the Soviet Union.
Aww.
Like many Russians, she's a hardliner who supports the war and President Putin. I'm not sure if Maria knows my true stance on the war in Ukraine. It's like I have a female Putin in front of me, a pure product of the Kremlin's mass propaganda. Like her son, she talks openly in front of my
That's a silly
camera.
way to describe it.
I can ask her direct, even provocative
Like
questions.
I have female Putin in front of me.
We are not at war
Here
only
hates.
with Ukraine, but with the whole world. We're not fighting against it, but we are in opposition to it. Maybe not with all countries, but definitely with all Western European countries. We're disrupting them, and they want to destroy what causes disruption. But either way, it's about our defense.
The commemorations on
thank you.
Victory Day
How are you doing?
occupy an important place in Russia's collective consciousness. They celebrate Russia's victory over the Nazis in what we call the Great
I'm waiting for my
Patriotic War,
mechanic to
in
come,
which
so I'm
20
really
million Soviet
tense.
citizens died.
I keep on listening to what's happening outside to figure out if he's here.
Given the current conflict, I'm curious if the 9th of May 2022 will be celebrated differently. The traditional highlight of the day is the March of the Immortal Regiment. To take part in the procession, one prints out a photo of a
Yeah,
fallen
the
relative or
will be
soldier from the Great Patriotic
celebrated
War
differently.
and then attaches the picture to a stick.
Oh, cute. That is cute.
When
That
I was
is
younger,
cute.
I took part in the procession myself with my great-grandmother's
Attack
portrait.
is the best defense, true.
She managed to escape the siege of Leningrad and survive. One of my memories of her is that she always ate her lunch down to the last crumb, down to the breadcrumbs scattered on the table. She taught me that war means fear, hunger, and death.
Bro.
On this 9th of May, the letters Z and V are everywhere.
Not
but many
really.
don't know what they mean.
Not really doing too
These
much.
letters, which appeared at the beginning of the Ukraine invasion,
Dude.
are often associated with the orange and black colours from St.
Oh, I
George's
hate this
ribbon,
documentary. I was like, oh,
symbolising
feeling
victory
sympathetic
over
for a
Nazi
second.
Germany.
Now I'm like, eh.
These symbols of the past and present fuse into one, creating an alternative vision that serves as propaganda.
That's what you should do. Just like take pictures of a bunch of Russian soldiers and Photoshop Budanov's head. Like a bunch of them. So people go and march and they just have Budanov's head around. I guess they give them a lot of these printed out already. They seem to be printed out in the same way, so it's probably like pre-prepared in mass and then just given to people. I guess you could infiltrate. Just give them, you know, like those memes, like me coming for other Netflix subscriptions, like whenever you change your email, and then it's just you, but like with different hair, or you put glasses on and stuff like that. You should do that to Budanov and just print him out. That would be fucking great. They wouldn't even guess it. They would not recognize it. Hey, yo, Rani, how's life? When I was in the army, best doctrine was just to call air support. Hey, bro, I wish we had that. Give that to us. Give that to us. Give that to us.
This memorable day ends with a huge fireworks display in the sky over St. Petersburg. A shiver runs down my spine.
Bro.
The sounds of the explosions remind me of the bombing of Ukraine. Back in the Tver region, I meet Boris, Maria's second son.
The shell was about this big.
Okay, that's true. That's true. That's true. we really don't. That and
he had a decent job, but decided to follow his
Bleiburg?
brother, who was
Yeah.
already at the front. Because of his
True.
Ukrainian roots from
We don't
Donbass,
really have
he sees
good
it as his
history
duty to fight for his
with
homeland.
not being
He's
war
quite critical
criminals.
of the special operation, but believes in the rebirth of a
Otherwise,
great
there would
Russia.
be no more Serbia. No, when I say us, I meant like Eastern Europe. I meant like give it to Ukraine. But you know, if you have some to spare, you could give it to Croatia.
Leaders
That
at
would
the
also
top are
be
told
okay.
that everything is going great, but that's not the reality. It's the same with the army's equipment
We
and
would be
weapons.
like, guys, we need to defend Russians.
The guys there, for example,
What do we do?
have no
What
body
do
armor
we
or
do
helmets.
to win over Russians? You know what are we gonna
Sure, there
do?
are plenty of
Bomb
cartridges, but no
Belgrade again.
So I think that those at the top,
Whenever
I don't mean our
Putin does
president,
something, we
but
just
the
chuck another
commanders,
bomb at it.
aren't sharing the whole story.
I'm pretty sure Kosovars would be like,
Unfortunately, in my opinion, Putin does not have a good team of his own and has been fighting on two fronts all his life.
Nice.
An external front and an internal front. Our country nowadays...
Internal front is because he's having to fight his own stupidity, by the way. And that's the front he's losing at.
...is ruled by oligarchs whose interest is not the welfare of our
For the
country.
Americans, so they can bomb Belgrade.
They are
Yeah.
working only to fill their own pockets. It's
That would be
called
cool though, like we
globalization.
can't...
As for our
it may
government,
work
I
as a
always
tactic,
say,
like we
"Give me a
can't
good
bomb
grenade
Russia
launcher
because it
and I'll
has
take them all
nukes.
down."
So we could just chunk some bombs in
The
Belarus.
system of government will probably have to change. But how? It's hard to say.
Chunk some at
It's
Minsk.
unlikely that history will
Lukashenko
repeat itself and we'll
specifically.
get another
Chunk
monarchy.
one of those
But we
ninja
definitely
things at
need some kind
Lukashenko.
of iron fist.
For me, and for most people critical of the regime,
It's like that meme.
it's clear that the
Hey,
denazification of
Putin,
Ukraine is not the real reason
you can
for
press
the
a
war.
button to launch
Putin's
a
main concern
rocket
is restoring
towards
the former
Ukraine,
glory of
but
the
whenever you
USSR
press
and
a
the Russian
button,
Empire.
there's a
Putin sees
1 in
himself as
2
the new
chance
Tsar and the
that
father of the nation.
a person
Many
who is
Russians
your ally
support him
is
because
going
he
to
makes
get
them feel proud. In their eyes, he embodies the return of the great Russia of the
meat.
past.
Do you wish
Television
to proceed?
propaganda promotes the idea that Western countries want to see the end of Russia. They say a special operation is the answer to this
player.
threat.
Okay, fair. Fair. Fixing the reputation. Why does this one pop up so often, by the way? Let me fix this. My bot is malfunctioning.
I want to find out how many soldiers from my region have died at the front. But I quickly realize that it's impossible to get reliable figures, as the number of casualties is constantly rising.
Okay.
Nikita was killed by a drone. who was 32 years old.
Oh.
His mother and sister Irina are in deep mourning. I learn of his death through one of his friends. I'm told Irina has agreed to tell her story on camera.
One morning, he said to our mother, "That's enough." Mother looked at him and asked, "What?" He replied, "I'm going to go into battle now." It was on May 17th. At 10 o'clock in the morning, my mother called me and was so hysterical that at first I couldn't understand what she was saying. She was shouting so loudly into the phone, but when she said that she had received a call from the military, I knew instantly that it wasn't good news. They don't just call out of the blue. I couldn't understand it at all at first. I didn't cry, although everyone around me was crying. I didn't shed a single tear because I just didn't believe it.
Good luck.
Good luck, good luck. It can't be. It simply can't be. My Nikita, who always paid attention and was careful, couldn't have died
Poland,
there.
once we open an American base there. How hard is it? Now that I think about it, how fucking hard is that? Because I remember, Red Cross. Make sure you're joining one of Red Cross units which are actually doing something. Because Red Cross as the organization is just very much UN. But yeah, me being half Polish is a possibility. Nice. Hey, nice. Local. Wait, can you speak Polish? Can you speak Polish? Like in any sort of a way? That might be helpful. That might be helpful. That might like open up some place for cooperation. What do I want to talk about? Drill surgeons. I've seen there was this one. Not really a meme video, but it was basically there's like a way in USA to get into those like fake camps, fake military camps. It's just for dudes to like train and then post it on Instagram and bullshit, right? But people were making comments on about how their actual drill surgeons were and how they actually had like a very, very tough time training for proper military. And that was so, I don't know, it's weird to see people talk about it IRL, because most of my knowledge about it, not even knowledge, just like most of the imagination I have on it comes only and strictly from like movies you people make. Because we don't have like similar, I think, ways of training here. It's very less. It's very different. They send you to parts of the world that you are more specialized in. So if you speak an Eastern European language, you'll be trained in that area and learn how to fight in common terrain and how to interact with locals. Oh, nice. How to interact with the locals. Do you get like a handbook on how to interact with Poles? That would be cool. How to interact with Polish people. How to interact with Croatians. You gotta kiss them 2 times on the cheek when you meet them. Not 3 times, because if you kiss them 3 times, they will chunk you at Belgrade.
How long has it been now? Soon it will be 6 months. I can't believe it. I'm still waiting for a call from him. I haven't deleted our last conversation on WhatsApp either. My last message to him has only 1 check mark. I can't delete it. My hand won't do it.
What's my book on the laws of the land and what the locals like and dislike? Oh, nice.
The only consolation is that he didn't suffer for long. He probably didn't even realize what was happening.
Hey, now I'm interested in what the books look for other countries. Oh shit! Oh, I'm interested. Like when UN was sending people here for
In the middle of summer, the local authorities
I
hold a
assume they got
gathering in
little
honour of
handbooks
Nikita.
too?
He's celebrated as a fallen national hero. Once again, propaganda is using the suffering of people to justify Moscow's policies.
On February 24th, 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a special military operation in connection with the situation in the Donbass to ensure Russia's national security. The Russian military is putting on a heroic effort during the special military operation in the Donbass.
Nice.
Today we're unveiling a
I
plaque in
wanna
honor
see
of
the
our fellow
book.
citizen Nikita Spiridonov, who has been awarded the Order of Valor.
Солнце мое, взгляни на меня. Моя ладонь превратилась в кулак. И если есть порох, дай огня.
И вот этот памятный знак, памятная доска, она будет...
This plaque is placed in remembrance directly opposite our flag,
That was just weird.
which flies proudly and honorably over our land,
The
over
single
our
single
people.
blue part was just unnecessary.
Над нашими людьми.
I'm already starting to get used to all of this. It's like I don't feel anything anymore. The more exhausting and absurd it gets, the more my brain shuts off, so that I don't go crazy. This war reminds me of the wars in the Middle Ages, where brothers killed each other over succession to the throne. Because of Putin's war, Ukrainians will never consider Russians as brothers again.
Okay. BMC.
And what about Russians themselves?
Nice.
How do they feel about attacking their neighboring country, where some of them even have family?
How come they're not joining the Foreign Legion? I know the Foreign Legion is always looking, but Foreign Legion isn't the PMC. Foreign Legion is just you become a normal part of Ukrainian military.
The special operation is being carried out against people who
And
are
they're quite
Slavs,
good
like
when it
us.
comes to training and everything.
Russians
I
live there
follow a
too,
couple
and
of
we are
them,
Russians.
and it
We
seems
share
to
the same
be
mentality, and that plays a big role.
well organized.
Everyone is holding out until the end, fighting to the bitter end. This, of course, makes it very difficult to progress and liberate the area.
Makes sense.
We are brother nations, after all. We should be friends.
PMC can
But in
decline.
fact,
Oh,
we're
so
at
like
war.
for
And that's not okay.
Wagner,
Absolutely
right?
not.
How Wagner can
Why should one human being kill another human being? For what purpose?
they
what
can give you a
purpose?
contract, and then after 6 months you're
That's because some guy
GG
above
and you
him
can
said
go
he
home,
should do
right?
it?
But the Russian military is not going to give you that. You can't choose when you want to go home.
And then he goes and does it? Don't you have a mind of your own? Or are you just a
You get no
sheep in the
protection
flock?
at all. If you get
Do
captured,
you just
can
do
get
what you're
executed.
told to do?
Yeah, that too, I guess. Closing PMC. Because they are under so much control of Russian government. Yeah, they do exist for...
I return to my friend Valentina. It is April
What's the word?
now. I notice the fear in her eyes. She looks different.
like
The Russian
pretending
regime
that they
can't
have
control
nothing to do
information
with it.
circulating on social media. The horror stories and war crimes of the Russian troops reach the families of the soldiers.
I knew that he probably wouldn't return as the
Yeah,
person I knew.
Also many
I
prisoners
don't
of
know
war.
what he did there, but I assume it was nothing good.
Like actual
And I was
prisoners
very
of war,
curious to see
actual
how it would all
soldiers.
go.
So it doesn't seem to...
I don't want to
It
justify
doesn't
Alexei's
seem like
actions.
anything is gonna save you,
If it
really.
turns out that he was involved in all this horror, it would be a big test for our relationship.
Trust their training and skills will keep them out of trouble.
Of course, I know his character, and I am
There
sure
were some
that he would
foreigners.
never harm
No, wait,
an
were there
unarmed
not?
person,
Who
like
was,
what happened in
who
Bucha.
was joining in on
So I'm
Belgorod?
not concerned about it. But if it
Shebekina.
turns out that
I
he
know
was in
there
any
was-
way
there
involved,
were,
then I would have been
Belarusians and
completely
other
mistaken
Georgians.
about what kind of a man he is.
Who else was it? Were the Poles there?
The news from Bucha, was he
I
there
have it
then?
in my head that there were lots of foreigners there.
No, that all came out after he left.
Makes sense.
Did Alexei say anything about Bucha?
Only later.
I'm trying to keep
At
it
first
on
he didn't say anything about it. After
quiet
some
for
research,
me, so I hear
discovered
the
a soldier
mechanic
from his
comes,
unit
but
was
then
near
I
Bucha.
keep it a bit
Then I
louder
started
for the
asking
stream.
questions.
Because I don't hear the sound properly.
The most
I'm
terrible
waiting to
moment
hear
in
the
this
car
war for me
outside
was when
so I can
learned
run
from
out
the
to give the
independent
keys.
media about the crimes committed by Russian troops in Mariupol and Bucha. I still cannot understand how unarmed civilians can be shot with their hands tied. The Russian authorities officially claimed that the massacre in Bucha was a hoax, fake news. They claimed that the corpses' hands were moving, that they were professional actors. Anyone who contradicts the official version ends up in prison. One of my favourite opposition figures,
Yeah, the mechanic
Ilya
comes
Yashin, is
here
now serving
because the
9
car
years in
won't turn
prison
on.
for allegedly spreading
So the
false
mechanic is gonna
information
come here.
about Bucha.
I run downstairs. I give him the keys. I'm like, fix it.
Even
And
saying
then
what
he
I'm saying
figures
right
it
now
out.
is considered a crime in
That's the
my
plan.
country. I feel very uncomfortable when I see Alexei again. I can't help but ask him what he knows about Bucha and, more importantly, whether he was there.
Grisha's mom said Bucha was a movie. Oh.
Regarding the massacre of innocent people there, I don't know anything about that. We had already started to retreat at that time.
It sucks because,
The
like,
guys who
you
stayed
know, I
in
watch
Bucha
these types
told
of
us that
things
they
and
had
I'm like,
also
okay,
been
I
given
can
the
feel
green light to
compassion for
retreat.
some of these people. I can feel compassion for some
They
of
only
them.
wanted one thing.
You know, you were raised
leave
in a
as quickly
shithole.
as
You were
possible.
surrounded by shit your whole life. Of course, you're going to
Alexei assures
kind of
me
follow
he
the
was not in
path,
Bucha
right?
and had nothing to do with the crimes. I believe
But
him.
you know,
That a massacre of this scale took place seems unimaginable to him.
when it comes to Grisha, it's like you have access to the internet. You didn't. You were not kept isolated. It's different
want
if you
to
were
also
kept
ask
isolated,
Boris
but
about the
he
massacres.
wasn't.
But what about the huge burial ground that was discovered there?
He's just choosing to play along. It's like a personal choice he's making.
It's probably the work of the Ukrainians again.
Can't feel
This
bad
is a
for the
tactic of
dude.
theirs. Pure scaremongering.
Yeah, he was streaming from
But there are
Wagner
hundreds of people.
HQ.
Are you saying the Ukrainians killed their own people?
Yes,
Да,
they don't
he
mess
goes.
around. With the wounded, for example. They kill them on the spot, so to speak.
It really shocks me to hear these words from Boris. I had underestimated the power of propaganda. The war has stretched into the summer, much
They will
longer than
try
the
to
regime
manage him back
planned.
home. Yeah, that's true, that's true.
The Russian army's lack of preparation and organization is becoming obvious.
Foreign nationals joining
But
the Foreign
authorities
Legion,
won't
which isn't a
publicly
militia
admit it.
PMC, but a regular
Generals are
unit.
dismissed. Testimonies keep surfacing. Doubts about the war are growing.
Oh, these? Oh, yeah.
It's even been claimed that we're ready for a third world war.
He was
and
more
for the
better
use of
equipped
nuclear
than an
weapons.
average Russian soldier.
But
I think that's
wonder,
his point,
if we
though.
don't even have shells for our mortars,
I think
and
that's the
explosive
point of his
charges for our
existence.
missiles,
He's supposed
how can
to
we
look,
worry about using nuclear weapons? I doubt that
well
we'll even have
equipped.
as many as they say.
He's supposed
I
to
don't know
get
how
you
this is all
to
going to
join
end, but
the
so
Russian
far it looks
military.
like we are losing.
I think that's why he exists in the first place. Like the whole thing with him going to meet with propagandists. He was there at Tatarsky got blown up, right? Was he supposed to be there and then
the
he
death of
cancelled or
Mikhail
something? I'm
Gorbachev
not even
signals
sure.
that an important chapter
But,
in Russian history is coming to an end.
He's hanging out with
For
propagandists
me,
a lot. He's
with his
hanging out with
funeral,
Wagner
the
people a
idea
lot.
of
And
freedom in
I
my
do think
country
he's
is
doing
also
this
being
just to
laid
get
to
people
rest.
to volunteer. So it seems that being well equipped is, a good part of that. It's like, hey guys, wanna look cool like me? Hi, go join Wagner
Born in
PMC.
1998, when
And then you
Gorbachev
join
was already
Wagner
out
and
of
they give you
power.
nothing.
I only know about his
And they chunk you
achievements
out
through
to
the
die.
stories of those who lived through this
So
time
you
of
distract
freedom and
Ukrainians for a second so
Ukraine's
Wagner can try and
independence is
shoot
one
them
of the
down.
changes that came out of that time. Unlike me, many Russians, even those my age, consider it a big mistake.
Oh, nice! It's some nutty shit. Patriots are amazing. Patriots are fucking amazing. They're doing
I
such a
return
great
to my
job.
hometown. The summer is coming to an end. The war drags on. Thanks to Western military aid, Ukrainian forces are able to take back some territory.
I understand why our guys are
great.
advancing
They are
slowly.
great. They're
They
amazing.
want to spare the civilian population, and they are trying to destroy as little as possible. I can understand that. But why is nothing else being done? Why aren't they bombing the railway lines? Why did they bomb Bila Tserkva recently? The town is roughly 100 kilometers from Kiev. Why do we allow Polish weapons to be transported through Ukraine? Why are they not bombing the railways there?
In many remote parts of Russia, like this one, the army is the biggest employer. Soldiers earn more than other jobs and usually work under
I
good
mean, to be fair,
conditions.
when you say
The
they think
invasion
no
of
one cares,
Ukraine has
it
changed
kinda
their
is true,
work
isn't it?
completely, but the financial incentive is still key. The families of soldiers
Like we
killed
saw
at the
them
front
behead
are also compensated substantially.
prisoners of war.
I wonder if this is meant to keep mothers and
Just on
sisters
video.
from denouncing the war.
And no one did anything. No one does care. It's like, what's gonna be the consequence? Nothing. You execute few foreigners, what's gonna happen? Nothing. Hague may put you on trial, but like you won't even be there.
24/7,
Like Girkin.
It was constantly about support payments, and we were constantly on
So
the
you
phone
know,
with
it's like,
them.
what's
Everyone
the?
wanted to know how much money my mother had received.
There's no
Her phone was
downside.
ringing off the hook. What did they pay you?
There's no really
Have you got some
downside.
money
And the
yet? How
upside
much
is
did you
that you're a
get?
psychotic
And many
little
people
man
asked directly,
who
"Can you lend me some,
joined
Marina?
the war out
You're a
of his
millionaire now."
delusion, and you get to kill as much as you want.
And then after about 2 weeks, we received the first million,
Mhm.
and another 5 million rubles.
Yeah, but I still
And
think
finally,
I
a
think
little
that
more
like
than
pissed off
6.
Americans are still not
She
gonna
bought a
do much.
flat with it, and did a lot of other
That's
things
gonna
with it.
problem, isn't it?
And I think that's exactly what Nikita would have
It's
done.
like with MH17, they pissed
That's
off a lot of
probably what he would have wanted.
people with it. But what did we do? Nothing.
On the 21st of September, President Putin
Killed a bunch
announced the
of
mobilization
women
of
and children in
300,000
Georgia.
additional soldiers to continue his
What did we do
special
about
operation.
it? Nothing. It was the anniversary recently. They shot at a civilian plane in Georgia, which was doing
While not
evacuations,
surprising, it shocked many young Russians.
and no one did anything.
When the
So it's like,
mobilization was
yeah,
announced, I was completely
there's no real
hysterical.
downside to
At
them.
the
The only
time, I was with
downside
my
is
husband.
like us being like,
When I
oh, we're
heard
gonna
Putin's
supply
speech,
Ukraine more,
it blew my
and
mind
even
so
then
much
we're
that my
kind of
husband
pussies on
spent half
that.
the night trying to calm
So,
me down. I cried and said,
yeah, if
"I'm not
PMCs
letting
make
you
a
go.
difference, I could understand that.
They have already taken my brother away from me. I won't survive another death in my family. Then I'll go crazy. I can't stand it."
After 3 months on the Ukrainian front, Valentina's husband is finally home.
Maybe used as a chip. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Alexei's service with the army has ended. They spent 4 peaceful months together, rebuilding their married life. But mobilization ruins their plans.
There's no way I want to go back to the front. Not to the left flank or to the right flank. This is all.
Czechs, Afghans, Syrians, or whatnot. Oh, yeah.
Is that him?
We know what they did with
What kind of friendship is this? What kind of
Syrians. So like,
friendship is this? You attacked our neighbors, you idiot. What did so many of my friends die for?
Правильно сказали, именно из запаса. Это не какие-то люди, которых никогда не видели и не слышали ничего про.
Why are you crying?
This is not partial mobilization. According to him, you are definitely part of it too. You went through military training, and you served for a very long time.
So what?
You know it, and you have experience in military operations. Get out while there is only a partial mobilization and not a general mobilization.
Why are you crying?
Because you won't have any luck.
Calm down, I'm still here.
For now.
And I'm staying here. What's the matter with you?
Gonna.
Why
How
couldn't
do I
you
say
just
it?
say that he was withdrawing the troops, that they're just not up for it? Hey,
Gonna
guys, I
start
thought
believing
you
in
thought
that
of the
once they
second
see
peacemaking
USA
army. Let's go
PMCs.
home.
Do something. Man, I've got no trust in anyone. I trust the armed forces of Ukraine, and that's about it. I don't trust anyone else when it comes to this. I'm not trusting the fucking Poles. And the Poles, I think, are the strongest one we've had so far when it comes to the amount of hawking they were willing to do. And I don't even trust them. So, you know, once we see some gains, we're gonna be seeing some gains.
On the 21st of September, demonstrations against the mobilization take place. The protesters are mostly women who don't want their sons and husbands to become cannon fodder.
I'm so salty about the fact we can't see what's going on in St. Petersburg. I'm so salty over this. You know this bitch is there asking
This
for
time,
his
I'm
allies
not
to
so
send him
lucky.
workers.
They arrest me.
I'm like absolutely fucking sure he's out there asking his allies to send him people. They already started, the propagandists, they already started with the idea of like, oh, a few million of Chinese people would like really help our economy and our military.
Some were imprisoned for up to 15 days.
Bastards. Bastards. He's absolutely asking them to send him more people, either as workers or as
One of the
soldiers,
young men
depending,
arrested at
but
the
he can't
demonstration
spare
is
any more
taken
Russians.
directly to the recruitment office, where he receives his draft.
And then we're
notice.
not allowed to be there. We can't listen to it. I'm salty we can't listen to it. How dare you do that to us?
Since February the 24th, 2022, nearly 20,000 people have been arrested in Russia during protests against the
Russian
war and
movements. Oh,
mobilization.
yeah. I wanna know their economy situation. That's what
The
pisses
announcement
me
of
off.
mobilization had an unexpected effect.
It's because
Some of the potential
the
new
only info
recruits,
we're
as well
getting
as
on
some
their
experienced
economy
soldiers want
is
to avoid being drafted at all costs.
coming directly from Russian government. So Russian
Some
bank
break
has to
their arms
report
or
to
legs,
government, and then
and
the
many
government has
decide
to
to
approve
leave
on what's
Russia.
getting out. The last proper thing we got on their economy was Putin months ago, crying about how they have a record
Alexei
low
has decided to
unemployment
go to
rate and
Kazakhstan.
still no workers. And then we got their
at the
propagandists
end of
mentioning, I think last one was Kabayeva, who said
day
that
he
3
talks to
million
Valentina on the
Chinese
phone and tries
soldiers
to
would make a
reassure
big
her.
difference on the battlefield. You
How
know,
are you?
so it's like, come on.
I'm great.
So I want to know what is he gonna
I love
like
you too,
have
honey.
the economic forum in St. Petersburg now, and he's gonna be like, hey
Like
guys,
Alexei, hundreds of thousands of
I'm just
Russians
saying,
have
few
fled the
millions of
country
your
since the
people
war
would really
began.
help.
To Putin's supporters, they are traitors who should be classified as foreign agents and not allowed back into the
Man, I would
country.
love to see it. I would fucking love to see it.
Those who fled should definitely not be allowed back into Russia. I'm very
Oh,
harsh
Maria
on them.
goes suck a cock.
As an Orthodox Christian myself, I find it hard to understand how the Church can support this war. But the Russian Orthodox Bishop, Patriarch Kirill, said in a speech delivered shortly after the war broke out that participation in the military operation washes away all sin. My faith in the Russian Church is shaken. Alexei feels the same
Just
way.
a cool few million. She said 3 million show, right? 3 million Chinese.
I believe in God.
Second
But
best
I don't
military in the
believe in a
world, by the
church.
way. Has to ask for
Because
3
it's
million
not the way
Chinese
it's supposed
soldiers
to be.
to get Kiev in 3 days. In 400
Yeah, all the
something
boys
days,
say that.
actually, but
They always say, no, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in him.
Subgecko.
But as soon as they get into a life-threatening situation, the first thing they do is pray to God that everything will turn out all right.
Oh, this is the
And then
elementary
when the
school
situation
argument.
is over and they've calmed down,
Yeah.
they don't believe in God again.
This is, do you guys know the elementary school religious argument? Because that's what he's using right now, and it pisses me off because it makes me think there's Sneeko under that whole blur, because Sneeko is, he recently published a few clips in which he was also giving us the elementary school arguments. By the way, my phone's ringing. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Honestly, I don't know what all this is about. I have no idea. How can God allow such a thing? What the church tells us is complete nonsense.
Many young men from the Pskov region have joined the army. The cemeteries can't hide the countless new graves of fallen soldiers, but the subject is taboo. Filming in a cemetery can be seen as an act of provocation. Just now, a man came up to us and spoke to us. He was friendly about it. He had a scar on his face. He politely asked us not to take photos of the soldiers. He said that they had just come back. How do you feel now that you've seen the graves with the flags?
I'm feeling very ambivalent. On the one hand, I think, thank God, Alexei is not one of them. On the other hand, I would like to walk down the rows and look for familiar names. I know there are some boys who fought with him here, and I would like to tell him who they are.
The Orthodox Church forces its leadership to remain silent on the subject of war. This priest refused to be filmed. I questioned him with a hidden camera.
Hey, I'm back.
I'm sorry too.
The mechanic's actually gonna call,
So many of them
so
are
I don't
already
have to be
buried
tense
here.
over this.
I talk with those who have come back
He's
from the
going
front.
to call before
The only
when
thing I
he
can say is
arrives.
that all
So,
those who were there and
because
praying
last
are
time I
coming
was in
back.
the stream and he came and I ignored
There
him.
is pretty much a guarantee that you will return home.
40k figurines? Hey, nice, 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 nice. You're gonna be painting them? I have a friend who paints them and it's so amazing to watch. It's so detailed and fitting.
Almost a year has passed since I started filming. War continues to rage in Ukraine. Brothers Ivan
They can go
and
fuck
Boris
it economy
have
dead
returned to the
anyways,
front.
and then transition to a war economy, focusing on food and bullets. And then we got a real problem
Alina
because
prepares
there's
to
no coming
celebrate
back
her
from
first
that.
New Year's Eve without her beloved brother.
I'm like okay
Maria
with that.
still believes that Ukraine belongs to Russia.
I
Valentina
have
and
very
Alexei don't
low
know when they will see each other again, as Alexei is still abroad.
fear of Russia at this point.
My life has
So
also been upside down
for me
since
it's like,
February
yeah, bitch,
2022.
go to war economy. Send us more men with shit equipment so we
After
can
the last
explode more of
filming,
them
I had
faster.
to leave my home to ensure my safety and the safety of the people being filmed.
At this
along
point,
with the
I
film
don't know.
itself.
I don't know
For
how
me,
I'm feeling
it is
about
a big
the
leap
whole
into the unknown.
thing,
Many of
but
my
I
friends
don't
have also
really
fled
think
to escape
they
mobilization.
have the ability
We are
to
now spread
transition
all over
into
the
a war
world.
economy in a
I miss
way
my
that is
hometown,
going
my
to
friends and my family.
ensure them
thinking about the
victory.
absurdity of this war
They
between
still
my
aren't
country
doing
and
too well.
Ukraine
They
and
aren't
ask
doing well
myself
right
the
now,
eternal
and
question,
I'm
what
not really
can I
sure
do?
how well they would be doing with that. Passive support? So I don't know how horrible it will look like. Oh, well, it's for training. That's good, that's good, that's good. It's a very fun hobby. Like, people have whole thing. I used to be watching these videos on TikTok where people painting them, and there's like whole thing with like special paints that you use to make stuff look like ground, and then special paints for like grass and everything. It's like very, very interesting. It's very cool. Hey Keith, hey yo, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Conscripted man. Oh, I'm 50-50. I'm 50-50. I think if they volunteered, they deserve everything. Now, if they were forced to fight, that's where I'm like, But also, I don't care too much. I feel like my opinion is mostly that I don't give too much shit about them. Every single man, every single Russian soldier who enters Ukraine is there to kill Ukrainians. Whether he was conscripted, whether he volunteered, whether he wants to do this war because he wants USSR back, if he wants to do this war because he wants the Russian Empire back, he wants to do this war because he hates global homo and hates the West, he hates Jews, he hates Nazis, whatever he hates, it doesn't matter. He came to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians. He gets exploded, that's less Ukrainians dead. I couldn't give a single shit. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at the whole thing. Like, I ain't gonna be, tearing up for men who came there to kill Ukrainians and then got exploded themselves. When it comes to deserving it, volunteers did deserve it. Did conscripts deserve it? Yeah, no, morally, I guess there's different ways to look at it. But overall, I don't feel too bad about it. They've been stockpiling gold for years, so if the economy falls in on itself after this war or in the middle, they'll just sell it all to China so China can pump money into Russia for another 6 months. Oh. We need to get China away. That's what we need to do. I'm actually very interested in how the St. Petersburg thing is gonna go. We will be seeing news on this on Monday, hopefully. Hey, by the way, I didn't update you. Next week, we're gonna be having Chaos stream schedule. Basically, Monday stream at this time, normal. Then 3 days stream in the afternoon. 3 and she shows 4. 3 days stream in the afternoon, and then streams in the morning again. We're doing some mixing it up. We're doing some chaos. Okay. Because my work is gonna be chaotic. Because basically, yesterday I was learning how to start working, and then today I'm practicing more, and then Monday I'm practicing more, and then for 3 days I'm supposed to be in the morning shift to practice even more. So yeah, overall chaos. Is there conscripts that didn't want to go? To be honest, I don't. But like, again, that's because regardless of whether or not you wanted to go, your goal is to invade and kill Ukrainians. Yeah. It doesn't matter if you wanted to go or not. It doesn't matter if you wanted cash, if you wanted a Lada, if you wanted your wife to get a fur coat, or if you didn't want it and you didn't manage to get out in time, if you wanted to escape the country and they still managed to catch you and conscript you anyways. It doesn't matter because your goal is to kill as many Ukrainians as you can and work as much as you can on destroying Ukraine itself. So the reason for you being there doesn't really change the fact that you are directly contributing to a genocidal invasion. So personally, I don't really care. If they do surrender, I do think we should be treating them well. I do think they should be allowed not to return to that shithole they came from. I'm okay with that. But you know, yeah, in combat it makes no difference. Yeah, it's the same thing. Elbow cuff. Man, I love that one so much. So the American soldiers are in Ukraine. You're correct. There is American soldiers, but they are protecting the embassy. Oh yeah, when the leaks got out, was it like 14 American soldiers or what? What was it? There was some ridiculously low number, and they were like, "Oh, American troops are there in the ground in Ukraine." Bitch, what you think? 14 super soldiers were sent or what? What? Just from the number, they should have been like, oh, "Okay, these are probably the people there to protect the embassy," because it's a ridiculously tiny number. You think Americans would send like 14 people and that's it? Come on, bro. If we do some boots on the ground, we're gonna do boots on the ground properly. Stream schedule this week. Oh, so Monday is going to be normal stream this time, and then we're having 3 days stream in the afternoons, and then back to normal time. Because I'm having to do, I'm basically having to practice working in all shifts, because soon the yearly leaves are starting, and I will have to learn how to work in a shift by myself. So they're trying to train me in all positions, so I know what to do when I'm working by myself. So hey, good luck. So it's gonna be a bit chaotic next week. So morning, afternoon, morning is how it should be. So 3-3. Ha 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 ha. So yeah, you know, stay strong, I guess. We'll see how well it will be. I'm hoping after this to get into a better schedule, because then we should get into just like normal all morning or all afternoon. Also, we do have some chaos. Actually, not chaos, but there's like, we work Sundays. And because we work Sundays, if I work on a Sunday, I will be having either Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday free. Tuesday or Wednesday. So I'm kind of hoping to be able to do longer streams on days that I'm free. That's the plan so far. Look, I'm just having lots of fun here, okay? We're gonna start incorporating gaming into streams, okay? We're gonna turn into like proper stream bitches. Afternoon stream start about what time? I still don't know. I should be working until 1. I should be home by like 2. I'm thinking 3 in the afternoon my time, which is now it's 9:36. Yeah, I don't know what it is in your time right now. Time zone map. Time zone map. Can I do it like that? Oh, okay. Can I input the time here? Accuracy. But basically, this time, 3 in the afternoon is the plan. So I don't know how you are doing for me. I don't know how you are. But yeah. 8 a.m. Really? Early morning. That's perfect time for some morning coffee. So I will have to see 100%. Again, I'm not like entirely sure. What the fuck is... That's ridiculous. What does it go? That is ridiculous. Oh, that is ridiculous. Time zones are fucking stupid. Forgot where I was. I was getting angry over time zones. But yeah. That's the plan. Starting at 3, and I'm hoping to have it until like 8. So then we could do like nice 5 hours, and then we're good, right? We're good. But we will see. We will see 100% how it goes, because we will see when exactly I will be starting and ending. Basically, like next week, the 3 days are gonna be 3 test days. So yeah, the Brits. We need to kick the Brits out. I actually agree that Brits shouldn't be in our time zone.
Я как бы не хочу его оправдывать, но мне кажется,
Brits,
что такого количества секретных
when Brits
документов,
want to be separated from us, I think they think we are going to feel hurt, but we're actually okay with it.
И что это там вот все были секретные документы? Другое дело, что это вообще странно для человека, который имеет столько денег, что у него в туалете Ну, может быть,
Хрень.
люди, которые занимаются
В
обслуживанием
общем-
дома, туалетную бумагу не приносили, он попросил сделать другое. Ну, я не знаю.
Фу на вас, еще раз.
Ради возвращения Трампа в Белый дом 12 миллионов американцев, это почти 5% взрослого населения США, готовы к применению насилия. В Америке, напомню, огнестрельное оружие легализовано.
Если Байден хочет пойти против Трампа, ему придется пройти через меня и 75 миллионов американцев, таких же, как я. И большинство из нас являются членами Национальной стрелковой ассоциации. Это не угроза, это социальная реклама.
Ну и опыт захвата Капитолия у них уже есть, конечно. Так, Марик Вандыкович, как вы считаете, дойдет ли предвыборная борьба в Соединенных Штатах до той стадии, когда кандидаты будут получать вот какие-то там уголовные статьи?
Ну, Трамп уже получил уголовное.
Ну, это
пока еще
based.
расследование, да, еще пока не было вердикта. И, судя по всему, учитывая, что вот это дело, оно касается национальной
30%,
безопасности,
that sounds
оно
way
будет
too
идти
low.
довольно долго.
Oh, wait, you don't have
Адвокаты
to be
Трампа уже
always
надеются на то, что
registered,
это
right?
все затянется на ситуации после
Actually,
выборов,
it seems
а потом,
proper,
возможно,
because you don't have
он,
to be.
если он выиграет, да, либо помилует сам себя,
She lost her
один
Senate
теоретический
race.
вариант, либо назначит
Loser.
своего генпрокурора, кто это дело прикроет. Тоже второй вариант.
Harry,
вполне
it's a cute,
возможно, кстати
it's a
говоря.
cute name. It's a
ФБР,
cute
Федеральное
name.
бюро
You have to
расследований
be
США,
registered.
сотворило, я бы сказал, небольшую сенсацию, по сути признав, что у них есть некие доказательства, которые могли бы подтвердить, что Байден и его семья замешаны
Why
в
I
коррупции.
think you don't have it?
Телеканал
How would
Fox
they
News
that- how-
разгоняет и
how
раскручивает
would they
эту
know
историю
who's
еще
not
дальше.
registered?
Вот по их версии, Украина сейчас шантажирует Байдена вот
Continental
этими
European doesn't
доказательствами
eat their lunch
взяток.
until
И,
we
собственно,
say
с
it's
этим
12
связано
o'clock
все
out,
желание
bitch.
Байдена дальше и дальше помогать Украине экономически, оружием и так далее.
Fair though.
Там
Вот
прозвучала
bitch.
опять же фраза, что такая политика Соединенных Штатов по отношению к Украине, вот заваливание деньгами,
Based on
вот,
population
это
votes.
результат шантажа.
Okay.
То есть украинцы шантажируют Байдена. Байден говорит, хорошо, дам я вам деньги.
Oh, they're
Вот к
blackmailing
этому
Biden.
относиться. То есть тогда получается, что если побеждает Трамп, который кричит, что я за 24
Никакого
часа всё это
шантажа не
закончу,
будет,
шантажа
тогда-
нет,
тогда
заканчивается
меняется
В том-то и дело, что для того, чтобы поверить в то, что Соединенные Штаты, что внешняя политика Соединенных Штатов зависит от каких-то от директора какой-то компании на Украине или от Украины, нужно быть, по сути, извините, кретином.
Я буду кретином. Просто тема Великой Америки. Ну, слушайте, я же говорю,
кто верит в эту
я же говорю совокупность факторов.
Про Великую Америку-то можно?
Нет.
Can I say something about American greatness? Нет. Oh, how angry I got to do it. Нет. Shut the fuck up. No, that is the last one they have. That is the last one they have. They did have this one, but I think we didn't. Did we watch this one yesterday? Нет. Man, I love them at this point. Oh, if you have the link, sure.
Об этом говорю. Я думаю, что
If you're
те,
born,
кто
you're
нас
born with a gun, no need to
ненавидит,
register. But I'm pretty sure it was gun laws, USA. Look at my proper knowledge of what America is doing. Fuck. Where's the thing? Where's the thing where you can like see them by state? There was a thing where you could see them by state. By state, okay. So if you look at it by state, fish, minimum age. Yeah, it says you don't need. What are these? Is it like you don't need registration? What does no mean on the registration part? What is no? So do you have to be? Do you have to be registered? Maybe Alaska says it. Alaska, explain it to me. Also, like two mentioned here and here. Because they don't explain the way they do it. It's like it says no here, no firearm registration no. So I guess it's not required for either. And then it's like, oh, here is the constitutional provisions, and it's like no citizen shall be compelled to take an action that prohibits, limits, or otherwise interferes with his or her fundamental right to keep and bear arms in defense of himself or herself and the state. Does that mean that... Does that mean, first of all, two things I have to ask. First, does this in their mind mean that you don't have to register it because having to register a firearm technically interferes with your right to have a firearm? But also another question, what the fuck, castle doctrine, stand your ground, what's the difference? Oh, well, great. Why are they... Some states have enacted castle doctrine or stand your ground laws. What's the difference? Property related? Castle is property. Stand your ground is anywhere. Ah! Okay, so I come into your house and you can shoot me. People may use deadly force when they reasonably believe it to be necessary to defend against certain violent crimes. So I attack you on the street, you can shoot me under this one. But I attack you in the house, you can shoot me under this one. But isn't this one just like usual? What's the difference between this one and the usual self-defense laws? Because like I would assume that alternative to stand your ground is duty to retreat. Even if a person who is unlawfully attacked may not use deadly force, if it's possible to instead avoid the danger with complete safety by retreating. If you're not in your castle, you have to retreat to it instead of shooting. Don't use little force if it's not needed. Isn't that a normal thing? Like, what's the difference between this and just normal self-defense laws? Okay, I guess it's just one element of it, right? Wait, there is no duty to retreat under the law, okay? When retreat is available, the decision to stand your ground is more likely to be unreasonable. That is true. Some guy got arrested for stabbing a guy who attacked him in his bed in the middle of the night? Really? Wait, do you have an article on that? No, you know what confuses me? It's like, where's Croatia? Wait, we don't have Croatia. Controversy, great. Not a fan, not a fan. I'm not a fan of this conversation. I don't want to talk about this. Wait, fuck. Let me check the UK. Want to look it up? UK. Hey! Ish, 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 ish. Croatia is the best country existing. Ish. They have so many stabbings that I'm getting a lot of sources and a lot of stuff. That's what I'm seeing. They have a lot of stabbings. I mean, it's possible like even some of these are just a bunch of news about the same stabbing. But yeah. Let me know about the specific one because there's a lot of when I Google it, I get very broad results. Shit. Because I would love to see what law they are saying he broke, basically. That's what I'm interested in. Oh yeah, I've got no idea. Nothing I'm getting is connected. Nothing I'm getting is connected. Oh, Linky, thank you. Hey, yo, Foxman. Oh shit, wait. I clicked on the wrong browser. I had to fix the chat. And now it again opens in another browser, which is kind of good for a while because nice. Because it allows me to check if there's something TOS, but at the same time it confuses me so much. The fuck is this thing? What the fuck is he? Like the demon helicopter that you people have. Why is he like that? What the fuck was that? I'm waiting for one of those to come to Ukraine. Give us one of those. We wanted the demon helicopter. We wanted the evil hornet of the sky. There's something so ominous. Really? Nice! Hey, yeah! What was that blurred? What was this blurred? Can I see his ass crack? Is there something there that I am not allowed to see? Some super ultra secret tech. That's what the name is? Oh, nice. That makes sense. That makes sense to conceal the identity. Look at him, he's just flying around. He's so scary. What the fuck is that one? I have never seen that thing before. The fuck is this? Holy shit. From that one GTA 5 mission. Yeah, that's actually a good way to say it. Why does USA get all the fun toys? Why do you get the demon helicopters? Where's the demon helicopter? He was here somewhere. He was really big. No, this is the normal helicopter. This one, the demon one. Look at him. He is scary. This thing just scares the fuck out of me. If I saw this one flying over my village, I would just like chunk myself into the river and that's it. He is so scary. I don't even know what's scary about him. He just is. Look at him. He's like what's that bumblebee, the one that is not supposed to be able to fly but it flies. It's like that. That's how I feel about this thing. It's not supposed to be up in the air and it is. Like I see it and it's like I'm looking at the face of God. British stabbing article. There's this one ridiculous looking thing. So you have the demon one. There's the demon one. And then you have this one. Wait. This one. Look at this thing. The fuck is that thing? Wait. Ah, here? Nice. That is the Osprey. Osprey is fucking weird. You see them flying around your home a lot? Holy shit. Holy shit, I would be terrified. I would be terrified. There's something just unnatural about them. Helicopter and airplane and a baby, yeah. That's two. Why is it like that? Unironically though, why? Like what's the advantage this one gives you over the demon one? What is the real? Is faster? That one is faster? This one? That's faster? Longer range? What? Is that a little silly thing? Okay, he's smaller, right? He's smaller, so I guess because of that? Hey, yo, Giovanni! We're looking at USA scary things in the sky. Oh, he can do the and then he can also do the Oh. Okay. 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 I see it. I see it. I see it. I see that. I have never seen the chopper plane, Love Child. Never. This was like my first time learning about the existence. But it makes sense. Yeah. It flies like a plane. So, and then he can also do the up down like one of these. That makes sense. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Kind of scary, but like kind of cool. You people are interesting. What will we do without USA? Was that my dog barking? Oh. These, yeah.
Well, not yet forward push on the cell, and now the stick is now turning into a regular airplane.
What the hell?
Standard wing here is bringing itself down nice and slow, making sure we get enough airspeed over the wing, or enough airflow over the wing so we can fly like an airplane, not fall out of the sky. Wow. And so then
Hey, by the way, I'm gonna start playing you Dylan's video because I've seen the start of it, and I really want to see the later part because I think the mechanic is here. So I'm gonna leave you with the start of the video, and then I'm gonna come back. Hey, I have the 1421 also saved in the links. I just want to be here when I watch it, so I'm waiting for the mechanic to leave so I can sit on my ass and actually watch it. I don't want to allow you to watch it by yourselves. Be right back, by the way. I'm just gonna go check if he's here. If he is here, I have to go downstairs to give him the keys. So I'll be off for like 2 to 3 minutes probably. So running back.
Booking this interview made me incredibly nervous. There are not many long-form interviews with Ukrainian ultranationalists that are translated into English, much less ideologically devoted right sector fighters. Especially ones who have been fighting since 2014, like my interviewee Yaroslav, who has been involved in some of the most ferocious bloodshed this war has seen. In fact, he joined Right Sector soon after it was created during the 2014 Euromaidan Revolution, a protest movement seeking the resignation of Ukraine's Russian-backed president, Viktor Yanukovych. It originally formed out of a collection of ultranationalist groups at Maidan, in order to fight against the government's notorious riot police, the Berkut, which were brutally cracking down on the anti-government protesters. From there, it would mold into the far-right political party that regularly grabs headlines in Ukraine, Russia, and occasionally even
back.
After
He's
Yanukovych's
not here.
government collapsed, Russia invaded Crimea, and Russian-backed separatists started to seize government.
He's not here. My dog was pissed off because the neighbor was daring to breathe in his own yard. Oh, you found it. Whoa, let me see. He stabbed and killed an intruder who had attacked him in his home in the middle of the night. He has been jailed for 3.5 years. Holy shit. The force he used was grossly excessive, given that the victim was unarmed. I mean, how do you know that if he's in your house in the middle of the night? Wait, he got 4 years and 6 months with the final year suspended for 2 years. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? 4 years and 6 months with the final year suspended for 2 years. Sentence is backdated to June 30 of this year to take into account the time Kerry has already spent in custody. Okay, so the time he spent in custody is taken away from the sentence, so he spends less time in jail. That's okay, but I'm not sure what that means. No. Jack Power. Wait, who are you? Dean Carey was attacked by Jack Power. Okay. Jack Power, who is the attacker, he has been drinking, and about 3 a.m. he saw damage to his car, which he believed had been caused by Dean Carey. He went to Carey's home, picked up a rock, and smashed the front window of Carey's home. He then entered through the front door. He attacked him in his bedroom, and there was a suggestion that he also attacked Carey's mother. Oh, bro. Tall, well, bro, a huge man enters your house in the middle of the night. How the fuck, even if he is unarmed, first off, even if he is unarmed, that's a huge man in your house in the middle of the night. Like, I'm pretty sure, I don't know how the laws are written of this, I've actually never looked at this, but like, if you ask me, you should be allowed to shoot anyone, because like, in your house in the middle of the fucking night, especially if it's a huge ass fucking man, okay? Are you guys aware that like your existence itself is threatening sometimes? Men are huge. Men are huge. For like a man of a smaller size, there's nothing you can do. Tall, well built, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. Like in a normal situation, men who are huge are fucking intimidating. But like in the middle of the fucking night, if I see one in my house, bro. Dude, my man. Like it doesn't even matter if he has a knife or not. That's just dangerous. Especially like he was drunk. Huge ass drunk man in the middle of your house. I don't know. Moderate risk of violent offending in the future. Why the fuck? Oh, they're just fucking stupid. They're just fucking stupid. Oh, no. I thought I would have something new. Wait, April 21? 223? Are these like the newest stuff we have? Oh yeah, that's it. How old was the other dude? $25. Some drunk dude shows up in my room, starts to climb into my bed. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? He realized he was in the wrong apartment or building, said sorry and left. Ah, I would be scared to death, my dude. I would be scared to death. I don't know. If it would have been different if Carrie was a girl? Oh yeah, I don't know. Would be interesting if they had a similar event previously, if we could compare it, you know? It's doubtful you would ever get jail time if someone attacked you in your bedroom at 3 a.m. after breaking and entering, even in California. Yeah. What if it's a short guy in your house? I do feel like in court, you know, they would take into account how threatened you feel. And how able you were to overpower the person without using lethal force, right? So like if it's someone huge, you can't overpower them. You've lost from the start. You can't. You get too close to them in an attempt to overpower them, they're going to break you like a twig. Getting too close to a drunk, huge person is stupid. You know, it's stupidity. Now, you know, if it's like a tiny guy and he's in your house and you can see that he's unarmed, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I guess it all depends on like how much of a reason you had to feel like the person was posing a threat to your life, you know? It's different. Like, is that some kid breaking in? Is it some kiddo who's trying to break in and like steal a bunch of shit, or is it some huge dude who's drunk and wants to beat you up? Hey yo. Bet he stabbed the dude a lot of times. Yeah, they didn't say it. I was interested if they're going to say how many times he stabbed them, because I assume if he like kept on stabbing him, it would be understandable that they saw it as an excessive use of force. Like, it's different if you kept on stabbing, and it's different if you stabbed him once and it just so happens that it like cut through some important parts and he like had no chance to survive, right? So I guess that's also kind of a question, you know. But they haven't said it. So I'm assuming, I don't know, I'm assuming they would have mentioned it if he stabbed him a bunch of times. I don't know why they didn't say it. This dude got stuck in there like a trapped fish. Why do you get the drunk dudes coming to your apartment? Holy shit, that is terrifying. The ones where a female officer is attacked by a big guy are fucking terrifying. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, men are just terrifying on average. Men are huge. Like, I don't know if you people are aware of how fucking big you are when compared to an average woman. But you're fucking huge, right? So it's terrifying. It's kind of terrifying, okay? In average, like the power difference is just big and it's scary. And then, you know, middle of the night, even worse. I get scared of myself. It is though, like, I didn't think about it too much until very recently, because we had a situation here in Croatia where in our capital city, one boy got stabbed by other boys and he died because of it. They like tried to get his cash and it turned out he had no cash on him. So he was just kind of like attacked by a gang of dudes and that was it. And I didn't think about it until very recently about how this has affected the way that men themselves behave around when around other men. Because, like, I have some friends who are not really, you know, as big and strong, and they will often talk about it, like how intimidating it is just to see, like, you see men out down the street who are like big, and you're immediately like they cross over to the street. It's dudes crossing the street because they feel threatened by other dudes. So yeah, you know, if you're a man and if you're big and bulky, you probably are quite scary looking to people around you. You could overpower a lot of them without like even trying that hard. It is scary. It makes sense that it's scary. It's one of those things, you know. It just sucks to be in. Hey, I saw something about this. Special forces and South African journalists were detained at the airport in Poland. I've seen this. I'm confused about this. I've seen the news about this yesterday and I was like, no, that has to be like something. 12 containers with weapons? Why would they try to get 12 containers of weapons? Like, what was it? What was it? Was it like one of those things? It's like a Trojan horse thing. You think you're getting a plane with South African delegation and you actually get a plane filled with Wagner? What what was this? Because I saw it yesterday and I thought the 12 containers were like weird, and I kept on waiting for this, and I'm still confused on this. Yeah, dangerous goods were on board the plane, which South African representatives did not have permission to bring in. There were persons on board the aircraft on whose presence the Polish side had not been notified beforehand. So they brought in 12 crates of weapons, plus random ass people that weren't supposed to be there. Oh, it's a weird thing. Poland says the South African plane landed with some undeclared passengers and crates of illegal military weapons. Warsaw Airport issued a statement. The South African security guards did not have the necessary permits for their weapons. We cannot let passengers with illegal firearms into the European Union. European Union holds each country in the zone responsible for what is brought into the continental zone. It has rules and regulations that all member states must follow. What the South African police minister said his countrymen carried photocopies of permits instead of originals. In Africa, we are used to turning a blind eye or leaving cool drink money when things are wrong. They don't do that in Poland or Europe. Do they not? A former European Prime Minister called Boris Johnson resigned from Parliament last week because he lied about a party he held during COVID-19 days. That is how they do things in Europe. In South Africa, cabinet ministers violated COVID-19 rules and nothing serious happened to them. That is how they do things in South Africa. If they had violated COVID-19 rules whilst in Europe and got punished for those violations, some would have called it racism. No. Head of the South African team said they are delaying us. They are putting the life of our president into jeopardy. The president's spokesman said, I would like to assure all South Africans that there has been no compromise whatsoever to the president's safety as a result of the impasse that involved the charter flight with the Presidential Protection Services team and the media. Poland is in a war zone with Russia and Ukraine next door. It would be irresponsible for anyone to expect such a country to let in crates of undeclared weapons and passengers to pass through its territory and the European Union without documentation or the right documentation. Okay, like overall, I mean, fair they stop them. It's a silly, stupid situation. XQC has like the biggest streamer deal ever, right? I think I saw someone post that it's the biggest deal anyone has ever made on streaming. I certainly had people not run exactly, but kinda quickly walk away from me in the street before. Yeah, it's like, you know, big people are scary people. Big people are scary people. So I feel that. I'm not, you know, I don't think anything of that sort is going to be changing anytime soon. It's just, you see someone who could easily beat your ass if they wanted to. Of course, you're going to be like, maybe I want to keep some distance.
До сотни тысяч людей уже погибли в результате конфликта с Украиной. Вот как думаете, ради чего это все? Причем сотни тысяч это и наши, и их люди.
Я не отвечу, ради чего это, но я скажу, что это не в интересах народа и, в принципе, нации. Это в интересах конкретных людей.
Kick money, yeah. Do we go to kick? Do we switch to kick? What's kick doing? 100 million to switch to kick. She won't get 100 million, but maybe a million. I'm gonna try anyways. What even is kick?
Неоколоний. То оправданы все эти жертвы или они бессмысленные? Потому что мне все очень по-разному.
What's kick?
Ну, слушай, я не берусь отвечать на это как-то. Либо да, либо нет. Но если так происходит, значит в этом есть смысл.
Как думаете, ради чего?
Ну, тут я, наверное, ставлю
без комментариев. Никакого смысла мои слова не будут никакой речи играть.
Oh, they're expecting to get a lot of huge people
Что бы я ни сказал, этого
with XQC being there.
Якобы ради мира, да? Но не ради мира выходит, раз люди умирают, да?
I kind of want to start streaming that just because of this tweet. Look at this. My first stream, XQC, 8 viewers. Aww, my poor little man. Probably scared of him, a small woman. Yeah, he's like very, very skinny. He has a new girl right now. I'm pretty sure he like has to take extra cast so she doesn't break his bones when she sits on him. He's a skinny little breakable man.
Не вижу смысла в этих жертвах. Ну, как бы мой ответ, что это все было иррационально.
Как вы думаете?
Excuse me, I have love for the man. I love the man so much. I feel like he's really, really smart, but there's a part of him. It's like his brain works too fast for him to follow, and it's kind of endearing to watch. Бомбили Бомбас.
Также мы, Россия, тоже как бы поддерживали, но ничего не могли сделать с этим. Мы ждали, когда Европа остановит этот беспредел. Ну что получилось?
Once we start mobilizing women, get her into the mix.
Меркель заявила, и ждали, и вооружали Украину для того, чтобы для чего напасть?
Oh yeah, Ninja going to whatever the site. Yeah. Mixer is dead.
Не то, чтобы завоевать свою землю, а уничтожать. Поэтому я поддерживаю эту операцию и считаю, что Путин поступил абсолютно правильно. Если бы мы не начали первые, тогда было бы вот этих жертв, как вы говорите, намного больше.
If we hadn't started the war, there would be more people dead.
Это страшное дело. И очень обидно, что иностранные граждане за рубежом думают, что мы русские люди, говоря за всех, да, обобщая все это, думают, что мы кровожадные детоубийцы, которые только и жаждут крови, но на самом деле это не так. Мы сами очень переживаем, и, к сожалению, мы не знаем ответ на этот вопрос. Нас также беспокоит вся эта ситуация, возникшая в мире. К огромнейшему сожалению, мы столкнулись сейчас с тем, что нас отрезали там, да, от многих благ, которые раньше были предоставлены, и мы не можем там сейчас спокойно также выехать за границу, как ранее. Конечно же, нас всех это очень беспокоит. Я могу сказать за себя в первую очередь, и мое окружение считает абсолютно так же. Ни я, ни кто-либо еще не хочет войны. Вот, я не могу критиковать или поддерживать или что-либо говорить, особенно на камеру, потому что, ну, понятное дело. Вот, но знаете, что войны никто не хочет. Мы ко всем очень доброжелательно относимся, верим в то, что в ближайшее время это все в конце концов закончится.
This one basically same thing as the old one. Where was the old one? Is it old fucker we just saw a second ago? Same thing. This one has like, I want to say 3 IQ points more. So she knows to say stuff in a way which is not as blatantly hateful as this one. But same exact shit. Same exact shit. No difference between them. Yeah, sunglasses are cool though.
Ради чего погибли? Ну, я там считаю, что, во-первых, цифры спорные, да, потому что никто не знает. Во-вторых, я считаю, что не хочется, да, считаться там, не знаю, приверженцем.
That's the opposite of a conspiracy theory.
Я считаю, что ради ничего, ради каких-то чьих-то денежных интересов, вот и все. Если, например, почему
Change my mind. It is a conspiracy theory.
Тот же самый, там, не знаю, газопровод и так далее.
We're in the cartoon. Heck yeah, that.
Люди страдают.
Nah, fuck them.
Очень жалко людей. Жалко, что люди погибают за чьи-то корыстные интересы.
Как думаете, ради чего?
Ради
Бомбили Донбасс 8 years, pushes baby in the meat grinder, yeah.
Это решается в высших кругах, к сожалению,
Nah, fuck them.
Не дано на это повлиять.
Conspiracy theories?
Поэтому...
Hey, Yokai, hey yo, how's life going? Most insane conspiracy theory? Do you count normal conspiracy theories, but like extreme versions of it? Because my mother believes Putin has 200 doppelgangers. Exactly 200. I don't know where she got it from. But she she explained it to me once, that like there's 200 of them, and they're all being kept in Moscow. And like if you walk in Moscow, you're going to see just a bunch of like Putin doppelgangers walking around. And then whenever he wants to go to like business meetings or something, he sends one of the 200. And I was like, yeah, it could be. I didn't even want to say, like, because she took it for granted. I think it started with her taking for granted the idea of Putin doppelgangers and then just turning it to the extreme. But she's spreading it around. And I was like, you know, with all of the world's conspiracies being spread around right now, I don't even care about this one too much. So I didn't let her know that 200 seems like a very high number and would likely be very unrealistic. I was just like, yeah. But you know, lately it's been mostly the deep state ones, I think, are the ones that get me the most angry recently, and these are the ones I'm getting the most often. I'm just angered because they are very, very anti-Semitic, and it feels almost weird that people are unaware of it. That's, I think, what pisses me off the most about them. It's like they don't even they don't even think about it for a second. You know, they're just like floating around, hating on Jews very, very openly, while at the same time claiming that they are fighting Ukrainian Nazis who are evil and hate Jews. But then you go and you make up a whole deep state bullshit. In Croatia, I was, kinda, how do I say this? I did a stupid decision because I was like, oh, I want to get more involved into what's going on in Croatia online, right? I want to see what our political activists are doing and stuff like that. So I accidentally got into a Croatian conspiracy community. They were incredibly stupid. They still, like, one of the dumbest conversations I've ever had with people in my entire existence. You guys, who here has seen the Dylan Burns, Anna debate? Non-smoker was there, the Hobbit was there, people like that. Think of that stupidity. That translated into Croatian. Several times they ask me for source of something. So, for example, I point out that I don't know, Prigozhin himself confirmed that Ukrainians have managed to liberate Bakhmut flanks. They're like, give me a source. I send them the source of him saying it. They're like, ho, 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 you believe America is helping Ukraine out of altruism. They ask me for a source on like any fucking thing. I give them the source of any fucking thing. And they turn it to one of those stupid elementary school talking points. And one of them was that the deep state is ruling the world and actually ruling this war. And the deep state, you probably have seen the meme. I'm pretty sure it started somewhere from Balkan Twitter because that is where I saw it first. But it was the meme of like Soros and Zelensky. And it's like father, like son. You know Soros? The man that Hungarians are using as a way to explain anything at any time that bad that is happening to them, right? Like the only thing connecting Soros and Zelensky, the only thing connecting them is the fact that they're both Jewish. There's nothing else you would be able to find. That is the genuinely only thing you will be able to find. So when they go, oh, there's the deep state, and then you're like, who is in the deep state? And then they're like, there's Soros, and there's also Zelensky in the deep state, and they're controlling over the world. Like, are you not aware what you're saying? Are you not aware of the conspiracy you're spreading? Are you genuinely? are you not unaware of it? So that was the weirdest. No, I don't want to say the weirdest one because it just got me really fucking mad. You know, it makes you angry. You're like, for such a long time, I think we kept on doing these stupid-ass conversations about like, oh, how could the Germans allow what happened in World War II? How could they go down this road? How were they too stupid to know what they were doing? And then you look at people around you and you're like, oh, that's how. That is how, huh? Oh shit, my chat glitched. Oh, okay. How I say that when it comes to American politics, to describe it to Europeans, It goes for all politicians. The bigger the idiot, the bigger the soap bugs. To be fair, Americans are like very... you people are very, very interesting in a way. I think everyone fell down the pipeline at least once. The deep state, I hate it. I'm personally a huge hater of it. I think the deep state conspiracy, you know how I see it? You know how when you walk to an old grandmother and you're like, hey, Granny, why did we have COVID? Who do you think started COVID? And she's going to tell you it was the devil. You ask her, why is there corruption? And she's going to be like, devil. Why is there inflation? Devil. It's how I see the deep state. It feels like the answers that no one can really explain, but it's still being pushed everywhere by people who don't have an answer to the actual question you're asking. And because of this, I despise it. Like, I truly see it just as like a lazy way of thinking. I think it's what people do when they're cowards and they don't feel like thinking about anything too much. Lots of the people you see in the news about America, it's always those idiots on the soapbox. Yeah, that's true. They do have a lot of influence. Like, we care quite a lot, mostly because I think your administration is having a huge influence on your foreign actions, right? But I could understand that for normal American, this is not really, foreign policy isn't really something that is as much important for you as it is for us. XQC, heck yeah, 2-year deal. Wait, non-exclusive, so he can stream elsewhere too. He just has to be streaming on Kick too. Time to worry about Jewish jokes is when they stop being funny. I'm worried we are at that point again. Yeah, it kinda is. Like, at this point, I see people talking about, conspiracies, deep state and everything, and I'm like, would you like to elaborate? And they very rarely do so. I think that's what worries me maybe even more. I think they're aware of it. Because very rarely, you will go like, are you, like, can you explain it to me? I'm asking a follow-up question, not because I don't understand, but because I want you to say it. I want you to say these things out loud. And they very rarely do so. And I think it's because they know. Like, they know what it sounds like. They know what it is. They just are still believing in it. I don't know. It's a very concerning thing to me. I am planning, so my working started yesterday. I should be getting my first paycheck in about a month. I am planning to use a nice chunk of it, so I would be able to travel to certain events. We have democratization of society events in the city happening again. And I'm planning to use a lot more gas money than I was using before, just to see what happens there and to see what we can be doing about this. Planning to get a bit more involved locally in this, because it just, bro, it concerned me so much. You have no idea. It's so weird how they're just openly being like, yeah, Jews are ruling over the world. Like, what? How do you exist as a person like this? Holy shit. Deep real estate. And she's definitely a deep state agent. Maybe I could be. 98% of anti-American stuff on the news. It's just lots of people that hate the country for no reason at all. That is true. It's mostly just hatred of global homo and the progressivism, but they don't know what progressivism is. It's like my father, for example, hates America because America is pushing its culture onto Europe. And then I ask, like, what? How have you observed this? What, when you say America is pushing culture onto Europe, what are you talking about? And he has no fucking idea. Like, the closest he ever got to giving me an answer was that, like, oh, Americans are accepting of gay people. Like, you think we had no gay people previously? You think gay people didn't want to live normal lives previously? You think the only reason why gay people want to have a normal life is because America told them that they deserve it? Really? Really? How does that play into anything? It's such a stupid way to view the world. What does Soros even do that's so bad in this guy's opinion? Unironically, I have no idea. I know it started. The way Soros conspiracy started was because Orban accused them of using his money in suspicious ways. And that's what it was. Like, I'm pretty sure it is just and only anti-Semitism. I genuinely have no idea what else it could be. I have no idea. Like, nothing he's doing is too useless. But it's like with the World Economic Forum and everything, isn't it? It's like, what exactly makes you think these people are like starting wars around and ruling the world as a deep state and everything? And very rarely do people have the answer to it. So it's just, I don't know. I think, you know how I see it? It's like, do you know people who are scared of CIA? I think a lot of these things I see in that very much same way. So people will be terrified of CIA, and people are like, whoa, CIA, horrible CIA, whoa, they can like look into your asshole right now if they want to. And then you actually look at CIA, and you look at their unclassified documents. Have you ever read them? Because you know what I learned first? When was my first time of the illusion of CIA breaking? It was when a few years ago I got into there was a TikTok community on like walking between dimensions, some bullshit like that. I don't know. It was like kids pretending they go to Hogwarts. Is the mechanic here? I don't know. If I have to run downstairs in a second, I'll be back really quickly. So remember where we stopped in the conversation. But it was people talking about like walking between different dimensions. Like you will go to an alternate universe and there's actual Hogwarts out there. And then the kids were like fighting on TikTok over whether or not they can sleep with Harry Potter because like another one of them already slept with Harry Potter. Stupid shit like that. But the thing is that these kids, when you would be like, oh, you're fucking stupid, they would be like, no, actually, CIA proved that you can walk between dimensions. CIA proved your soul can walk to another one. So I remember asking them, like, where do you have this document? Can I see this document? Like, where did you read this? And it took me like few months of asking around to finally get someone to give me the name of the document. It took me 3 days to read the fucking thing because it's written in such an incredibly assholey way. Only to figure out it does nothing. It proved nothing. It's just them being like, hey, maybe we could walk through dimensions. And then they put like one person outside. And how was it? One person was in a room, and then in the other room there was a painting on the wall. And they would try to get the person in the room to get out of their body and to like walk to this other room to see the painting on the wall and then to describe to a person what they saw. And it never worked. Not once did it work. That's the whole document. It's like we tried these experiments. These are the ideas we had as to why we thought the experiments would work. Not a single time did they work. We need more funding to check if they work. That was the whole thing. So I think that was when I was like, oh, wait, CIA maybe just is like an organization that eventually, like if you do these experiments long enough, maybe once, not in these like soul bullshit, but maybe once if you do like technology related stuff or whatever, maybe you will come to a breakthrough and you will actually figure out something new. Like I know, was it them who had the experiment on like putting chips in dog brains and then using little Dalinsky monitors to tell the dogs where to go. And that one also failed, by the way. That experiment also failed. It never worked, right? But it feels like if you try these types of experiments for long enough time and if you get enough funding, at one point you may figure out something that does work. But just overall, I don't know, it just shattered the idea of CIA being exceptional for me. And then when I saw the Tito documents, there's very often this argument here that Tito was not actually a Slovenian, that Tito was actually a Soviet. Because Tito, for a while, he was placed in Gulag in Soviet Union, and then he came back and then he was fighting Nazis. So the idea is that they replaced him because they wanted to have a spy in Yugoslavia who was supposed to be making Yugoslavia go more Soviet. And there's a CIA document on this too. And the document is basically looking into the way he's speaking. But they are... it's such a stupid little thing. They're looking into book version of Croatian and Slovenian. And then they're like, Tito doesn't speak either of these, like proper way to speak the language, right? Tito doesn't speak any of these. but he does say stuff in a more Soviet way, so he could actually be Soviet. They completely ignore the fact, like, we just speak the way he is speaking in, like, normal language. You know what I mean? It's like speaking to a German, and then this German speaks in a way that that is like casual German. And you write it down, and you're like, oh, this German speaks in different German from, like, actual proper professional German I was taught. He's probably not German, he must be from the outside, just because he's speaking like a local version or something. So it's a stupid document. It's a stupid little document. And I don't know. Just got me to think of the whole agency as less than what it is. It did have some good things. Again, also there, it had some good things. Like there's a CIA document. I think I saved it on my Patreon, if you guys are interested in it, on Milosevic. So they made a file, which also is unclassified, so you can read through it, about Milosevic and about how Milosevic is going to be a very dangerous player in the, here it is. Milosevic is going to be a very dangerous person in Yugoslav politics because he is trying to assert Serbian control over Yugoslavia. Oh, nice. Hey, thank you for joining, Hikes. Thank you. So, you know, they were good on this. They were correct on this. It's just that for so many other things, they were incorrect. And it just makes me feel like they're getting a lot of funding and they're doing a lot of these research papers. And some of them hit the point and then some of them don't. You know, that's kind of like my overview of this. I genuinely don't see them as exceptional. I don't see them as exceptionally scary. When we talk about deep state and people will like bring up CIA, it feels like, you know, who mentioned populist brain rot? That's what it feels like. It's like, you don't really know what you're talking about, do you? You're just kind of like scared of stuff you read on, what's the word, Facebook or whatever. CIA, whether they flag any of our politicians as dangerous or just stupid. Hey, I don't know how you can read through their files. Because this one, for example, this was published. This one was, unclassified after the war already happened. So I'm not really sure how. I'm not sure how regularly they get unclassified, declassified. That's the word. English is hard. Oh shit. English is hard, my dears. English is hard. Okay. Hey, by the way, I finished the file on Estonians yesterday. I have to show it to you. They want to continue honoring the Soviet army officer. He wants to keep the street name given in honor of Mikhail Rumyantsev, Soviet army officer who died in the war in Afghanistan. Oh. Place Names Council of the Ministry of Finance established it is not appropriate to retain the name of Mr. Rumyantsev Street in the territory of Silmai city. The war of the Soviet Union in Afghanistan was not the war of the Republic of Estonia, even though Estonian people also died there. Oh, 15 to 20 years? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Look, to be fair, the Milosevic document is really good. So there's the document. I'm going to give you a link to it if you want to read it. I don't know how many of you are interested in, like, situation in Yugoslavia. But the Milosevic influence is really good, to be honest. It's not really anything breakthrough. I said it's relatively carefully. There is nothing breakthrough in it for average Yugoslav people. This is stuff that we knew. There is a lot of breakthrough in it when you look at how Westerners responded to Yugoslavia in late 90s, early 90s. So CIA, in a way, was smarter about Milosevic than USA itself was. Because for a while, what we had is, there's this, like, idea that USA caused the fall down of Yugoslavia. Not only is the idea a lie, USA was directly trying to keep Yugoslavia stable, the same way USA was trying to keep the Soviet Union stable, because for them, you know, it was a good way to keep stability around. Having one big country governing itself is much better than having a bunch of tiny countries, because then you have to deal with foreign policies of each country, and that's kind of hard. they tried to keep Yugoslavia standing, and as one way to keep Yugoslavia standing, they saw Milosevic as like a relatively good option. So for a while they were doing the thing with Milosevic that they do right now with Vucic, which is USA was lightly supporting him in whatever he was doing. So you see Vucic right now, for example, getting Serbs to do protests in Kosovo, and you see USA being like, yay! Also, Kosovo, can you please stop responding with police to these protests? Please, Kosovo, please, come on, chill down. You see USA trying to keep stability, and their idea of keeping stability seems to just be to keep two parts that don't want to be together. They want to keep them together. Because that's also what they did with Yugoslavia. Like at the point, Slovenia was like, I want to out. Croatia was like, I want to out. And USA was like, no, stay together. Because this is going to make peace. It isn't. It's the opposite of that. I don't really understand why they do things they're doing. But yeah, same exact thing. And then CIA at the time had really, really good writings on Milosevic that USA refused to listen to until it was very, very late. And then Biden suggested bombing of Belgrade, which is based. But, you know, it makes me lose a lot of trust in USA information circles themselves. He was recruited? Oh, damn. How do you get recruited? I want to be recruited. I want to be an agent. I want to be wearing those little cute agent outfits. You know how spies in movies do it? Yeah, I want to do that. That's what I want to be. That's my dream job. I'm gonna go to Serbia to stab Vucic in the ass.
Я отвечу так, что мы защищаем нашу родину, наши мальчики защищают нашу страну, свою страну, в которой выросли, родились, и мы просто обязаны это сделать, только потому что должны. И все.
Ну, а что значит просто должны?
Просто должны защищать свою родину, своих людей и помогать людям, которые нуждаются в помощи.
Что значит, ради чего они погибают? Наши люди там погибают ради Родины, ради приказа президента, ни больше, ни меньше. У них был выбор, оставаться людьми или животными. Они выбрали оставаться животными. Вот и все.
Ну а как думаете, вот на кого возложат ответственность за это все? Кто будет отвечать?
Ну, считаю, что наша страна будет отвечать за все это. Ну и, конечно же, правительство нашей страны.
Для всех пример это условно какой-нибудь Нюрнбергский процесс, и там, где осудили там военных преступников.
He was recruited to drive a boat?
Мне кажется, не стоит.
They took South Vietnamese saboteurs upriver. Oh shit.
Есть куча
других
исторических
I hope it was a
прожили всю жизнь и ничего не принесли.
Okay experience for him.
Не стоит относиться к этому.
I don't know how serious those things get, my man. I was never recruited personally.
И она должна оставаться и великой, и никому не давать себя захватить, поэтому.
Hope he wasn't in dangerous situations, basically.
Довольно популярный, я слышу ответ, то что нас хотят развалить, что все это было затеяно, чтобы развалить Россию.
Развалить Россию, конечно, это всегда было во все времена. Развалить Россию, но Россия вот стоит.
Russia has always wanted to collapse.
Россия, она сильна.
Ну вот в конечном итоге, как думаете,
oh no, not this one again.
Ответственность?
Никто не понесет. Война, а это есть война. Никто не понесет, поверь.
Ответственность.
Никто не понесет. Война.
Is that what he asked? Oh shit, my camera glitched. Fixing it.
В конечном итоге, как думаете, кто понесет за все эти жертвы ответственность?
Никто не понесет. Война, а это есть война. Никто не понесет, поверьте мне. Потому что вот
the way I got it, I think I got it differently.
Это практически гражданская война. Это практически.
Okay.
Потому что они тоже русские люди, и мы их любим.
I thought he asked about who is responsible. That would be such a better question. Not who is going to be held responsible. Ask who is. I want to hear him morally describe this. CIA will recruit Vicky to smuggle Serbian saboteurs. I'm gonna smuggle Serbian saboteurs into Serbia. Into the heart of Serbia. Into Belgrade itself. Gonna fly them over in those devil helicopters that USA people have. I would be good at that. Okay, I would be good at that. Someone give my CV to CIA. Tell them that I know how to do dangerous shit. Just be like, she's Balkan, and they're going to be like, oh, cool, we need a lot of spies, da. She's Balkan, that means she can speak like at least 4 Balkan languages. Perfect. Exactly what we need. Exactly. Just. Hey, by the way, I wanted to show you something, but there's currently a drama going on Twitter about whether or not Zelensky and Soros are related. So, yeah. Because there was, someone made a claim. Here's the fact check published on it. Someone made a claim that Zelensky and Soros are related. And then AP was like, are they? And then they looked into it and no, it seems like no. No one even made a claim. Someone just posted it on fucking Twitter and it got out of hand. But now these people are questioning, like, why was the fact check even done? Like, why is the media fact checking the Pentagon, this idiot says. As if they are fact checking the Pentagon and not fact checking Twitter, who claimed Pentagon said this. Just idiots, all of them idiots. War? Anti-communist? Oh damn, that surprises me. Noise. Fair enough, fair enough. Go on. Man, it's just, I hate these people so much. I hate these people so much. Take voting rights away from anyone who believes in the deep state, and we're going to be in a much better situation, okay? We're going to be okay-ish. We're going to be okay-ish. By the way, why is my fucking mechanic still not here? It's like 10:45. Holy shit, I'll have to go to work soon. Is he still waking up? He's probably still waking up. I need to close these, and then these, and then these, and then these. And also, I've made a thing on Twitter. Look at this. Where I can be getting all of our sources at the same point. What? Fighters of Ahmad occupied at best 3 to 5 echelons of defense in the Belgrade region? The conscripts in close proximity to the border. Ooh. Hey, yo, Clamp, how are you doing? Yeah, Croatia is going to be involved in fixing Ukrainian tanks. Wait, I have news on this. There was a meeting in Brussels. Right here. There was a meeting in Brussels with NATO defense sector, and Croatia's Đuro Đaković is going to be helping Ukraine fix their tanks. So I'm kind of proud of that. I'm very, very happy about this, and I wanted to flex it. So yeah, Đuro is, they're a cool little firm around. They seem to be a bit more involved in important stuff than I thought. So right now, I'm very, very happy that we are being useful. I'm very, very, very happy we are being useful for this, and I'm happy we're doing something. What do you mean? What do you want to fix the tanks for? Tanks need to be maintained. Tanks need to be kept in proper condition. If they get, for example, when there was the video of tanks which got on the mines recently, a lot of them could be repaired. You just get a tank out, you repair it, you send it back to the front line. It's what you usually do. You don't just chunk it out if it's been just damaged. There was like one of the specific ones which only like lost the caterpillars, but everything else seemed okay with it. You can just repair it. You can fix the tank rather easily. I mean, easily for a huge company, not easily for people who can't. You believe what? That you can fix tanks? Do you not believe tanks are able to be fixed? So overall, yeah, I am, of course, I believe tanks can be fixed, holy shit. But also, Đuro has been involved and will be more involved in maintaining other equipment too. So there's the Patria armored vehicles, which are the triangle ones. It's these ones. There's a lot of them in Ukraine right now currently. They can be also maintaining those. There's going to be Mistral short-range anti-aircraft missile systems, which also has a contract with Croatia. So we are possibly going to see our involvement a lot with these too. And plus, there's the Black Hawk helicopters, which also we have a deal with USA to be getting. So right now, it seems that Croatia and NATO cooperation is going well, so we're good. You're gonna go into the battlefield, fix blown up tanks so they can get blown up again. Yeah, how do you think warfare goes? You think they just leave them there? Yeah, you take the tank and you repair it. Holy shit, is this like new to you? Yes. Yeah, that's what you do. What sort of a question is that? Yes, you fix equipment that has been only damaged. Yes. No, yeah, you absolutely do fix the equipment that has been damaged. What are you on? So much of the equipment that Ukraine is currently using is equipment that was, you know, maintained, fixed in other countries, and then just brought back. Poland has almost the same deal as Croatia does have. What the hell? What is this? What, did you truly think like a tank drives over a mine, caterpillars get destroyed? You think it just gets left in the field? Yeah, if it's totally destroyed, most of them are not totally destroyed. Not all of them get totally destroyed. You need to fix those which are not totally destroyed, and there's plenty of those. Do you think like all of them get totally destroyed? What is this? What are you talking about? This is like elementary school level of talking about this. Holy shit. How easy do you think it is to blow up a tank? Most of them just get damaged. Most of them get damaged to systems that can be repaired and can be maintained. It's what we've been doing for the past fucking year, my dude. Oh, damn, that was just what? Fucking weird ass conversation. You can fix tanks that are repaired. What are you talking about? That are just damaged. You can, like what? You can fix tanks that are just damaged. It's different when it's completely, when it's completely blown apart. But like most of them just get damaged. They're made to withstand mines. How do you think tanks work? Bro, I don't need to be in a war myself to know that tanks can be evacuated from the battlefield and repaired. Like, that what? Every time my car gets a scratch, I buy a new one. Yeah, basically the amount of brain power this man is using. Like, we have one of them. We have a video of one of them being evacuated. Dude, it lost a caterpillar. No, they're not left there until the war is over. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell are you talking about? This is such a stupid opinion, dude. We've been evacuating tanks for like past year. What are you talking about? No, they're not left there until the war is over. Yeah, until the battle is cleared, yeah, but like the battle, for example, with the tanks that got blown up on those mines, the videos from which we've seen this week, actually, start of this week, that area is now under Ukrainian control. They can take over those tanks. So don't get left there until the war is over, especially if the tanks only lost parts which can be repaired. Holy shit. Now there's like, I think there's like 2 that definitely got destroyed. Or did someone look at the footage later? I don't know if someone looked at the footage later. I think there was 2 that definitely got fully destroyed. But I think like the other ones are still... Yeah, we don't know how many are fully destroyed because so far we've only seen few videos and that's it. So we don't know. What we do know is that some of them look like they will be able to be fixed. Some of them may not, so we will have to see how it goes. We will have to see how it goes and we will have to see what the damage actually is. But like, you absolutely can fix tanks which have only like a certain amount of damage on them. Holy shit. You don't just, like what, your tank loses a caterpillar, you just leave it in the field until the war is done? Why would you do that? Didn't we literally like take some Russian tanks and fix them up and send them back into the battlefield on the side of Ukraine? Some repaired and sent against Russians, some sent to open space museums, some just used as metal. Yeah, that's true, that's true. But like you definitely can repair some of them. Holy shit. So like, why would you just leave them around? That's just fucking weird. What a weird ass conversation.
Russian strikes have been reported in Kyiv and Kherson. Overnight, Ukrainian forces launched an attempt
10
to
years,
cross the
nice.
Dnipro River and attack Novakakovka. The Russian
I'm talking about repairing tanks, bro. Repairing tanks. What? Oh yeah, they can be recovered, but they can't be repaired if they totaled, right? But you would still, yeah, you would move them away. That I could see that. Yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
heavy glide bombs to repel the Ukrainian
Woman can't spell a tank.
Fighting continues on the Zaporizhia front near the town of Lavkovia, where Russian forces have reportedly begun fielding outdated T-54 tanks using
Oh shit, yeah, sure.
artillery role for the first time. Sergei Koryvchev, the chief of staff of Russia's 35th Combined Arms Army, was killed in the south of Ukraine. British intelligence assessed that the Russian officer was likely eliminated somewhere around June 12th. In a recent assault involving mortars and grenade launchers near Bakhmut, Ukrainian border guards eliminated 5 Russians and grievously wounded 11 more. In a night attack, the White Wolves unit of the Security Services of Ukraine destroyed 7 tanks, 2 D-30 howitzers, an MT-12 Rapier anti-tank gun, and killed 10 Russian soldiers. Let's now take a look at the troops from the 24th Mechanized Brigade, named after King Danilo, covering enemy positions with intense mortar and artillery fire.
Во.
Ой, хорошо, ой, красиво.
What the fuck are you even saying? Which is a stupid message. Bro. One without kangaroos. No, I know which one. I was just like, why? Why? I've tried to find the news on it though, and I can't. Oh yeah, he called him the shame of Jewish nation, right? Because I saw the fuck, wait, let me try to find this. Dusk Lamp, if you're just here to be stupid, you can just like be silent, and that's it. Nothing you've written so far has had any worth to it. Then found it. The chief rabbi of Ukraine has responded with being like, "Hey, Putin is full of shit." He said that he, along with the whole world, is proud of the president of Ukraine, making every effort to protect Ukrainian people in the face of full-scale aggression. So based, just I don't know, interesting to me. Putin would even dare to say something like this. It's just a stupid fucking accusation to make. But also here he is.
Dear friends, I just come now with the sheriff this special car to bring people here from all the river and the Russian oh, you see here.
Dude. Man. Yeah, war over in a genocide.
Сюда, сюда, сюда.
Man. I had one logic here. Why don't we just let Russia take over Ukraine quickly? War would be over then. Dude. It reminds me of that Dylan's video. Have you seen Dylan's video? I mean, he posted the video of Russians bragging about hitting humanitarian workers. I think I watched it yesterday, but it's maddening. They put some like fancy ass music over it to brag about that. There's not gonna be a nuke used, my dude. This is just like stupid. Truly, like everything you've written so far has just been absolutely dumb. There's not gonna be a nuke used. 500 soldiers that per day. Russian soldiers usually get killed more than 500 per day. Yeah, that too. No one's gonna use a nuke. They can't use a nuke. Nuke means mutually assured destruction. Russia doesn't want that. There's no reason for Putin to just acknowledge that, yeah, you know what? Russia can get wiped out. You can't just use a fucking nuke, my man. Urban slippers, true. True. Yeah, there's not gonna be nukes. Your nukes won't be used. Holy crap. Oh, he claims to have Jewish friends who consider Zelensky a disgrace to Jewish people. What a piece of shit. Man, he just, all this brand new information. The same people who tell him that when tanks get damaged, they are just left on the battlefield until the war is over. Same exact IQ. Oh. Mine layer. Hey! Hey, I saw they're going to be targeting these. Oh. Actually, I don't know, like when he says the 7,000, I don't know where he's getting that. Do we think that's a calculation made based on Putin's words? Do you remember he said like a few days ago that 10 Ukrainian soldiers die for each Russian one? Give us a source for 7,000 Ukrainians died in last 2 weeks. Your next message is going to be a link to wherever you read it. Owner of the Russian cuisine restaurant Rodina in Germany was charged with a bill of 10 million euros and began bankruptcy proceedings against her establishment. Leona Dirksen became famous because of a scandalous video in which she insulted Ukrainian refugees. Oh, that's her! Why the fuck was she allowed to keep a restaurant? Holy shit, she should have lost it immediately. I mean, I would guess actually that was the result of her making those stupid ass videos. In which case, deserved. Fucking deserved. Desk clamp. You're getting timed out for 10 minutes.
Let's say, hypothetically, you got sent to Siberia.
Your next message is going to be a link to the source of your claim that 7,000 Ukrainians died in last 2 weeks. When nothing else works, do the nuclear threat number. Yeah, every single time. It's like there's like a conversation tree that they follow. There's a conversation tree. And if you point out that they are wrong on too many points, then they go, what about the nuke? Do you want people to get nuked, actually? It's such a lazy way of having conversations. Pisses me off. They might accidentally hit Belgorod if they plan to nuke. Unironically, it is one of the reasons why they're not going to use a fucking nuke. It's Russia. It's Russia, like, come on. How well are they maintaining those nukes? They themselves admit that they don't know. Wasn't Soloviev doing a whole rant over like, do we even know if we have nukes? Do we need to demand the MOD to show us the nukes so we know they're still there and not like stolen or something? A threat of a nuke matters more than a fucking nuke. And especially for Russia, which has been trying to use those fancy glide bombs recently and then hit fucking Belgorod. Come on. Come on. You think they dare to use a fucking nuke if they can't use a goddamn glide bomb without hitting their own? There's no chance. Plus, even a failure in using a nuke would ensure mutually assured destruction. You use any sort of a nuke, even on your own territory, the rest of the world is gonna be like, oh shit, oh crap, oh damn, they just used a nuke to attack someone. We need to wipe them off the face of the earth so no one else feels like they can do something like this. They're also saying the counteroffensive started 4 weeks ago, so it's officially an ended failure now. That too also, I don't know what they imagine counteroffensives are, but that also angers me. Because like, you say it started 4 weeks ago as if it's like supposed to end in a set amount of time. You know, like Ukrainians are still getting more ground. It's obviously working. Who places the time constraints we are imagining? I don't know. It's all just a very high school thing. Hey, the mechanic is here, by the way. I'm gonna play you Dylan's video so you can see the start and be right back.
Government buildings in the Donbass. The official Ukrainian military was seen as unable to keep the situation under control. In response, many Ukrainian citizens started to form paramilitary volunteer battalions in order to fight against the separatists. This is when Right Sector's newly formed political party created its paramilitary wing, the Ukrainian Volunteer Corps. It's been 9 years since then, with the years seeing their soldiers involved in some of the heaviest fighting the war in the Donbass has to offer, including the famous Second Battle at Donetsk Airport, which gave birth to the legend of the cyborgs. It also stayed outside of the official military structure much longer than most civilian volunteer battalions, garnering a reputation through public feuds with the central government in Kiev before finally being integrated under command after the 2022 invasion. Right Sector and other Ukrainian nationalist groups are especially an obsession of Russian state TV. They are often used to portray Ukraine as a state controlled by Nazi fanatics, bent on genociding the Russian speakers of the Donbass. The fact that there are so many different competing narratives around these groups, and so little source material on them in English, makes it hard for a cursory observer to research this topic themselves and parse the propaganda from the truth. After agreeing to do the interview, I was informed that it would be inside a local Right Sector base in the Kharkiv Oblast, and would not be that far from the Russian border, so I took a weekend away from the demining crews I had been filming with, and headed towards their base near the Russian border with my friend and translator Anastasia and Igor, a volunteer who makes deliveries of aid to soldiers on the front line. As we approached the base, almost all of the buildings we passed bore the scars of war, with few people having returned, the forest filled with mines, and very little having been rebuilt in the area. The rubble and burnt-out family homes, now void of the former inhabitants, serve only as a tribute to what was once a bustling community, until it became a road bump on the Russians' unsuccessful march on Kharkiv. It was contrasted by the fields and valleys this destruction laid within that seemed like it was straight out of a painting. It was hard to believe that something so violent could happen somewhere so tranquil. Arriving at the base, I got to meet some of the Right Sector fighters, none of whom I can identify due to security concerns. I met Yaroslav, our interview subject, who upon meeting me, asked me how unfiltered he could be in the interview. I told him that we wanted him to be as honest as possible, which he seemed satisfied with. While the opinions and experiences he shared would be raw, unfiltered, and expressed intensely at times, they still needed to be expressed from behind a balaclava on camera due to him needing to keep his identity obscured for his role in combat. I sat down with Yaroslav and started the interview. I'm Dylan Burns, and this is Ukraine Uncensored. Fantastic. I would like to start with an introduction, his name, his role, like what his job is in the military.
My name is Yaroslav. Most people in Ukraine know me as Akila. Rudyard Kipling, you know. I am the commander of this scouting troops.
What part of Ukraine are you from, and what was it like growing up there?
Kiev.
He's from Kiev.
What was it like growing up in Kiev?
Just a normal childhood, a bit of a hooligan.
Was there any hobbies or ways he liked to relax in Kiev?
I loved to go to the theatre, to the forest hiking. I was teaching children how to survive in the forest, not to get lost.
What kind of shows did he like to see at the theater?
Performances.
Theater performances.
Got you. What was his job before working in the military?
Financial security.
What job does he enjoy more? Financial security or working in the military?
Both are similar. It's just that one is on the front lines and another isn't. The skills and moral will required for both are the same. In both cases, I got to do the thinking.
When did he first join the military and for what reason?
In 2014, because the war started.
When the war started in 2014, did it take him by surprise? Was he expecting it?
No. We expected this war to happen for like 15 years. We expected it and were training for it.
So he was training before the 2014 invasion and military tactics?
Yes.
How did he train?
We were training with the people who knew the war is coming. If not tomorrow, then the day after that, or later, that it will come eventually. And the enemy will be Russia. That they will take Crimea and Donbass away from us. And if it works out for them, they are going to try and take over Ukraine in its entirety. That training was mostly strike ball. Yes, strike ball is an opportunity to work on your tactical skills. To learn how to work with equipment. Aside from that, you can learn a lot of stuff. You can work on your inside the city shootout skills in some deserted ruins. In the forest too, in winter, in summer, in the rain, and with mud. No, military people. Military people as well. Basically, those who were training us were people with some sort of military experience or skills. Someone who served in the army as a sapper, for example, and could teach and show us something. Someone who had experience in participating in some other military conflicts outside of Ukraine. Someone who has already been through a war.
Was how quickly the Russians took over Crimea a surprise? Was there an expectation of more resistance?
The surprising bit was that they actually decided to start invading it. That was a surprise. Why it was a surprise is this. Because at that time, Russians were holding most of Ukraine's economy in their hands. Their people were in every law enforcement agency. Their people. And a sort of creeping occupation was already happening. So the surprise was that they chose to do it with military force. Unexpected that was. Because it was illogical. And yes, we hoped there would be resistance. Why that resistance didn't happen, that's a big question. Why and who should be blamed for it? Because if the war truly started in Crimea, and there were enough forces and means, then maybe Donbass would not have happened, and maybe this war would not have happened as well.
Does he think that the Russians would have had more success
Hey,
if
yo.
they stuck to institutional capture instead of...
Nice. Got the car
full
fixed, so...
It was working for them back then. They were doing it.
There's subtitles and also subtitles.
Even harsher in Belarus, most likely.
Okay. Were you nice?
Did he know anybody displaced by the Russian invasion of Crimea? Any family, friends?
Yes, yeah.
I was expecting a crazy dude, but he was just a little weird and silly. I think it's actually rather like interesting how realistic that is. You know, as an as a show of what people really are like. Because it's easy to imagine these people as like, you know, I don't know, just like Nazis reincarnated or something. It's not really what it is it? So I don't know, it's interesting to look at them this way. Oh yeah, sure.
Is to take back what they took from us.
Absolutely. Is this good? Yeah, 2 out of 600.
And the crown achievement would be
we gotta do parties for every 10 days, okay? So I survive properly.
It should not exist.
Or parties for every 5 days.
If we don't achieve this, let's say they keep
drinking streams every once in a while.
Then
so I don't give up.
a new war will happen. The reason why is
I'm gonna get so much cash money. I want to know what to do with it.
Russia needs southern ports, Odessa, Kherson, Crimea, land corridors.
I'm a normal replacement for a woman who is on her birth leave. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm doing salesperson job because a local friend, kinda, she needed to get a birth leave and they had no one to replace her. Maternity leave, thank you, maternity leave. I was thinking of the word for such a long time. Like in recent days, I've called it birth leave, I've called it pregnancy leave. Stuff like that, and I never knew how it's actually called. Maternity leave makes a lot of sense, yeah. But I'm basically on that, and she has almost 2 years, which is approximately 600 working days. So she has a year after she gives birth, and then before she gives birth, she has around 7 to 8 months. Plus then the vacation days that she hasn't used previously.
20 years from now on, they will start
I don't know English, my dear. I'm not good at English.
And I don't want this new war.
But yeah, I'm a replacement for her. And it's going to be cool because so far I've been getting money online. True. I've been getting money online, so I'm hoping to get more cash money now so I can do a lot more stuff.
Democratic Russia. Peaceful coexistence had begun.
Gonna be able to do more donations.
In 1997, began to put together a plan of war.
I think she got 8 months.
In 1997.
It's like 7 to 8 because we don't know exactly where she started. Because the thing is,
to have a fully self-sufficient economy, you need a domestic market.
They count your pregnancy from the last time you missed your period. So they said it's about 9 weeks.
In Russia today.
And because it's a high-risk pregnancy, she immediately got to go. Because otherwise you work until you are 45 days before term, or 28 if you want to stay longer. You can't get less than 28 days.
Russified Belarus and Ukrainian people, plus other Russified nations considering and calling themselves nations.
I mean more like law stuff about how much free time you're getting. Because I know not all countries give you exactly the same amount. But because she works physically demanding jobs, then she gets to leave immediately. Otherwise you don't, according to the law. Like I was reading the law these days to figure out how long I have to work because I want it to be less. I was like, I hope it's as short as possible. No, it isn't. Turns out to be about 2 years together with leave after birth plus vacation days.
Russia is an empire. Whatever its
based, fucking based.
Remains an empire.
Based business model, truly.
Can only maintain themselves for expansion. As soon as an empire stops expanding, it crumbles.
So he believes that the Russians were always planning this?
I don't think it, I know it's a fact. The third reason is Russia is an authoritarian mafia state that subjugates its own population.
Gestation period, like 9?
The state gets its hands on everything it wants, while throwing scraps to the people. There are no electoral changes of power there. Basically, it's a classic case of a fascist dictatorship, although farcical. They cannot allow their population to live alternatively.
Oh yeah, we rolled it 9
Their
months.
neighbors have it
It's
worse.
what is it?
Or just the
KT
same.
species. I never
So
know
they
which
have
one
no
is
problem
it
with
is.
Kazakhstan.
But we basically we go
Azerbaijan
into the
ruled for
group
30
with
plus
eagles
years.
and whales,
No problem
animals
with
like that
kangaroos.
long gestation periods,
Lukashenko.
less offspring, but you take proper care
No
of them.
problems with China and their Communist Party, where things are definitely not good. Whereas Ukraine,
Makes sense. That makes
well,
a lot
it's
of
an
sense.
example that a president can be elected. If the government stops listening to the will of the people, it can be changed as well. We are the alternative. And since we have
How
substantial
what?
familial connections and similar languages, and for a long time, we pretty much shared the same information.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, to be honest.
So, we are showing Russians that you can live without the same president for 20 plus years. That there is an alternative, and this alternative should not be allowed to exist. Speaking of coexisting with Russia, there are examples of the impossibility of such coexistence. Shining examples: North Korea and South Korea, or North Vietnam and South Vietnam. They ended up in wars. One lost that war, and the other managed to fight itself off. Western Germany and Eastern Germany. From Eastern Germany, people tried to escape to Western Germany at the first opportunity. That was the alternative. And when people were given the right to choose freely, Eastern Germany ceased to exist. This is what the alternative feels. China and Taiwan. Chinese people in both countries. But Taiwan represents the alternative for the rest of China. Turns out you can live a good life without the Communist Party.
In 2014, when he joined the military and started to fight, did he join with Right Sector then, or was it a different military organization?
Right Sector, yeah.
Did he join with Right Sector for any particular reason? Over, say, a different military unit?
Because they were
I think this is where, like, I stopped watching with Thompson.
And how would he ideologically describe himself?
Nationalist.
Nationalist.
Nationalist. Is there any right-wing or left-wing slant to that, or just nationalist?
Just nationalist.
Just nationalist.
Just nationalist. When you joined the Right Sector in 2014 and started to fight, in what areas did you see
YouTube
combat?
comments?
Donbass, Luhansk.
Have you seen the Twitter comments? Wait.
What was the fighting like in the
Because the
Donbass
Twitter
in the
comments
early
are
days?
fucking ridiculous.
Chaos.
Did the military have a strong hold on what they were doing? Did they know what they were doing?
Not even ridiculous, more
The
so
military did not know what it was doing.
clown opinions, I
They
want to
did
say.
not know what they were doing because it all started as a classic example of a hybrid war.
Because like previously he was criticized for not speaking to right sector people. So people were like, hey Dylan, why are you doing interviews and you're not speaking to people who are actually like far right in Ukraine? This feels like you are trying to, I don't want to say silence them, but it's like you're pretending as if they don't exist, right? So he goes and he does an interview with far right people, and then people are like, well, why are you giving a platform to far right? No matter what you do, they're going to be pissed off. I'm quite happy he did an interview. I thought it was a good interview, to be honest. I thought it was rather good. At least the parts I've seen, because I've seen somewhere until here, and then I didn't see the rest. But so far, like, I think it's good. And I also think it's good to kind of bring it closer to what it is. I think it's interesting to bring you the understanding of what these people are fighting for closer. I think it's a good thing overall. I don't know, it's like truly, it very much reminds me of Steve Gaunt videos with our defenders on the front line, and then how he was writing like little articles and everything in Western news over it. I kind of like that. So it reminds me of that. It's like you speak to people who are actually there, and then you get their reasons for doing this, and I like that. Salty, are you okay? What are you doing?
The army itself was disorganized and disoriented. Besides that, in the beginning, in Donbass, Russian Special Forces operatives, pretending to be local insurgents forces, used their pro-Russian assets, civilians. And these are not the targets for a general army. The army could not be efficient against that. The military was not equipped to work in such conditions. What could work was a police action, an anti-terrorist operation, which it eventually turned into. The SBU took control of the operation in Donbass eventually, anti-terrorism center.
Okay.
Why was it so chaotic in those early days? Why do you think the military did not have a firm grasp of the situation?
At that point in time, nobody really understood the situation. There was no plan. Army disorganized. As it were in 2014. It was a sorry sight.
How much of the equipment that you guys were using was donated by, civilians and not from the military? How much did they have to go get their own equipment?
You mean like volunteer work?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Volunteers helped us. Solely volunteers.
Volunteers, pretty much.
Was mostly volunteers?
Mostly volunteers, yeah. Back in the day, for sure, yeah.
Was that chaos and disorder from the military part of the reason he joined Right Sector, since it operated outside of the traditional military structure?
Yes.
Since 2014, how has Right Sector changed both militarily and ideologically?
There were internal changes. Ideologically, it did not change much. Though, as a military unit, we are now the 67th Mechanized Brigade, part of the Ukrainian Armed Forces.
Ho ho!
A beast. Compared to what we used to be, we are 100 times bigger.
How large is Right Sector, its military wing at this point?
Secret.
Huh?
Confidential.
Secret. Not,
Secret.
Yeah, not gonna.
A lot. A lot.
A lot.
A lot. Got you.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk a little bit more about the ideology of Right Sector for a moment. On the first paragraph of the official Right Sector website, it describes the mission statement of the organization as Ukraine's liberation from both external, the Kremlin, and
Yeah,
internal
Anna is doing
occupation of
translation.
clan oligarchic groups, as well as a struggle against imposition of extreme liberal cultural Marxist ideas upon Ukrainian society.
As far as I've seen, it was her idea to do the interview too, because she wanted to kind of show to people how the Right Sector operates and how their people operate, basically. Wait, I'm gonna try to find it. Yeah, I found it. So the whole interview was apparently her idea because she's based. Okay, nice. The thought process was this. There is so much ridiculous Russian propaganda and hysteria around Ukrainians being Nazis. So why don't we talk with someone who is actually far-right person for real? And far-right sector is about as far-right as it gets. And I can get to them and actually convince them to give an interview. So who will do a better job as an interviewer than Dylan? Thus we ventured, as a gay power duo, to talk with the most intense and radical people in my country. I do think it was good. I do think the interview was good. I think it was, I think it was well done. I think the questions were good too, at least so far. I decided to inform Yaroslav that people in the comments called him basically a Republican with high IQ. Typical Midwest conservative. Your average conservative Southern grandpa. Average MAGA guy. He said he is cool with all of that except MAGA guy. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I would get insulted at that too. I see it. I see it. I see it.
Do you agree with the sentence?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
He says, yeah, he agrees with that.
So I wanted to talk about the later half of that because we hear a lot about the first half, but not much about the last half. Why do you identify with the later half of that statement?
We already lived with that. Did not have a good time.
Yeah, but
70 years.
Але він, я розумію, що він питає, тому що марксизм то окей, то понятно, а комунізм ясно. А екстремальний лібералізм, what is there in liberalism? Що там в лібералізмі?
What's that about?
Тому що Запад це майже всі країни ліберальні.
Та ні, ну,
Well, liberal, yeah.
Maga, you think?
Liberal.
I don't know.
It's not war related.
Я можу розказувати.
I am a soldier. I can talk about war and the enemy.
Супротивника. Ну, це трошки не моя
This is not my field.
Це і, ну, я
But I
можу
can tell you my
сказати
personal
своє
opinion.
власне.
Так, скажіть, власне.
Ті
Those people
люди,
who,
які
back in the day, a long time ago,
Because it feels to me like Maga guys maybe would.
those rights need to be fought for.
I feel like it would be easy to get them into it.
And then, when they achieved those rights and liberties, they, jobless, had nothing better.
Oh yeah, so yeah, basically
They make up various
a conservative. This is getting into conservatism. I see
I'm
that.
speaking about the West right now.
Вони почали
So they are searching for these oppressions of their rights everywhere, found a job for themselves.
По результату
As a result, they started defending people.
Oh, he's a Twitter
They did not
user.
have to defend it
He's a Twitter user.
and impose their values on others.
Зараз ці, так сказати, замаскировані
And
неомарксисти,
currently, those neo-Marxists in disguise and neoliberals are making up problems with
з ЛГБТК
LGBTQ+
спільнотою, вони
community.
видумують цей, ну, немає в Україні
There are no
проблем
problems with them in
з ним
Ukraine at all.
взагалі. Крім того,
Aside from that,
іде
they
нав'язування,
impose.
ну, це, блін, ну, я не
Damn, I am not a political
політичний,
speaker.
все, що іде на шкоду нації,
Everything that arms the nation, no matter where it came
неважливо,
from,
звідки воно прийшло,
the
з
West
заходу
or
чи
the
сходу.
East,
Його
does
не
not
має
need
бути.
to be.
Його просто
should
не
not
має
be.
бути. Крім того,
Plus,
є така
there is
мудра
this
єврейська
wise
книга,
Jewish
Біблія
book, you know, called the Bible,
І там є
and the words
слова,
are,
по
"Wherefore by
плодам
their
знаєте
fruits
ви
ye
їх.
shall know them."
Я ще ні разу
And
не
I am yet to
побачив,
see even a single attempt at building a utopia where everyone is equal
всеобщего
without
равенства,
concentration
безпосередньо.
camps.
Немає
No
такого.
such country.
Любі
Every
утопії
utopia
надо
requires a
працювати.
concentration camp.
І
And Thomas More
про
wrote
це
a swell
дуже
book on it.
гарно написав.
Okay.
Is there any examples of
I'm not really. Is it like we can't get equality anyways, so why bother? Is that what it is? Like how is it? How is it? This guy 100% didn't have a gun prior to 2014. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. What do you want, salty? I could see that he likely didn't have a gun before, and then he felt the need to help his country defend. Yeah. I don't know how, like, the MAGA do tend to be very, very nationalistic, don't they? Like, I'm pretty sure, but also, yeah, the thing is, I feel like, you know how I feel like? It would be relatively easy to get them to fight for America. The problem is they are very stupid, and it would be very easy to get them to fight against America. Like, can you imagine if, like, Putin right now attacks USA? Do you not think it would be really, really easy to go to conservatives and be like, hey, guys, Putin is here to defend conservative values. Putin is here to help you fight against these progressives in the government. He is here to help you fight to defend Christianity and religious values and nuclear families and everything that Russia stands for. I feel like it would be really easy to get them to vote to fight against America, as easy as it would be to get them to fight for America. I mean, to be fair, 70 million ain't, like, on USA numbers, ain't that much. But also, I do think that they are populist, absolutely. Even if we take away the assessment of their intelligence, it is very easy for them to fall for populism, which would again make them very easily manipulated to fight for America and after America both. Yeah, it would be easy. It would be simple. Conservatives already like tend to be very, very populist in the first place, which is why you see a lot of them defending Russia right now. I don't really think it would be hard to get them to just fight for Putin if Putin were to decide to invade. Surely it would be different if the invasion was coming from someone else. Like, I don't know, if Canada invades you people, I'm pretty sure it would be harder to get MAGAs to fight against America and for Canada. But if something like Russia were to invade, it would be very easy to manipulate them to just turning the guns against their own state. Oh, I'm not trying to unify people from left and right. I'm not attempting to unify people from left and right. This is the first thing. But the second thing is that I'm not calling all the people from the right side stupid. I'm specifically referring to MAGA people. I do think MAGA people are questionably intelligent. I stand behind that, absolutely. I think MAGA people are questionably intelligent. Definitely. It's like the only other thing is maybe like if you voted for him, I don't know, if you're just seeing yourself as a Republican, not a MAGA person, like you don't really like Trump, but you didn't want a Democrat in the office, maybe something like that. I wouldn't consider you MAGA in that point. But if you're MAGA, I absolutely am questioning your intelligence. I stand behind that 100%. Fully. MAGA was fully and solely based on populism. There was no other worth between Trump's ideology than populism itself. And people who fall for populism are people who are very easily manipulated. MAGA guy's first priority would be to shoot neighbors and people he doesn't like. Then possibly if there's any ammo left, he may fight an invader. You know what it reminds me of, though? You guys remember when there were conversations about USA banning guns, and then there were a bunch of people who were like, no, civilians must have guns to defend themselves against the government. And I remember at the time there was this like meme on Twitter, which was people being like, hey, yeah, let's tell the conservatives that it's actually great that people are allowed to have guns to defend themselves, because trans people must be defending themselves from the government, because they are actually oppressed by the government, you know? So like, let's thank them for helping trans people get guns so they can be kept safe. And how many of these people were like actually angry when minorities they didn't like were the ones who were appreciating the ability to have guns. It reminds me of that. It's like, yeah, you think you would use guns against the government, but first of all, you're not the one currently in danger of the mentioned fucking government. Second of all, you would likely use these guns for something entirely different. Absolutely. Lots of silence. I think counteroffense goes at its pace, and it's much harder to dig out Ruskies from trenches that they had been making for a year compared to Kharkiv. So slow pace is very understandable. Yeah, it seems to make sense. Yeah. Guns were not common here before at all. Only bandits had them. And there are people around police structures that knew how to get permits. Oh yeah, stuff like that too. Yeah. For Trump? Oh, I understand why they voted for him. I don't think their reasons to vote for him were based in any sort of actual... how do I say this? I don't think the reasons to vote for him were reasons that I personally agree with. Boom, I would need to look at the stats on economy. I don't really follow USA economy too much, to be honest. What I do know is that he shut all over your foreign policy by replacing a lot of people you had who were keeping their positions for quite a long time and who had very specific experience in the fields. What I do know is that he was very stupid. For me, that's like one of the most important things I remember from him being there. He was very stupid and he was very populist. And he was finding it so hard to get people to be populist with him. And you have no idea how concerning that is to watch. Like, having speeches about how USA must be protected from these imaginary enemies. My dude. My dude. I don't know. It was a Twitter war over trans people wearing shirts with guns on them. Oh shit, yeah, true. True. Yes. I remember at one point, I remember a specific part of this where Vosh, I think, says that, oh yeah, it's actually good that people are fighting for trans people to have guns because trans people need to be able to defend themselves from the state. And people were clipping Vosh and posting him around saying that Vosh is calling for genocide of conservative Americans. So, yeah.
Happening in the West that he would not like to see happen here that he thinks is making the West weaker?
There are no problems with women's rights. Women have all the rights. Don't make up problems when there is none.
Yeah, Twitter user, basically.
Yeah, that's it. Aside from that, as the practice showed, all leftist trajectories tend to stall the development.
Oh yeah, true. That was interesting because, like, you remember, it makes me remember the contrast of like when the mass shooter was non-binary and people were like freaked out, but then when the mass shooter was a Nazi and everyone was trying to make excuses for it, you remember that? And people were like, oh yeah, he has Nazi tattoos, but what if he has them ironically? This person was posting very problematic stuff online, but like, what if someone else made an account with their name to destroy their reputation? It wasn't them actually being a Nazi. Like,
living in a WASP civilization. White Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Non-binary people are not
the legacy of these people.
identifying with either gender.
The whole world lives in this paradigm.
You identify outside of the binary.
Right now, any attempts to change or reject it will lead to its collapse. This civilization will be gone.
Jump on in this war in 24 hours.
Civilization. Already a big problem that. But we strayed
Didn't someone ask him how?
All of that.
And he couldn't answer?
It's not my specialty. I'm not a politician in charge. I'm not even political.
So, then I've just got like one or maybe two more ideological questions. People are very interested.
Він каже, що він розуміє, але йому цікаво спитати, тому що люди цікавляться дуже оце ідеологічними вопросами, тому що вони чують, правий сектор, вони все там страхують цього. Тому вони нас підтримують, але їм цікаво, що таке тут трапиться вообще у нас в країні.
In the RADA, there is legislation to allow homosexuals to join in civil unions. They're debating it right now on whether they're going to pass it or not. Do you think this is an example of them
Positive
making
about
trouble when there
counteroffensive?
is none?
In my understanding, marriage should result in children. I don't know gay couples that can produce children. A child needs a mother. Me? I don't. Damn. We have a fucking war going on. Horrific war. But we have not won yet. Thank God we have not lost it yet. And fuck. All these fucking rights are not important right now. This is a private matter. In Ukraine, it used to be a personal life issue. Who sleeps with who is a private matter.
I see that. Giving Putin all he wants and then some extra, yeah.
Homosexual, and nobody was stigmatized. This law. I think there are way more important problems to deal with right now. Other problems to talk about. Things are far from good here. Someone somewhere may be being oppressed notwithstanding. They are concerned with the wrong things. It's like painting the walls in a house that is on fire.
Але ви б голосували б за це чи ні, допустим?
I would not.
Зрозуміло, так.
Right sector was involved in 2015 in mid-2010s in a lot of counter-protests to gay pride marches, and in some instances even violence against certain LGBTQ plus events. Do you think that if the war was to end, they would go back to that activity, or they have calmed down from that type of stuff?
Firstly, the war got to end. Secondly, explain to me why the LGBT pride parades are needed. Why? Bed is a private matter.
Ну, це не про ліжко, це про права людей.
And what rights do they not have here, huh? Do they not have the right to education or the right to live their lives? They have the same rights as every citizen of Ukraine, granted by the Constitution. No more, no less. They have these rights. And the authorities are looking after the preservation of their rights.
Я розумію, що ви кажете, але...
What's the problem? I will tell you one thing. When those LGBT pride parades began, there is an LGBT community in Kiev. Gay people came and said, we have nothing to do with them. They are doing it for the money. And we, as LGBT people, are, so to speak, homosexual relations are not a new thing. They always existed. But we don't need those, and we don't relate to them.
Yeah, I think he's focusing a lot more on the constitutional rights that gay people have rather than the societal
money laundering,
oppression that they are suffering through, you know?
Imitating activity, imitating protection. It's not about protecting people.
Like I see, you know what he is doing? It's like Americans. We had one chatter here who was American previously. Trump supporter. Maybe it's one of you guys, actually. I don't know who it was. But I remember at one point we were talking about like racism in USA. And I think it was specifically a conversation over how many politicians will misrepresent the crime rates in order to be very racist. And then we had conversations about like how black people have been historically moved to these communities, how like different parts of USA get different funding, and then if you were placed in a poorer community, you would get less funding and you would be able to develop less schools properly and stuff like that. So you would be immediately having a disadvantage if you were growing up in this type of a place as compared to growing up as a rich person living in a community that has always been rich and has been able to get a lot of funding. And it was interesting because I remember we had a really good video on this. Fuck, I need to find it now. It has really, really good laws that I may need to remember about USA if we're going to talk about this. But basically we had someone in chat who was like, oh no guys, racism is illegal in USA, so there's no racism. And it's like, no? Like societally, no? That's not how this works. It's like people go, yeah, sexism is illegal, and then like that doesn't mean it's still not there. That doesn't mean it's still not around. That doesn't mean we can like stop educating people on what the problems of it are just because it's made illegal. And in very much the same way, when he talks about homophobia, he talks about the way it has been outlined in the Constitution, right? So it's not like we ban gay people from schools or whatever. Which, yeah, true. But like it's not just about that. It's about how a society responds. And I think that's kind of important to remember. Wait, don't you people also have wait, what? I don't know what that event was. But who told me? I think it was Darth Toad. He said that you people still have sunset towns in USA. What was it with that? Putin says Russia positions nuclear bombs in Belarus as warning to the West. He's a fucker. He's a fucker. Makes me nervous in one way, which is that he may be using mutually assured destruction as a way to destruct Belarus. That is the part that I am concerned about. I'm like, what if he uses it from Belarus? Yeah, I don't think he would use it from Russia ever. The only concern I have is the idea that he may use them from Belarus. But even then, I don't think the West is stupid, to be honest. I do think they know. Like, if Belarus launches nukes, I think we all know who is controlling the nukes. And Lukashenko even said that Russia is controlling the nukes. I don't know if he is too smart to agree to mutually assured destruction with the West. So it seems very, very unlikely for me. Madman theory. Oh. Some of LGBT Ukrainian unions have Russian allies they support and are against Ukrainian army. What? Or is it a case of like leftists being like, oh, we need peace, not war? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? I don't know what else it could be. I can claim many of our LGBT organizations have surprisingly ties with Russians. It is weird though, don't Russians hate them? Aren't Russians absolutely against LGBT? Like, why would you ally with them? Holy shit, why would you do that? Oh, the Madman theory? Wait. Man theory. Nixon and his administration tried to make the leaders of hostile communist bloc nations think he was irrational and volatile. According to the theory, those leaders would then avoid provoking the United States, fearing an unpredictable American response. Ah, makes fucking sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Like, they think I'm so mad that they don't dare to do anything to make me angry, because then I'll just nuke the fuck out of everything they love. Did it work? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah. We need to make them disappear. Holy shit. So why the fuck would you be on the side of Russia? Is this like Western leftists being on the side of Russia? Because they're stupid and that's it? That's the only reason? They hate right-wing people like the guy in interview more than Russians who outlaw them. Yeah, that could be. Trump did it? You think Trump did it? I think Trump was just mad. I think Trump was just mad, my dude.
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I do hope that after our victory, we will deal with other issues. We will have to rebuild the country. And honestly, all those people who received those Western grants did not go to defend their country. They escaped to Munich, to Europe. That's it.
Thank you for watching this Ukrainian censored interview.
Threatened to bomb a country over and over and finally come to negotiation table. Yeah, that too, that too. I mean, did it work with Trump? Was he even successful? I don't know if like my views of Trump are realistic, my dude. Oh, ayo, 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 ayo. Reflecting the legal and policy human rights situations. Oh, hey, wait, there's a really good website of this. What's the website of this? No, LGBT rights. LGBT rights Europe. There's a really, really, really good website on this. Index. Oh, it is Liga Europe, but it's an index. I know you can click on a country and you can see exactly which laws they have. I don't want to download the report. I want to click on the country. I wanna be able to click on the country, you loser. Rainbow Europe? There is one of them where you can click on each country. Oh, maybe it's this one. You can click. Now, is it this one? Ah, it was better than this one, but this works, this works. And then you could like look into... No, wait, it is this. It's just they have a different... Oh, here it is. They made it differently now. It used to be better made. I'm not really a fan of this. It's kind of ugly looking. It was looking less ugly before, but they have a whole thing with like in which ways are people protected, in which ways they are not, what is allowed for them to do, what is not allowed for them to do, stuff like that. And I think it's a really, really good website, and you can look into like every single law you have, what you are allowed to be banning, what you are not allowed to be banning, what is illegal in the country, what isn't illegal in the country. I think it's kind of good. I think it's kind of useful, to be honest. Right sector, military organization, and they don't have conflicts with LGBT representatives in recent years. However, we do have some other political Russia-backed movements who constantly use violence against LGBT people, but got fucked every time by saying citizens. Oh, based. Trump asked help with his elections from Russia, China, India, and Japan, and was impeached for trying to hold funds from Ukraine promised by the government to benefit Russia and make up lies about Hunter Biden's laptop. But I don't see him as like reasonable in any sort of a way. It's Croatia. Let me see. Zagreb, where's Osijek? Where's Osijek? Can I get Osijek? Does Osijek have something? No. Croatia tours. Can I look into how good the place is? Where to stay? Oh, right. Legal since 1977. Same-sex marriage, civil unions since 2014. LGBT discrimination illegal since 2003. Nice, we're good. Oh, we're good. We're actually good. What? Olena Shevchenko, organizer of Key Pride, asked not to support Ukrainian army? What? What? Oh shit. Wait, wrong browser. Oh, Woman of the Year. Wait, didn't we look into this one? I thought she was okay on the military. Why did I think she was okay on the military? Initially planned to remain in Kiev. Evacuated, reorganized inside functions to provide relief efforts for women and children. Set up a shelter for displaced people. Save houses, okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, I got no idea. Oh, that says between lines, money should be sent to LGBT people who left the country, not military. Oh, wait, who left? I thought it's about people who have stayed in the country. Maish. Oh, it's a short one. Shit, it's short. I don't know if it's for those who left. He's going to continue to cause chaos at the cost of other people's lives, even if his death means for Putin too. He doesn't care about his people or others. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Putin would launch. If you don't think Putin wouldn't launch nuke for self-preservation, oh, it's I think the thing about Putin is that he doesn't have a chance to launch nukes for self-preservation. He must get approved from other people. It's why you never give 100% power to anyone, even if you are in a Russian situation. He can't use the nukes himself. He must get approved by other people in the country who likely don't want to see the country eradicated. His own, what's the word? His own reputation is another thing. I know people often bring up his own reputation. I'm not sure how he feels about losing that one. I'm not sure he gives a shit, really. People talking about him losing his wealth, but in the situation of Russia, you know, he's going to be killed anyways. So I'm not really sure that he is planning to use his wealth if this war ends badly anyways. I do think his main motivation is not the main motivation not to use a nuke, but maybe even for that, is the fact that using a nuke, first of all, the taboo it would create would be fucking wild. Not even China would be supporting Russia anymore in that situation. They would have 0 allies left and they would have all countries against them. Because breaking the taboo, like you break it one time, that's it. That's it, we're fucked. Like as a civilization, we're pretty much fucked. The second you allow something like this to happen, you have effectively allowed every single other nation which has nukes to also use nukes if they want to be using them. Just for that reason. No other possible proper explanation, because no one's threatening the existence of Russia, no one's threatening the Russian nation itself, no one's trying to genocide Russians. There's really no reason for them to use a nuke apart from just Putin wanting to stay in power. So yeah, ignoring this would mean that you are ignoring a lot of other similar crimes happening, which means that you have effectively destroyed the world. And I'm pretty sure that people would not really be too happy about that. Milanovic is how to say this? Milanovic is a clown. Milanovic is one of those politicians who exist to be the opposition to whatever someone else says. In his case, he's trying to be the opposition to Plenković, who is the prime minister. So Milanovic and Plenković, there's a whole drama between the two, but basically Milanovic and Plenković were at the same university, and they were often compared to each other. Which made them both want to kind of, fight against each other. Which means that one of them went into the center-left group, one of them went into the center-right. Now, the center-right, that is Plenković. Plenković is currently based. Plenković is very, very supportive of helping Ukraine. Plenković's group exists on center-right in Croatia is basically nationalism. So national pride, patriotism, we fought off Serbian invasion. So we are such a strong country, we are such a brave country, we sacrifice so much to reach the point where we are, right? So center-right is based. Now, center-left has to be against whatever center-right is saying, because that is how shit politicians work. So Milanovic has to be against whatever center-right is doing, which in this case means that he is going to be warning us about the danger of the nuke and warning us about the danger of poking the Russian bear, warning us about how dangerous it is to even make public statements of helping Ukraine, because there's a possibility that if you make a public statement on it, Putin is going to put you on his little black list, and then he's going to launch a nuke in your ass next time you say something. So overall, I'm kind of strongly against basically everything he's saying. I don't see him as a serious politician. I don't think you should either. I don't know if he is pro-Russia, though, to be fair. I do not know if he is pro-Russia or if he is just trying really hard to be against whatever the center-right is doing. Yeah, because he wasn't really a big fan of Russia previously. I think it's important to mention that he's not really... He wasn't acknowledging them in a way. we didn't have too many comments over the Russian situation until very recently. So I don't know if he's pro-Russian. I think he's just trying to get attention. And, you know, unfortunately, it's kind of working, which I'm not too happy about. Ukrainian flag was raised over some settlements. Nice. Based. Her friends and other LGBT organizers and their hypocrisy. Oh yeah, we could look at every specific one of them. Because I know... Who was it in chat who sent us? I don't know if it was a link to her interview of someone else's. It was weird. Because they were like, oh yeah, this person is against helping Ukraine defend itself. Because Ukraine is bad towards the gays. And then we looked at the video and the video was nothing similar to that. So usually I'm like very, very suspicious when it comes to these things. I'm very, very... I think it's an easy thing to do these days. You know, people go on Twitter and you want to turn someone against another person, you just say they're against helping Ukraine defend itself. And everyone normal is going to be like... Wait. Did we go through most of these? Because I have to leave in like half an hour. I have to go to work, my dudes. I have to go to work. Did you know? Now you know. Send thoughts and prayers. The car got fixed though, so I'm quite happy about that. I'm not too happy about working.
Об этом говорю. Я думаю, что тех, кто нас ненавидит вот всеми фибрами души,
pains him to say it.
Богдан Анатольевич. Мы, собственно, извините, вот про это тоже у нас как бы второй час. Вот как это вот вообще так? Да,
я бы это назвал расчеловечиванием или
оскотинением. 598.
Но я не думаю, что вот эти люди составляют большинство. Они играют роль вышек. Вот помните, был такой обитаемый остров?
Напрасно вы так думаете.
Вот там есть вышки, они транслируют эти волны, и остальных людей заражают. Если эти вышки выключить, если, соответственно, все остальные люди попадут под нормальное информационное воздействие, большинство людей находится в апатии, в депрессии, им надоела война. Да,
Normal
вот
what?
Она у них как-то
знаете,
находит какой-то находит у них отклик там, потому что постоянно насилуют их, вот этой информацией. Янина Лазаревна, можно вас перебивать?
Янина Лазаревна, я не припомню, когда мы вам дали слово.
Поэтому в данной ситуации,
Янина Лазаревна,
в данной ситуации, я
2056, congratulations! It's soon, that's soon.
Людей, которые транслируют эту ненависть, делают это почему? Потому что, да, они могут принадлежать к этой радикальной идеологии ради тщеславия, ради тренда, ради хайпа.
Да. Что вы хотели добавить?
Я хотела добавить, что люди, которые находятся под воздействием боевых действий и не знают, доживут ли они каждый день до вечера или до утра, они вас не любят. Да, задействован принцип коллективной ответственности.
Вы продолжаете рассказывать сказки и говорить, что вас кто-то на что-то спровоцировал. Вы воспитываете убийц. И вам это нравится.
Говорю,
вот в чем проблема.
80% населения относятся так.
Я понял, Янина Лазаревна. Я понимаю с первого раза. Я же не спорю. Первый сказал про это Юсин, что 80% у вас думают так, как вы сейчас нам объясняете. Поэтому вопрос, что делать? Вопрос решается очень просто. Уничтожением вот этих самых вышек и...
To be fair though, like when it comes to... what's the word? LGBT views in Ukraine, I do think there's Eastern Europe in the first place. It was very, do I want to say negative? Let's say negative. Erase all Russians is being held by Automat, by the way. I had to approve of it. The views have been very negative, as I assume it has been in most of Eastern Europe, right? Like we have proper laws here in Croatia. It wasn't a thing for a while, and even now our politicians will openly say stuff that in USA it would get them out of the office. Here they're just allowed to say it because we are Eastern Europe and we kind of go 10 years behind everyone else. So other parts of the world get new proper laws to allow people to live well and to be happy, and then you have us, kind of following behind. Ukraine, as an Eastern European country, I think it was completely normal that it was in a similar situation. Hey, yo, Valo, how's life? I think it is completely normal. Ukraine was in a similar situation, and I think it's completely normal that Ukraine did not really have laws that we would call progressive. the thing is that like right now they're being pushed into reacting to that. We're kind of making them react to the situation, and we're making them react to it relatively quickly. So because of that, I think the differing opinions that you're getting, I think they're completely normal. It's not like they had, like, look at our, for example, situation. We had time to analyze this shit, okay? In 2014, the conversation about LGBT rights was presented in Croatia strongly for the first time. Between 2014 and now, 2023, we have made great improvements. But it was a thing done slowly. It was like we had debates, we had conversations, we had different newspapers posting. We recently had, for the first time, a picture book released to elementary schools in which you have characters which are two mothers or like two fathers in a family. For the first time it was released. Huge improvement, but it took years and years and years of slowly, changing how your society works and slowly working on homophobia that you have in it. Ukraine, I think, wasn't really able to have these types of conversations, in big part because Ukraine has been in a war for a very long time. They have not been given the same opportunity. So I understand that in Ukraine, a lot of people are still on the mindset of, Croatia back in 2014. They're still on that same mindset. Homophobia here was strong in 2014. Like, I often talk about this, but, like, guys, I don't know you're aware of how strong it was. We literally had books in schools telling us that being gay is a disease that must be cured by believing in God more. I had a teacher tell us that New Zealand allowed gay marriages, and because of this, they had to allow people to marry sheep. It was everywhere. Hatred towards gay people was everywhere. It took years to move away from that. We have not given Ukraine the same chance. So I absolutely understand that, like, for a lot of people, the current conversations that we are able to have in our society, it's not really something that Ukraine was focusing on, which makes perfect sense. It's as Yaroslav says at the point, it's like we have more important stuff to think about, and they do. Thinking about the war, thinking about how to resolve this, how to get their people to safety, of course it's the priority, and of course, people are like, who the fuck cares about LGBT people? We need to win a war. So it makes sense to me that some of them are lashing out. Like, it reminds me of that post someone made, which was like, oh yeah, this is not what our people are fighting for. And then it was just like gay flags and everything. And it's like, what do you mean this is not what your people are fighting for? What do you think they're fighting for? What are you talking about? Like, what even is this? I think it's normal that they're lashing out, basically. And I think it's understandable. But also, I do think that they're doing great moves in proper directions. And I think that must be recognized and praised a lot. Oh yeah, Trump shit, I've read news about that. Yeah, said he's gonna pay for everyone, and he just left. Why? Madman theory? Madman theory. Foreign countries are gonna be like, oh yeah, the same way that Trump didn't pay for these sandwiches, he's not gonna pay his promises to us. Soviet Union invaded Latvia and Estonia after having invaded Lithuania on 15th. Bastards. Just bastards. It's tragedy, he's a genius. Maybe it is. The Russians are looking at this like, he didn't pay for the sandwiches, oh my god. This man cannot be allowed to rule America. What? Arestovich spoke about reason for failure of the counteroffensive? No, he didn't. Well, according to him, this happened due to the fact that the Russian military was given 9 months so they could strengthen themselves. He didn't talk about the failures. Holy shit. I feel like most people, should just be banned from engaging in these types of conversations. That's what I'm feeling. Just, like, don't allow most of them to speak. Silence.
Be Russia, so fuck off, Putin.
What next mentioned Arestovich? Sternenkov hates Arestovich so much. I haven't even noticed it before. I wasn't really following his posts that often. And recently I was like, hey, I want to see what this man is doing, like, because I think he is the one collecting most funds these days to help Ukrainians. Bro, he hates him. Several times he just calls him a Russian. Because Arestovich was making, it was about the shark video, because Arestovich was like, oh, are you making fun of the dude who got eaten by a shark? Well, now you are no better than a Russian. You got destroyed, your humanity was taken away, you became bland like a vatnik, whatever, I don't know. And most Ukrainians, of course, were like, Arestovich, shut the fuck up. And Stemenko is out there being like, how did he write it? Something that, of course, he's crying about our reactions to this Russian being eaten because he's scared that we would also mock his death if it happens. Something like that. I was like, damn. Yeah, maybe, I guess, maybe. It was actually a base post and I used to find it. I don't remember the entirety of it. It was a nice post and then the comments, he was more hateful. But in the post itself, it was like, he basically blames Arestovich for making a claim that, how was it? That if after years of shelling and attacks and your people being attacked and genocided, and after years of Russians, praising all of this and celebrating all of this and then spreading lies to make the world think that you are guilty for this tragedy that happened to you, after years and years of this, to then look at people going, ha ha ha, Russian got eaten by a shark, and to be like, oh damn, these people are no better than Russians. It's kind of, what do you mean no better? What do you mean? It does remind me of, I think we had someone in chat who was bringing up the same opinion one day, that if you look at the videos of Russian invaders getting exploded, you are no better than a Russian, which I'm not really buying into. I'm not buying into that theory at all. He was supporting at the start of the war, but then turned just a crazy narcissist. Narcissist that is nostalgic of USSR. Oh wait, is he? Is he nostalgic of USSR? Because Thompson likes him. Why does Thompson like him? Is there a reason that Thompson likes him? I've never really understood the whole thing because I mean, I'm not Ukrainian, obviously, so I don't know too much about Arestovich, I feel. And because for me, he's just like kind of mid, to be honest. Like, I don't have strongly negative feelings towards him. I don't have strongly positive feelings towards him either. He's just like that. I don't know how I'm feeling about it. I disagree with some stuff he says, but most of stuff he says seems reasonable. It's weird to see people on like either side of strong feelings about him. Too much of a Russophile? You think he's a Russophile? Damn. Donating, and I hope to see more of those videos. Have you seen that one? Supporters and opponents of indoor toilets. Or is he just like standing there? What does he have? Why are the dogs there? Why are they dragging the dogs there? Oh, he's trying to scare him away with a dog? The fuck is that? A crow fella. One of ours. Like, what the hell? What's wrong with enjoying occupants dying? I think there's levels. I do, like when it comes to having a serious conversation on this, I do think there's levels. You know what it reminds me of? Reddit, the which subreddit is that posts videos of these things. At one point, they had a video of Ukrainians capturing a Russian prisoner of war. And after they captured him, they interviewed him. And in the interview, he basically surrendered. He tried to surrender. And he explained that he didn't know where he was going to be sent. He was told that he is going to be sent to Russia, to protect Russia, so he assumed he's going to be close to his hometown. And then, you know, the next day comes and he's in fucking Ukraine. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do there. He doesn't know what his tasks are. He's just fucking terrified. And he tries to surrender to Ukrainians, and it works. And I remember under the video, one of the comments was basically that, like, why are we listening to this orc or something like that. I don't remember what the exact comment was, but I know it was calling him an orc. And someone made a response which was like, hey, if this man didn't want to participate and didn't know he was participating, and then he surrendered immediately when he figured out where he is, right? He peacefully surrendered. He just accepted that this is the reality he is in, and the best thing he can do is surrender. Maybe this is like not an orc, maybe this is a human. And it was like the whole thing with, like, if he doesn't speak like an orc, he doesn't talk like an orc, he doesn't think like an orc, you know, maybe he's not one of them. And I think that's kind of what has remained to me as maybe like the one of the first videos which I saw, which I was like, okay, yeah, there's like definitely strong nuance here, because it's okay to celebrate when we talk about celebrating dying. It's definitely okay to celebrate most of the cases of the occupants dying, absolutely, but I feel like there is a situation of sometimes taking it a bit too overboard. And I do feel like if Arestovich was commenting specifically on those things, like, I understand what he would be meaning. It's like there was this video recently published of that. I don't know how many you get in your recommendeds. I try to avoid seeing these videos, and I see them anyways. I was that one who, like, knew there was a drone flying overboard, and he knew he doesn't have a place to hide, so he just kind of accepted it. Also, you know, relatively horrifying to watch. And you know this is an occupier, and you know he didn't surrender. It wasn't in his will to surrender. He still wanted to keep on fighting. You still kind of feel bad for the man, okay? It's still like, oh, damn, okay, even if he was here on a genocidal mission, even if he was here to kill as many people as he wanted, even if he was likely a war criminal, because many of them were in occupied territories, still you're like, oh, damn, this is still a person who, you know, has now had to very quickly accept the fact that he is going to be dead in the next few minutes. And it's okay to feel bad for them. And I think from this position is where Arestovich's criticism of these jokes comes from. It's like sometimes you're just reminded of how many people don't know what they're doing and don't know what's happening and are just thrust into this situation. And it's okay to feel bad for them. And I think we're kind of forbidding people from making feel bad. And then, you know, he makes a comment which is like, hey, you're allowed to feel bad about these people. You know, you're allowed to feel bad for these people. It's okay. And you're allowed maybe even to condemn some jokes, even though I don't agree with him condemning the shark jokes. I think that's like, come on. But you're allowed to be condemning some of the jokes, right? But I think, I don't know if he takes it overboard or if people are just really, really into not allowing themselves to feel bad. I don't know if, like, my words are making sense of this. But I don't know if he actually is strongly condemning these jokes. Because again, like, you know, you people are Ukrainians. I guess you hear his words way more often than I do. You probably know his posts more often than I do. So I understand that, you know, you would know more about his opinions than I would. But I don't know if he actually strongly condemns these type of jokes, or if he's just being like, guys, you're allowed to feel bad. Like, you're allowed to look at the video of this Russian getting blown up, and you're allowed to be like, damn, this is tragic. That's a tragic loss of life. You're allowed to do that. You don't have to constantly play into this narrative of like, oh, I don't give a shit about them, I don't care about them, it's okay if they all die. And I know it is, and I know that they are sent there to kill you, and I know that that is what they will do if they are allowed to do it efficiently. You're still allowed to feel bad. And I think sometimes he just kind of, you know, reminds you of that. What's new? Hey, by the way, wait, I need to save that video. I need to save that video from up there because we don't have time to watch videos, but I'm actually very, very interested. Give me a second. Give me a second. Because I saw you said, Herdman, that the video may not be TOS. So I'm going to save it and I'm going to watch it over the weekend to let you know. Let me just send it to myself because the chat is moving a bit faster. I thought it would. So I was like, it's going to be saved up there. And now it's getting like close to the up part and I can't reach it anymore. The song also, I haven't heard it. I'm interested in the song. The song. Which chorus is 100% Russian women screams after they heard their sons had died in Ukraine. But that also, you know what that is? You know how I see it also partially. There was this Estonian man, and I don't know who he was. I need to save his clip, really. But he had a really good speech on this. On how it is not our job to tell a good Russian from a bad one. And I thought it was very, very, very important speech and a very good one to listen to. And he was basically like, yeah, we support helping Ukraine, helping Ukrainians as much as possible. We support sanctioning the fuck out of Russia forever. And it's not our job to say whether or not Russians deserve this. It is not our job to go into Russia and to like take apart good ones from the bad ones and then to be like, you know, which ones deserve this, which ones don't. This is not our problem. This is not... Oh, it wasn't him. It wasn't him. Even though I've recently, for the first time, watched some of Arthur's videos, he's quite good on commentary, actually, on this. It was one of the politicians. And he was basically like, yeah, it's not our job. It's not my job. Like when you say sanctions are going to hit the good Russians too, it's not my job to care about that. Russian state is currently doing a genocidal invasion on Ukraine, and we must do whatever we can to stop them from doing this and to make them as inefficient as possible. It is not our job to be like, yeah, maybe some Russians don't like what Russia is doing. Maybe some Russians are not complicit. Maybe some Russians are against this. It's not my job to care about this. My job is to try and do whatever I can to make Russia as inefficient as possible in this. And if I can do it with sanctioning the shit out of every Russian existing, I'm gonna do that. And I when it comes to that, that's kind of, I think, how I see a lot of the whole conversation about which one of the conscripts was, you know, planning to be there, which one of them wasn't. It's not your job. It's not your job and it's not your worry to care. They're there to kill you, that's it. It's not your job to care about which ones of them wanted to be there, which ones of them didn't want to be there. So I understand not really caring, and I understand mocking all of them. And when it comes to mocking Russian mothers, I understand that too. It's not your job to give a shit. You know, was this one of the mothers who is going to genuinely be sad? Was it the one which said that she has 2 more sons? Was it the one who got a fur coat as replacement? Was it the one who is then going to go on interviews later saying that her son was killed in Ukraine, so now she hates Ukrainians and she wants them all dead? It's not your job to give a shit. So I understand if you don't care. I understand why you wouldn't care. I understand why you would not really be too worried about this. But also I understand why some people may want to bring conversation to that. So overall, you know, when it comes to Arestovich, I'm like, I feel like sometimes he makes very, very reasonable points on this, but I feel like a lot of people are trying really, really hard to not acknowledge the idea that you are allowed to care. Hey, yo, K-Tool, how's life? Arthur is a politician, kinda, yeah. Okay, yeah. You set some criteria where you're like, well, if you do this, and then, oh, where's my... Give me a second. Going to answer a phone call.
In the Bakhmut area, Ukrainian operators recently located and destroyed 2 Russian radar and electronic warfare systems. After a reconnaissance mission revealed the location of a mobile counter-battery radar and a mobile electric warfare platform, the operators quickly relayed the coordinates to their fellow soldiers from a nearby missile artillery unit. Then the famed HIMARS made short work of the Russians.
weirdos. You know, we have a telephone company. I fucking despise them. We have a telephone company, and they still have my grandfather's name as a person paying for the telephone bills, even though he died in 2012. So every once in a while they call and they're like, hey, can we speak to Mr. Ivan? And then I'm like, no, Mr. Ivan is actually like not here. And she's like, oh, well, when is he going to be available? And I'm like, never, he died in 2012. And they go, oh, shit. I love doing it. I love doing it. At first I was like telling them that he died. Now I don't even do it. I'm like, no, he's not available. He can't answer the phone right now. I'll wait for them to be like, why? Like, bro, how the fuck do you not update the system? We told them so many times to update it, and they claimed they did. We went to the like physical building, and we were like, bro, can you update the fucking system? We're still getting bills on this man's name. He died in 2012, dude. This isn't even funny at this point. And they just don't do it. What is this? What is this? You said some criteria where you're like, if you do this and that this, you're worthy of living, then that's kind of fucked up. I think here's my thing, though. I don't think it's about people being worthy of living. I think it's about people being worthy of not being made fun of. You address them to a necromancer. Shit, I should get like the priest's number. That's what I'm gonna start doing next. Oh yeah, you can actually get him on this number, and then I just make him call the priest. Hey, smart. That's gonna be my response next time. Fuck, I forgot where I was. Yeah, I don't think it's about not being allowed to live. I don't really think that... how would I say this? Like, I don't know how you people are looking at this mostly when it comes to, like, Russians being complicit with this war, for example. I don't think they're not worthy of living. Like, it's not like I would be GG with, you know, going there and blowing them all up and killing all of them. Holy shit. So I don't think it's about that, but I do think that having certain opinions makes you less worthy of demanding people to have empathy for you. So people are allowed to make fun of you if you fuck around and find out, basically, is how I see it. People are allowed to make fun of you. It's different, you know, when it comes... Because when you say whether they're worth to live, it sounds like... You know, it sounds like, would you release a shark into the water to kill a Russian? Would you do it yourself to make him... Because he's not worthy to live? Would you do that? Or, like, would you make fun of one of them who got eaten by a shark? And there's like several different steps between the two of these positions. I think it's absolutely okay to mock them for getting fucked in the ass after years of being complicit with everything they've been supporting so far. I think it's absolutely okay to mock them. I think it's okay to mock them for now having to pay reparations because the government is shit and the government started this invasion. I think it's okay to mock them for the economy crumbling. I think it's okay to mock them for the country crumbling if we are lucky and we do see it crumble. I think all of that is absolutely okay. But, you know, of course, there's levels to all of this. Genocide happening? Twitch chat. But are we being too mean with our chat comments? Yeah, like that. Come on. Come on. Yeah, YouTube does save my streams. It didn't save one of them because we use a copyrighted song. So ever since then, I'm trying not to use copyrighted songs. And for now, it should be saving them. So I think we're good. That's kind of why I use YouTube in the first place. Because Twitch isn't really saving my streams whenever I get a copyright strike. And I get a lot of them. Releasing Russians to Moscow. Good luck, they're not gonna live long. Have you guys watched that shit movie, Sharknado? The fear of all Russians. They just fly around. I think it like picks them up and then carries them around. I don't even know what's the storyline. It's just sharks in a tornado. problem with assuming the average person is the default person. Like most Russians probably are fine with what is happening, but I believe in innocent until proven guilty. Oh yeah, that's where I bring back to, you know, me not seeing it as my problem. I don't really see it as my problem. In the same way, like I don't see it as my problem to tell good Hungarians from bad Hungarians when it comes to what their government is doing. I'm gonna be judging all of them for being complicit. It's not my job. It's different like once you are able to have a conversation with the person and everything, but it's not really my job to tell a good one from a bad one. I just judge all of them equally. And I think on an individual level, you are more than okay to do that. Then it comes to, you know, how this individual level kind of paints your government's response and everything. But I think you're more than okay with just judging every single one of them and not giving too much of a shit about whether this may be a mysterious one who is against the invasion or if it's not. Kangaroos? Oh shit, yeah, I saw the meme. I don't have the meme saved. This is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly sad. Oh, I do have it saved. This one. Because the kangaroo tries to get in. Yes. Based kangaroo. May he have more luck next time and actually manage to get in to beat some of them up. Hey, by the way, yeah, this is the one that you mentioned, right? She calls for the murder of Ukrainian demonstrators. On her TikTok, she said Putin bombed 2 less and calls him to strike Dresden. Fair. Yeah, this one. Conversation usually ends with "Won't you look at both sides?" Yeah, that's true. That's kind of my problem with the whole thing. But with what Arestovich says, as much as I feel about the rest of his words, it's the part where he goes, "You're no better than a Russian," in which I'm like, I don't know. I don't really know if I'm agreeing with that. Animal fish bird joined the coalition. Heck yeah. I look at him though, he's cute. We need to have emotes of this one and this one too. It's just adorable. Ukrainian protester. Furious animal tries to push through the fortified gate. Holy shit. That's a dramatic title. That's a dramatic title, my man. Nice. Now both sides position sucks. Both sides position sucks. Talking about our little friend from yesterday, by the way. It's 12:36. I have to leave in 4 minutes. Talking about our little friend from yesterday, I kind of wanted to see if he's going to pop up in chat today to talk to us about how he finally read about the Superman thing. But I remembered him today in the morning because before the stream, I had to do some driving and then I was on my phone for a bit. And you know what I saw? You guys know that I think I mentioned to you yesterday that there was the whole drama online about that woman who wrote Eat, Pray, Love, and she wanted to publish a book about USSR in which the main characters were Russians, and then she chose not to publish the book because Ukrainians were like, hey, can you please not make this fucking book centering Russian voices in USSR while Russia is doing a genocide and using USSR symbolism to motivate their people to do genocide more? Like, could you maybe not do that right now? And she was like, yeah, okay, sure, I'm not gonna publish the fucking book. I'm gonna publish it like later once this is all kind of down. But the thing about this is that a lot of Western writers, a lot of Western authors, and I do encourage you to look into, if you have like favorite authors, look into how they have responded to this. Because I've legit seen people claim that Ukrainians on average can't read English, which is why every single Ukrainian account on Goodreads is false, because Ukrainians can't actually read English. I've heard people say that Eastern Europe does not have a culture of reading, So because of this, it's impossible that actual Ukrainians were complaining to this woman about a book she was trying to write, because actual Ukrainians don't read and they wouldn't even know who she is. And I've heard a lot of people in comments being like, oh, this used to be my favorite author, and now they're not. So check if you have some authors that you are following, especially if they are from that style of writing. It would be like young adult or whatever. Maybe check how they responded to this. Because I don't know, I saw the one about Eastern Europeans not being able to read, and it reminded me of our friend from yesterday, because they do this thing, a lot of them. They will present Russia as the only civilized country in Eastern Europe. It's usually the same types of people who talk about mysterious Russian soul, who will talk to you about how Eastern Europe is illiterate. Same types of people, because they see Russia as the only civilized place, that nothing else is civilized, which is why, when it comes to whether Ukrainians can be reading these books, they're like, no, of course they can't. Ukrainians are fucking illiterate. But then if you ask them about Russians, and when the Russians could be consuming this literature, it's like, yeah, sure, of course, why wouldn't they? Russians are great people. They have Dostoevsky, so of course they can be reading. So check it. Check what they have been saying, because I've seen some horrible fucking responses. I don't think I've ever seen, I follow a lot of Ukrainian activists online. I don't think I've ever seen so many of them post about how dehumanized they are feeling by Western actions than I've seen in the last few days because of this thing. Because, like, Americans are just coming out being like, yeah, Ukrainians can't read. Oh yeah, there's lots of Ukrainian accounts on Goodreads. They say they've read a lot of books last year. They have to be lying, because Eastern Europeans don't read. So, if you're into like doing a rabbit hole into Twitter, that's a cool rabbit hole to get into if you want to get really, really fucking angry. So, yeah, we all use English as like the international language, basically. Yeah. If they're on Twitter with a blue check, it's a pretty big red flag. That's true. No, definitely. I know a tiny amount of normal accounts with a blue check. I do know, though, that it actually does help your visibility. I follow this one account. Fuck, I don't know who it is. I follow this one account. He is an activist. He's collecting cash money for Ukraine. And he has posted recently that he managed to collect money for a battalion way faster than previously, because he bought a blue check. So his post was seen by more people. So he was able to collect money a lot faster than he would usually. So, I see why some people would be using it, but usually, yeah, you see a blue check having an opinion, be suspicious about it. It's okay to be guilty until proven innocent, basically. My Slavic family all do speak English. We're not using natural language. Oh, yeah, it's not as popular here. They mostly use German. But I think English is like everywhere, right? Russia educated, Ukraine savage. True. Russia has Dostoevsky. Ukraine has. I don't know. I don't know even if they use any one of yours as an example. They don't. What are like Western views on Ukrainian culture? Nothing. I'm pretty sure you ask a Westerner about any person of Ukrainian history, they're going to be able to tell you it's Bandera, and that's it. Managed to make blue checks opinions even more worthless. To be okay, yeah, actually, correct. I wanted to say that previously they used to be like celebrities and stuff, but they also have worthless opinions, so it doesn't really make a difference. Ejo, Demiane, bravo. Čestitam, svaka čast. By the way, I'm leaving right now for work. I needed to leave 2 minutes ago. So I'm going to my work, to my day 2 out of 600. We'll be seeing you on Monday, normal time, so the same as right now, unless something changes. If NATO, the EU, and other European countries don't stop helping Ukraine, we will nuke them. Estonians hold my beer and give frozen Russian assets to Ukraine. Based. Thank you, Estonia. You are our best friend. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, Estonia. What is this? I love how they just made a video which is just like one image and then music in the back. that was some effort. Thank you. Okay, that's fair. But yeah, I'll be seeing you on Monday. Give me news if you have some. You can send anything to Discord. I should be free tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm hoping to be able to watch the videos that I have sent to myself so far. Ha ha ha. So I have proper opinions on Monday. So yeah, enjoy your day. Drink enough water. Eat well. And I don't know. Pray for me because I'm going to work right now.